Chapter 1. Gaining the Bloodline of the Ancient Saiyans. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of battle reverberated through the air. With a cry of despair, Gano was propelled away by a powerful energy blast. Cursed be King Vegeta. Wasn't it said that this mission posed no difficulty? Why are the natives here so formidable? As Gano evaded the natives' relentless assaults, he pondered his predicament. In truth, Gano felt quite vexed. While others who traversed realms often possessed golden keys or systems, he had arrived in this world devoid of any such advantages. To make matters worse, upon his birth, his battle power registered at 0, astonishing even the Saiyan king, Vegeta. Typically, Saiyans are born with some degree of battle power, yet Gano was utterly devoid of it. Even the lowest-ranking warriors possessed some measure of strength. Observing Gano within the incubation chamber, King Vegeta frowned and instructed the guards of the facility, "Dispose of this Saiyan who cannot even qualify as a low-level warrior." Such occurrences were commonplace on planet Vegeta. Any lowly warriors without parents were ruthlessly discarded. To many Saiyans, the concept of familial bonds was but a fleeting illusion. Just as the guards prepared to cast out young Gano, a figure entered the incubation room, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, permit me to take Gano with me. I wish to raise him." King Vegeta regarded the visitor and replied, "Boom, consider your decision carefully. As an elite warrior, why would you choose to nurture one who is not even a low-level fighter?" Boom responded, "Your Majesty, if it were not for Gano's parents, I may not have returned. They granted us another chance at survival, and I cannot stand idly by while young Gano is cast aside." Gano's parents had embarked on a mission alongside Boom and others, yet among the 5, only 3 returned. In a moment of peril, Gano's parents sacrificed themselves through self-detonation to ensure Boom's survival. King Vegeta discerned Boom's determination from his expression. "Very well," the king conceded. "If you are resolute, you may take Gano." Upon hearing this, Boom's heart swelled with joy, and he expressed his gratitude to King Vegeta. "Thank you, my king." With a wave of his hand, King Vegeta signaled for Boom to proceed. Boom approached Gano's incubation chamber, effortlessly lifting it and exiting the facility. Arriving at his doorstep, Boom found his wife, Tasha, waiting eagerly. Tasha exclaimed, "You brought Gano back. How wonderful." Boom replied, "The king granted my request." Together, they entered their home, where Boom placed Gano's incubation chamber beside a smaller one containing their daughter, named Leia. 5 years swiftly passed. In the training room, a young boy diligently practiced his punches and kicks, repeating the motions tirelessly. This was young Gano. Drenched in sweat, Gano paused, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to his inner state. Suddenly, he struck the ground with a fist, lowering his head in frustration, exclaiming, "Why? Why can I not sense the energy within me? Why do others who traverse realms possess their golden keys, while I have nothing?" For 5 long years, he had trained relentlessly. His physique had grown stronger, yet he still felt no trace of energy within him. As Gano lamented, Leia entered and, upon seeing her brother's distress, understood that he still could not perceive the energy. Approaching Gano, she encouraged, "Brother Gano, I believe you will sense the energy soon." Gano lifted his head, and upon seeing Leia, his signature smile returned. "It's fine, Leia. I've grown accustomed to it. By the way, what brings you here?" Leia replied, "Father wants you to come home." "Understood," Gano responded, rising and taking Leia's hand as they headed homeward. Upon returning, Gano sensed the gravity in Boom and Tasha's expressions, indicating something significant awaited him. "Dad, Mommy called for me?" he inquired. Boom turned to Tasha and said, "Tasha, you should tell Gano." "What is it?" Gano pressed. Boom replied, "The king seeks you." "The king? For what purpose?" Boom explained, "Gano, you are now 5 years old, and as Saiyans we embark on missions at this age. Thus, the king likely wishes for you to undertake a task." "Ah, I see," Gano acknowledged. "No worries, Mom and Dad. I shall go speak with the king." Gano boarded a spaceship destined for the planet, only to discover that the natives were far from weak. In fact, their might was formidable in comparison to him. Thunderous booms echoed as Gano skillfully dodged energy blasts. Amidst the chaos, he exclaimed, "You brute. Your attacks are far too ruthless. I come here on a mission, yet you strike without provocation." The native retorted, "You wretched Saiyan, I shall annihilate you." Across the cosmos, it was widely acknowledged that Saiyans were a brutal race, known as the Fighting Tribe, often employed by the tyrant Frieza. In truth, Frieza kept the Saiyans under his thumb, treating them as mere enforcers, subject to his will. Yet another energy blast sent Gano flying. In a fit of rage, he declared, "Were I able to sense energy, you would not be so audacious." As the native unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, Gano found himself bloodied and on the brink of defeat. "Such misfortune! It seems my end is near," he murmured as a massive energy blast bore down upon him, and he closed his eyes. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Life-threatening danger detected. System activation in progress." With a chime, the system began scanning Gano's body, confirming that he met the necessary requirements. Reward: Ancient Saiyan bloodline. Gano felt an overwhelming surge of power infusing his being. With a resounding explosion, dust billowed as the ground was cratered by the energy blast. The native laughed triumphantly, "At last, I have vanquished this detestable Saiyan." As the smoke cleared, a figure ascended slowly. It was Gano, who had finally sensed the energy within him. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, capable of obliterating the planet with a single blow. Turning his gaze to the native, he mused, "Let us test the might of the ancient Saiyan bloodline." With that, Gano extended his palm, conjuring an energy sphere that materialized in his grasp. The energy sphere shot forth at incredible speed, obliterating the native and reducing him to mere dust upon the planet. Chapter 2. Return to Planet Vegeta. The energy blast consumed the native, reducing him to particles of dust. After dispatching the native, Gano directed his energy blast toward the distant mountains, where it struck with a thunderous crash, leveling the entire peak. In awe, Gano exclaimed, "Is this the true application of energy? How astonishing!" He erupted into raucous laughter. At last, I can feel energy within me. I have finally grasped its existence. This overwhelming sensation is intoxicating." At that moment, the system's voice resounded. "Host, do not become overly jubilant. Your strength remains feeble. This universe is vast, and you are but a speck of dust within it. Do not let pride cloud your judgment." Upon hearing the system's words, Gano ceased his laughter, acknowledging, "Indeed, I must not be complacent due to a temporary increase in power. I still have much to strive for. Currently, I cannot even contend with King Vegeta, whose battle power stands at 100,000. With the ancient Saiyan bloodline, my power is merely at 10,000, leaving me far from his level." What exactly is this ancient Saiyan bloodline? Gano pondered. "I know that in Dragon Ball, the most formidable bloodline is that of the Super Saiyan, which is immensely powerful like Broly, whose energy continuously rises even while at rest. I wonder how the ancient Saiyan bloodline compares." The system interjected, "Please do not equate the inferior Super Saiyan bloodline with that of the ancient Saiyans. They are not comparable. The ancient Saiyan bloodline is exceptionally potent. Should you unlock its full potential, you will become the most powerful existence in this realm." Upon hearing such news, Gano's heart raced, and he muttered, "To become the most powerful being in this world, does that mean even the supreme ruler of the universe, the king of all, would be no match for me?" "Indeed, one could say so," the system replied. "Really? Is it truly so?" "The bloodline of the ancient Saiyans is astonishingly potent," Gano exclaimed. The system interjected, "The host has already integrated the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans. Unless there are pressing matters, this system shall enter slumber. Please refrain from disturbing me unless necessary." "May I make a small request?" Gano inquired. "Is there anything else the host wishes to discuss?" The system responded, "Could you possibly conceal my energy?" "I wish to avoid drawing too much attention," Gano requested. "Certainly. That poses no issue. The matter is resolved. Should there be any tasks, the system will automatically notify you." The system is now entering slumber. Gano felt the energy within him being concealed and thought, "Good, now I shall begin my training." Expanding his energy, Gano swiftly located a cave to reside in temporarily, satisfied that his task was complete. He realized he had time to spare and needed to seize the opportunity to train. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by in the throes of training. At that moment, Gano was diligently practicing, executing punches and kicks, his form constantly shifting in the air. Suddenly, he concentrated his energy into a sphere and launched it swiftly, producing a resounding explosion as the ground was cratered by the blast. Observing his handiwork, Gano shook his head and remarked, "Still lacking. Although my energy has increased significantly over the past month, my control remains too rudimentary. It seems a trip to Earth is in order." There, he thought, reside masters with unparalleled prowess in energy manipulation, such as Master Rashi, Karin, and Mr. Popo, whose understanding of energy is truly profound. Saiyan training tends to be excessively straightforward and brutish, favoring explosive force to vanquish foes, aligning with their nature. However, such an approach is tremendously taxing on physical stamina, resulting in a limited capacity for prolonged combat. Once more, Gano levitated into the air, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy, causing winds to howl and debris to swirl. He released his energy, estimating his combat power to have reached an astounding 20,000. It is truly terrifying. Within a month, my strength has escalated to 20,000. This ancient Saiyan bloodline is indeed formidable. With his palm extended, he concentrated power into it, continuously channeling energy from within. He aimed to test the limits of his ultimate attack. The energy sphere expanded rapidly. Then Gano compressed it to its smallest form before unleashing it towards the ground. With a thunderous roar, the surface of the planet erupted, triggering a volcanic explosion and tumultuous waves. "Ah," he mused, "it appears I may have overdone it this time." The planet was pierced through its core by his energy sphere. Gano hastily ascended to his spacecraft, deftly pressing buttons to set a course for planet Vegeta, initiating the launch into the cosmos. Just a minute after Gano's departure, the entire planet detonated. Watching the planet's annihilation, he felt a shiver of trepidation. He involuntarily swallowed. The destruction was daunting. With his current strength, he could not survive in the vacuum of space. However, he had gained a new understanding of his combat power. After a week of travel, Gano finally arrived at planet Vegeta. As he beheld the planet, a swell of emotions washed over him, for it was home to his father, mother, and sister, imbued with familial bonds, a rarity among Saiyans. The spacecraft finally landed at the docking station. Upon noticing someone returning from a mission, the onlookers eagerly anticipated catching a glimpse of the individual. As the hatch opened, Gano emerged, and the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. They blinked rapidly, confirming their vision. Indeed, it was Gano. Who would have thought that this once low-ranking Saiyan had returned alive? Saiyans undertaking missions often faced near-certain death, yet Gano's survival signified a remarkable enhancement of his strength. They activated their energy detectors, which displayed a power level of 10. Could it be? Such a power level allowed him to return alive? While it was an increase from his previous power level of 0, it was still a modest gain. How perplexing! Yet Gano paid them no mind, proceeding to the mission registration office to log his completed task before hastening home. He refrained from flying to avoid arousing the suspicions of King Vegeta, as he needed to conserve his strength and act prudently. Once his power surpassed that of King Vegeta, he would no longer need to conceal himself, and he would boldly challenge the king, aspiring to become the new Saiyan monarch. Dragon Ball, achieving the autonomous Ultra Instinct realm from the beginning of the story 1 to 52 Chapter 1, gaining immunity at the onset ding. The sign-in system awakens. In order to ensure the host's survival. A beginner's gift package is bestowed. Immunity, a task, is issued. Please sign in before the god of destruction, Beerus. Reward, the embryonic form of the autonomous realm. Hiss. Ling Xian clutched his head, the excruciating pain making him wish to smash his skull open. It turns out that Ling Xian was not a native of this world. In his previous life, he had inexplicably transmigrated to this realm after merely drinking cold water. Ling Xian felt helpless. Yet he had no choice but to accept the reality of his transmigration. Fortunately, He had awakened a Saiyan system upon entering this unfamiliar world, upon hearing the electronic voice echoing in his mind. Ling Xian froze. The god of destruction, Beerus, his pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body trembled. System, is this the world I think it is? Yes, host. Hiss. Ling Xian inhaled sharply. The god of destruction Beerus was indeed a character from Dragon Ball. Had he then transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball? Ling Xian swallowed repeatedly. If it were any ordinary world, it would be manageable, as it wouldn't necessarily endanger lives. However, the Dragon Ball world was vastly different. It was a realm of immense martial prowess, where planets and even universes could be obliterated at the drop of a HAT as an ordinary person. His voice held no weight in such circumstances. Common folk were essentially powerless to escape from such cataclysms and would merely accompany their planets and universes to oblivion. Could I survive in the Dragon Ball world? Ling Xian wore a bitter expression, lamenting his fate of landing in such a high-stakes world. Just as despair began to engulf him, he suddenly noticed something. A tail. He possessed a tail. I am a Saiyan. Indeed, host. The beginner's gift package is now being distributed. Please be attentive. Before Ling Xian could revel in his joy, a violent spasm coursed through his body, contorting his face in agony as if he were enduring immense torment. Moments later, a divine aura erupted from Ling Xian. Boom! The aura swept across the entire planet, radiating outward. It reached the Kaioshin realm. It reached the realm of the god of destruction. It reached the sixth universe, and finally, it reached the palace of Gano. All the deities in the Dragon Ball world suddenly raised their heads, each frowning, lost in their own thoughts. Simultaneously, after receiving the beginner's gift package, Ling Xian lay on the ground, the pain in his body making each breath feel like a struggle. System, am I dead? Host, unless your lifespan is exhausted, you cannot perish. What does that mean? The beginner's gift package is named immunity. As the name suggests, it grants immunity to all negative effects. Clarify, please. This means that you will be able to disregard any harm within the Dragon Ball world. Does that mean I can ignore Goku's Kamehameha? Yes, that I can disregard the destructive energy of the god of destruction. Indeed, that I can overlook Zeno's erasure. At this point, Ling Xian lay on the ground, holding his breath, too terrified to exhale. His heart raced with anxiety. After what felt like an eternity, the electronic voice in his mind resonated again. Ling Xian, disregarding the pain in his body, sat up and laughed heartily. Like a fool, he had feared that he would end up like the cannon fodder among Earthlings upon arriving here. Who could have anticipated that fate would be so generous to him? With immunity, who could harm him now? Moreover, in addition to immunity, Ling Xian discovered that he was a Saiyan. With immunity coupled with Saiyan genetics, should he cultivate to the utmost, it wouldn't be a mere fantasy to punch Beerus or kick Zeno. However, despite having acquired immunity, which rendered him invulnerable to harm, Ling Xian remained self-aware that he understood that immunity merely shielded him from negative effects. It did not imply that he could now look down upon deities like the god of destruction. The Dragon Ball world was inherently one of high martial prowess, endowed not only with formidable strength, but also with a plethora of bizarre techniques, such as Master Roshi's Mafuba. If Ling Xian truly believed that possessing immunity granted him unbridled freedom, he would inevitably face techniques far more formidable than Mafuba. Such techniques might only seal a person away without imposing negative effects on the individual, rendering immunity ineffective. Having come to this understanding, Ling Xian finally calmed down from his previous excitement, and the pain in his body subsided. He began to move his limbs and stretch his neck. Ling Xian also organized the memories in his mind. He realized that he was still on planet Vegeta, in the year 76 of the age, with only a year remaining before planet Vegeta would be destroyed by Frieza. That he was merely 6 years old, still a child, and his name was Lewis. Ling Xian looked at his short legs and found it somewhat amusing. He never expected to relive his childhood once more. However, there was good news. He was a high-class Saiyan warrior, boasting a battle power of 500. Ling Xian understood that the classification of warriors into upper, middle, and lower ranks was somewhat inaccurate. Just like the protagonist Goku in the original work, who was assessed as a lower-class warrior at birth. He ultimately shattered his limits time and again to become the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyan race. Nevertheless, possessing the status of a high-class warrior was certainly advantageous in the early stages. With the identity of a high-class warrior, even in his youth, he could nearly stride through planet Vegeta with confidence. After all, among the entire Saiyan race, high-class warriors were exceedingly rare, each one being an invaluable treasure. Aware of his strength and status, Ling Xian recalled the task issued by the system. Sign in before the god of destruction, Beerus. Reward: the embryonic form of the autonomous realm. Upon seeing the reward, Ling Xian's mind spun in exhilaration. That it was not fear, but sheer excitement. The autonomous realm is a level equivalent to that of angels, and even the gods of destruction find it challenging to comprehend. In the anime, only Goku has ever entered this realm. During the Tournament of Power, Goku overwhelmed Jiren with his flawless autonomous Ultra Instinct state, leaving Jiren gasping for breath. Had it not been for Goku's exhaustion, Jiren would have been defeated long before. Ling Xian was now extremely exhilarated, but amidst his excitement, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Signing in before Beerus with his current battle power of 500. He wouldn't even qualify to meet the North Kai, let alone the supreme deity of the seventh universe. System, is there a time limit for this task? No. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian's brows slightly relaxed. The absence of a time constraint was indeed a relief, as it allowed him to wait until his strength had sufficiently grown before seeking out Beerus. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance illuminated Ling Xian's mind. He recalled something significant that it seemed he had a chance. Ling Xian was overwhelmed with joy. The destruction of planet Vegeta was not solely Frieza's idea. There was a hidden secret behind it, in the original narrative. Beerus had instructed King Vegeta to find the finest pillow in the world for him, as a result. King Vegeta kept the best pillow for himself and presented Beerus with a mere second best. As the most powerful deity in the universe, Beerus was naturally incensed by the audacity of being deceived. Thus, before falling into slumber, he commanded Frieza to annihilate the Saiyan race. Ling Xian then pondered the current timeline. At this moment, Vegeta was of the same age as him, and it was mentioned in the anime that Vegeta was present when Beerus trampled King Vegeta that time. Vegeta appeared to be the same age as he was now. Gasp! Ling Xian inhaled sharply. Did this imply that Beerus was likely to descend upon planet Vegeta in the near future? If so, he could successfully complete his sign-in task. In the midst of Ling Xian's ecstatic thoughts, a wave of destructive energy enveloped planet Vegeta. It had arrived. Chapter 2. Sign-in successful. Reward: form of the free realm. Normally, the aura of a deity is imperceptible to ordinary mortals. However, Ling Xian seemed to sense it due to an immunity he possessed. The divine aura inherently exudes a sense of oppression upon mortals, a pressure belonging to those of a higher status. This sensation is, in itself, a form of negative influence. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. If Ling Xian's assumptions were correct, it could only be the god of destruction, Beerus, along with his attendant, arriving on planet Vegeta. From this day forth, the fate of planet Vegeta would be irrevocably altered. However, the destinies of planet Vegeta and the Saiyan race were matters for another time. For now, Ling Xian was solely focused on meeting Beerus. By doing so, he could successfully sign in and acquire the form of the free realm. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became to fulfill his sign-in task. Ling Xian exited his chamber and made his way toward the palace of King Vegeta. Along the journey, the surrounding architecture was steeped in industrial ambience. And soon he arrived at the grand edifice of the palace. The palace was imposing, and the entrance was guarded by 2 Saiyans. Ling Xian approached them. Lewis, King Vegeta has decreed that no one is to enter the palace. One of the guards stated, I have urgent matters to discuss with King Vegeta, Ling Xian asserted, his voice youthful yet earnest. No entry. King Vegeta has given strict orders. The guards reiterated, I must enter. It pertains to the fate of our Saiyan race. Ling Xian's eyes widened as he spoke boldly. In truth, he held little interest in the sinister Saiyan lineage, but it seemed this was the only pretext he could muster to gain entry into the palace. According to the scanner, these 2 guards possessed a power level of 1200. IT was understandable, as they were both adult Saiyans with such formidable combat prowess. Ling Xian, with only a power level of 500 and still in his youth, knew a direct confrontation was impossible. He spoke with such sincerity that it momentarily stunned the guards. Is that true? In their eyes, Lewis was merely a child, incapable of understanding matters concerning the fate of the Saiyan race. Yet, an ordinary Saiyan would never make such a jest, especially one as promising as Lewis. Very well, I shall inform him. Please wait here. One of the guards decided to turn and enter the palace. This is urgent. I must go in first. I will explain everything to King Vegeta. Ling Xian insisted, stepping directly in front of the guard. Let me inform him. I might never get a chance to see Beerus. Ling Xian swiftly maneuvered past the guard. Wait. The guard attempted to intervene. Enough. He's a superior warrior, not someone we can provoke. If there's any punishment, it will fall upon him. Besides, I sense that what Lewis claims may indeed hold some truth. The other guard muttered, dismissing the situation. Ling Xian paid no heed to their conversation as he traversed the corridor, quickly arriving within the opulent interior of the palace. The red carpet and ornate lighting adorned the lavish setting. King Vegeta, how dare you deceive me? Lord Beerus, I assure you, the pillow I presented was indeed the finest. Still attempting to argue, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the palace, filling the air with a palpable tension that caused the temperature to plummet. In a corner, a young boy trembled as he witnessed his father being trampled. King Vegeta, you have greatly disappointed me. Beerus's foot pressed down hard on King Vegeta's head, and he suddenly furrowed his brow. Raising his gaze beside him, Whis also directed his attention to the entrance of the palace, where a small child appeared. The child blinked with round eyes, his tail wagging excitedly behind him. Lewis, what are you doing here? Get out! King Vegeta, pinned to the ground, could not help but regret his defiance against the God of Destruction's decree. Now, Beerus was undoubtedly furious, with a superior warrior like Lewis appearing here. If he were to provoke Beerus further, Planet Vegeta would be doomed. However, King Vegeta suddenly noticed that Beerus had fallen silent. That moment, Beerus was intently fixed on the small figure at the door, his frown deepening with curiosity. How strange. Why did this little fellow dare to meet his gaze? Beerus glanced once more at the corner where Vegeta lay, trembling and defeated. Shouldn't the child resemble the son of King Vegeta? Whis was equally astonished. He instantly discerned Ling Xian's power level, realizing that such an extraordinarily weak mortal could disregard the pressure of status. In truth, angels have transcended to a state of simplicity and do not impose hierarchical oppression on mortals. However, gods of destruction are different. They cannot reach the same level as angels and inevitably exude an aura of superiority. Beerus, and Whis pondered this perplexing situation. A notification chimed. Ding! Send-in successful before Beerus. Reward. Form of the free realm. Buzz. The once menacing atmosphere of the palace transformed, filled with ethereal energy, the sound of a gentle spring flowing dispelling the chill of malevolence. Boom! Upon witnessing this, Beerus and Whis felt as though they had been struck by divine lightning, their eyes widening in astonishment. Form of the free realm. Wait! This is not the form of the free realm. It is merely the initial form. Yet, how could this little fellow comprehend such a state? The form of the free realm consists of two levels, one called free, and the other, extreme intent. The intricacies of these two realms are undeniably complex, and it is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In comparison to Beerus, Whis is even more astonishing as an angel. He is acutely aware of the challenges inherent in grasping the realm of self-mastery. Yet, this little fellow inexplicably has transcended to such a state. It's almost inconceivable. Lewis, get out of here, now. At this moment, King Vegeta seizes the opportunity to urge Lewis to depart before he provokes Beerus. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall obliterate you, Beerus coldly declared, removing his foot from King Vegeta's head. He advanced forward, closely followed by Whis. Chapter 3. The candidate for destruction god before Ling Xian. Beerus inquired, Young one, did you just comprehend the realm of self-mastery? Whis remained silent, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Prior to their arrival at planet Vegeta, a divine aura had emerged in the universe. Could it be connected to him? Big Kitty, I don't understand what you're saying, Ling Xian responded, blinking his round eyes and shaking his head. Upon hearing Big Kitty, King Vegeta, lying on the ground, felt a wave of darkness wash over him and muttered, "We're doomed." Before losing consciousness, he had indeed drawn the ire of Beerus. Suddenly, a destructive energy erupted from Beerus, causing the entire palace to dissolve into starlight. Scattering into the void, Beerus's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to suppress the impulse to annihilate Ling Xian, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Do you even know who you are facing?" "I don't know, but I can tell that Big Kitty seems very strong," Ling Xian replied innocently, embodying the essence of childlike naivety, although he offered compliments to Beerus. In Ling Xuan's eyes, Beerus remained merely Big Kitty. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. Do not presume that merely grasping the rudiments of self-mastery grants you the freedom to act with impunity. If this little rascal does not receive a lesson, he might mistakenly believe that the title of Destruction God is a mere fade. With a hum, the divine aura surged, manifesting two colossal hands in the void, one reaching for Ling Xian, while the other forcefully smacked his backside. Smack, smack, smack. Beerus did not immediately obliterate Ling Xian for two reasons. First, he was genuinely curious as to why Ling Xian could disregard the oppressive force of divine status. Moreover, he pondered how this young boy could suddenly comprehend the rudiments of self-mastery, a realm he had yet to attain. Secondly, he had encountered prodigies before. Frieza was a prime example of someone born with extraordinary combat power. However, no matter how gifted in the eyes of the divine, they remained mere mortals, ultimately inconsequential. Yet Ling Xian was different. This little boy had grasped the angelic level of self-mastery, far surpassing the ordinary talents of someone like Frieza, the god of destruction. Beerus could annihilate all without a flicker of emotion. Yet in the face of such talent, he felt a pang of reluctance to let it go to waste. The colossal hand continued to slap Ling Xuan's backside, delivering over 100 strikes. Beerus deemed it sufficient. If he truly killed this boy, it would be nothing short of absurd. "Big Kitty, why are you hitting me?" Ling Xian protested, caught in midair, his cheeks puffed in indignation. How can you be unscathed?" Beerus was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. As the god of destruction, he had not only exerted his divine status, but had also delivered over 100 slaps to Ling Xuan's rear. Although his strength was not overwhelming, it was still an attack from a god of destruction. How could a weakling with only 500 combat power remain unharmed? "Why would I be harmed?" Ling Xian retorted, feigning anger while inwardly reveling in delight. The situation unfolded just as he had anticipated. Firstly, signing in before Beerus would inevitably lead to their encounter. Ling Xian could sense the presence of the divine, and naturally, the divine could detect his uniqueness, which referred to his immunity. If Ling Xian did not take action, he might find it difficult to exit the palace. Of course, this does not imply that he would be destroyed on the spot. With his immunity, no one could harm him. However, being untouchable does not mean he could not be dealt with. Ling Xian understood that gods of destruction could easily subdue him. Much like imprisoning him and withholding sustenance, that in his mortal form, he would ultimately perish. Thus, Ling Xian, leveraging his uniqueness, piqued the curiosity of Beerus and Whis. When the rewards for comprehending the rudiments of self-mastery were bestowed, it was yet another bombshell. Such a rare occurrence would undoubtedly be irresistible to any divine being. The divine aura had erupted near planet Vegeta. Could it be? Suddenly, Whis, who had been silent for some time, widened his eyes as if struck by a revelation. He leaned close to Beerus's ear, whispering something that left Beerus startled. Ling Xian watched this unfold, momentarily bewildered. What was happening? After a brief moment, Beerus and Whis turned their heads, intently observing Ling Xian, who remained suspended in midair. Beerus spoke earnestly. "Young one, would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the god of destruction?" "What is a candidate for the god of destruction? Can it be eaten?" Ling Xian inquired. "That a candidate for the god of destruction is not something to be consumed. No, no, no. It is a divine position that, if you agree, you shall become the most esteemed individual in the universe." "Big Kitty, does becoming a candidate for the god of destruction make one stronger? We Saiyans are always eager to grow powerful." Ling Xian clenched his tiny fists and said eagerly, "You call me Big Kitty again?" Beerus's lips twitched slightly, yet he nodded. Indeed, as long as you agree, you will soon surpass King Vegeta. Then I agree. Ling Xian beamed with delight. Having said so much, he initially believed that Beerus would regard him merely as a prodigy, perhaps granting him leniency for the sake of the average cosmic human index. Who could have anticipated this unexpected turn of events, with Beerus considering him as a potential candidate for the God of Destruction? Ling Xian had indeed underestimated the impact of grasping the rudiments of self-mastery on Beerus. After all, the angelic level of comprehension achieved by a mere Saiyan was indeed extraordinary. Excellent! 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 Beerus laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice, causing King Vegeta's anger over his deception to dissipate in that moment. Little one, I initially intended to obliterate your Saiyan lineage, but in light of your presence, I shall spare you. However, the Saiyan race is inherently malevolent. Leaving them unchecked is detrimental to the seventh universe. One Frieza is more than enough. At this juncture, Beerus turned his gaze to the crumpled King Vegeta in the corner and coldly commanded, "You seem to be the son of King Vegeta. I order you to enlist the Saiyans into the Galactic Patrol." Little Vegeta was already trembling in fear, oblivious to the origins of Beerus. It was only after this incident that King Vegeta revealed everything about Beerus to him. At that moment, he realized that the Saiyan race had narrowly escaped death. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Hearing Beerus's words now, Vegeta quickly nodded his little head in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xian glanced at Beerus, realizing that the destruction of the Saiyans was no trivial matter. It stemmed from the inherent wickedness of the Saiyan race. They had followed Frieza, committing unspeakable atrocities, even surpassing the malevolence of Frieza's own army. The alliance between such a race and Frieza's forces would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the stability of the seventh universe. Thus, integrating the Saiyans into the Galactic Patrol served to restrain Frieza's influence while also granting the Saiyans a chance at survival. "Whis, let us depart," Beerus said, lifting Ling Xian in his grasp and looking towards Whis. With a gentle flick of his staff, Whis swiftly made the three of them vanish from planet Vegeta. Only then did Vegeta manage to rise from the ground and hasten to join King Vegeta's side. Meanwhile, the news of Beerus appointing Ling Xian as the candidate God of Destruction sent shockwaves through various realms in the Grand Palace. The Grand Minister remarked, "What was that aura just now?" "My lord, I'm still investigating. However, that divine presence seems to have originated from the seventh universe. From that slender cat in the seventh universe, you say? Indeed, I will have us look into it thoroughly. Grand Minister, you are truly remarkable. Please do investigate diligently, for I am off to play a game of star elimination." In the sixth universe, Beerus's counterpart, Kampa, inquired, "What was that aura all about?" "Well, Lord Kampa, you must ask your brother about that," came the reply. It seems it was conjured by that skinny cat from the universe. In the fourth universe, the God of Destruction, Quitella, commanded, "Investigate why a divine aura has emerged in the seventh universe." Yes, Lord Quitella. As reactions to Beerus's slumber spread across the various universes, they all remained perplexed by the source of that divine essence. Yet they discerned that it emanated from the seventh universe. Soon after, the seventh universe proclaimed that the position of candidate God of Destruction had been filled, and to everyone's amusement, it was bestowed upon a mere child. Initially intrigued by the divine aura, the deities of the other universes found themselves laughing at the absurdity of the seventh universe's actions. Kampa openly mocked, questioning if the seventh universe truly had no capable candidates, and resorted to appointing a child as the candidate God of Destruction. Quitella also chimed in, offering to lend some of his own people to the seventh universe to prevent the embarrassment of having a child inherit such a title, exclaiming that it was laughable. The reactions of the 11 gods of destruction mirrored this sentiment, with none siding with Beerus, all instead indulging in mockery. This was to be expected, since that fateful game of hide-and-seek, few held any fondness for Beerus. Faced with the derision of the other gods of destruction, Beerus chose not to retort, much to their delight, as their laughter grew even louder. Given Beerus's nature, one would expect him to retaliate, perhaps even traverse universes to confront those mocking him. Yet now, his silence only confirmed their assumptions. The seventh universe appeared to be in decline, with Beerus unable to locate a suitable successor for the candidate god of destruction, resorting instead to train a mere child from a young age. The other gods of destruction reveled in their joy, unaware that Beerus was too preoccupied to concern himself with their jests, as he was currently intimidated by Ling Xian in the realm of the seventh universe's gods of destruction. A month had passed since Beerus brought Ling Xian back to that moment. A small child stood in the center of the lake of destruction, enveloped in a silvery radiance. The energy emanating from him caused the surrounding divine trees to rustle. Beside him stood Beerus and Whis, with sweat trickling down Beerus's forehead. "Kid, is this your mastered state?" Beerus inquired. "Lord Beerus, I am unaware of what a mastered state is," Ling Xian replied, swinging his little arms and pouting. Beerus was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had instructed Whis to summon his childhood image for a spar with Ling Xian, only to see Ling Xian effortlessly overpower it. How was this possible? He was a god of destruction. Throughout his life, he had faced countless battles and had never tasted defeat, whether in his youth or after attaining divinity, never once falling to an opponent of equal standing. Moreover, the summoned image was even stronger than Ling Xian. Ling Xian had triumphed against a superior foe. This was utterly inconceivable. "Whis, did I win?" Ling Xian turned to Whis. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. "Indeed, Lewis, you emerged victorious." "Ha! Lord Beerus is no match for me," Ling Xian declared, hands on his hips, brimming with joy. In truth, his victory over young Beerus was largely due to the nascent state of his master technique. It wasn't that immunity was ineffective. It merely served as a passive skill, preventing him from taking damage but not allowing him to harm others. In contrast, the nascent state of mastery was different. In this state, not only was his combat prowess significantly enhanced, but he also gained the ability to react spontaneously and naturally. This reaction was extraordinarily remarkable. It enabled him to perceive his opponent's attack patterns in advance. It wasn't foresight, but rather an instinctual response, sensing the opponent's muscle twitches, allowing him to react accordingly. Under such conditions, even young Beerus would find himself at a disadvantage, and even in the current era. If Ling Xian's power were comparable to Beerus's, he could still make Beerus bleed with the nascent state of mastery. Ling Xian laughed heartily, hands on his little hips, while Beerus felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. "You little brat, have you finished laughing? Huh? Do you believe I won't give you a beating?" "Nah, Lord Beerus can't hurt me. I'm not afraid." Ling Xian, embodying the essence of childhood, scrunched his nose and stuck his tongue out at Beerus. "You little rascal," Beerus chided playfully that in the month since bringing Ling Xian to the realm of the gods of destruction, he had come to realize the unique nature of Ling Xian's body, which could disregard all negative influences of the world. He inquired about the matter from that little brat Ling Xian, yet Ling Xian claimed to know nothing at all. The little rascal remained silent. Leaving Beerus at a loss, he cast a glance at Whis beside him, recalling Whis's words during their time on planet Vegeta. That divine aura seemed to have erupted near planet Vegeta, suggesting that Ling Xian's origins were far from ordinary. It was precisely for this reason that Beerus entertained the notion of grooming Ling Xian as a candidate for the position of Destroyer God. There were two underlying reasons for this. Firstly, Ling Xian was indeed exceptional. Should he exhibit any peculiar behavior, Beerus would be able to respond promptly by keeping him close. Secondly, the other Destroyer Gods were correct in their assumptions. Universe 7 had truly fallen into decline. Beyond the fact that the average power level of its inhabitants was low, it was said that the strongest being in Universe 7, as far as Beerus was aware, was the pathetic Frieza. What a disgrace it was for such a vast universe to have as its mightiest warrior a being with a mere combat power of 120 million. In truth, Frieza was not the strongest. Many hidden bosses had yet to reveal themselves. When the time came, any one of those bosses would surpass what other universes could muster. Yet, Beerus remained oblivious to this. All he desired was for his universe to produce a formidable fighter. And Ling Xian was the one he had chosen. Ling Xian was simply too talented, and it was highly likely that he was connected to that divine aura from a month prior. If such a genius were to flourish, Universe 7 would undoubtedly thrive. "All right, Whis, ensure you guide him well. I'm off to slumber," Beerus declared, glancing at the mischievous Ling Xian, who evoked within him a desire to give the little fellow a good thrashing. However, he knew he could not inflict harm on Ling Xian, which was rather vexing. Whis then asked, Lord Beerus, do you intend to evade the attention of the divine beings from the universe, who are surely aware of that divine aura erupting near planet Vegeta? They will undoubtedly come to investigate. Why even mention it if you are already aware? Beerus yawned, promptly vanishing from the lakeside, uninterested in mingling with that group of destroyer gods. Upon witnessing Beerus's sudden departure, Whis approached Ling Xian, patting his small shoulder, and remarked, now that Lord Beerus has left, why do you still smile? Ling Xian ceased his laughter, realizing that Beerus had truly vanished. Where did Lord Beerus go? He has gone to take a break. Now, since you have been chosen as a candidate for the role of Destroyer God, you must undergo the training that befits such a position. Taking a break? Sleeping? It seemed that the plot of Dragon Ball was about to unfold. Ling Xian squinted, reflecting that the event of Dragon Ball could be said to commence from Beerus's orders to Frieza to annihilate the Saiyan race. However, due to his influence, the Saiyan race had not been destroyed, and would Goku still be sent Earth? Chapter 5 Signing in at the Kaioshin realm. Reward. Super Saiyan 1. Beerus fell into a deep slumber, and the mocking voices from other universes regarding Universe 7 gradually faded away. Nonetheless, the angels from the other universes began contacting Whis, inquiring about the cause of the divine aura's emergence. Whis responded that he did not know. In truth, Whis genuinely had no knowledge of the aura's origin. Without answers, the angels from the other universes were left helpless. Just when Whis thought this matter had passed, the projection of the Grand Minister appeared in the realm of the Destroyer God of Universe 7. The Grand Minister similarly inquired about the source of the divine aura. Faced with his father, Whis still maintained that he did not know, but he disclosed all he knew about Ling Xian, including his immunity. Upon concluding his explanation, Whis sensed something amiss. The Grand Minister raised his hand and called out to Ling Xian, who was in the midst of training. Eradicate. Ling Xian was struck by a beam of white light. Yet nothing happened to him. Whis had long been aware that Ling Xian could disregard all negative influences of the world, but he was still taken aback by this scene. Ling Xian's physique was indeed capable of such feats. In the end, the Grand Minister left behind a profoundly meaningful statement. Teach him well. After uttering this, the projection of the Grand Minister vanished without a trace. Whis, still in shock, resolved to obey the Grand Minister's command. In the ensuing time, Whis began training Ling Xian to truly become a candidate for the role of Destroyer God. One needed to hone skills in 3 areas: strength, dimensions, and rules. The rules in question naturally referred to the rules of destruction. Ling Xian diligently engaged in training across these 3 aspects. As time passed, 10 years went by. In the realm of the Destroyer God, a silvery radiance flickered in the sky. Bang, bang, shadows collided with Whis, generating shock waves that swept across miles, fracturing the ground beneath, shattering divine trees, creating utter chaos. After the collision, panting heavily, a slender youth hovered in midair, gasping for breath. He had black hair and eyes, his features were striking, and he exuded a sunny handsomeness. A brown tail coiled around his waist, his physique resembling that of a character from an anime, appearing slight, yet the muscles beneath his clothing were well defined. Whis, take this. The youth was none other than Ling Xian, as he raised his hand, gathering a purple orb of energy in his palm. Buzz! The sky instantly erupted, as if a red-hot iron had plunged into icy water. Good lad, when did you comprehend the energy of destruction? Just recently, Whis. Be careful. Ling Xian laughed heartily, throwing the orb with all his might. The destruction energy, no larger than a grain of rice, tore through the sky, shaking even the stable realm of the Destroyer God. Come on, Whis smiled slightly, waving his staff, causing the incoming purple orb to disintegrate instantaneously. Following that, Whis's figure vanished from sight. Ling Xian, relying on the instinctive reactions honed from his burgeoning state, suddenly looked up, only to see his staff swinging towards him, but he raised his hand to block it. However, the power Whis wielded was already at the angelic level, a vast force shattering the entire sky. Transparent fragments of the void cascading down, merging back into the void to mend the shattered heavens in that moment. The realm of the Destroyer God erupted, yet Beerus's slumbering palace remained protected. Boom! Struck by the angelic force. Ling Xian transformed into a projectile, hurtling deep into the cosmos. He could not fathom how many stars he had shattered before. In the next moment, which transported him back. The destruction wrought by Whis in the realm of the Destroyer God was reversed as time flowed back, restoring it to its original state. Ling Xian circled above, gazing down at Whis, and with a wry smile remarked, "Whis, you are so powerful. I can't possibly defeat you." On the ground, Whis, sporting a face full of exasperation, replied, "Lewis, I cannot defeat you either. Not even the Grand Minister's eradication could eliminate this lad. There's nothing I can do. This is truly outrageous." However, facing off against Whis, Ling Xian feels quite at ease. Unlike the hesitant combat with Beerus, he can exert himself without concern, as Ling Xian is not at risk of death. That, I am unsure what to make of it. All right, let's not be coy after taking advantage. Come down. I need to speak with you. What is it? Ling Xian descended from the sky, approaching Whis. Now that you have become the candidate destroyer, you bear responsibility for the destruction of the cosmic planets. But I have only recently grasped the concept of destruction energy. Is it not too soon to assign me tasks? Ling Xian was taken aback. Employing a miner for labor is illegal. You are already the candidate destroyer. Whis replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Regarding your training, I have always urged you to balance your power cultivation with the refinement of your dimensional realm. You have excelled in this regard. In terms of dimension, you have already attained the level of a Kai, and when measured by the combat power standard of the 7th universe, you have reached 1 billion, although your strength is still far from that of the divine level. Your comprehension of the state of self and destruction energy has left few in the 7th universe capable of matching you. As you are aware, the current situation in the 7th universe is rather dire. Its human average ranks among the lowest of the 12 universes. As the candidate destroyer, it is your duty to change this. Furthermore, who could have anticipated that you would end up with the lazy Beerus as your mentor? If you do not take charge, who will? Whis stifled a chuckle behind his hand. Beerus may be the strongest destroyer, yet he is notoriously indolent. Ling Xian's lips twitched as he remarked, "In my youth, I was Navi. Can I now retract my decision to become the candidate destroyer?" Whis raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "What do you think?" Ling Xian covered his eyes in a bittersweet smile. "What luck I have." Without needing Whis to elaborate, Ling Xian was acutely aware of the current state of the 7th universe. Initially, the strongest antagonist in the 7th universe was Frieza, whose combat power of 120 million could still be regarded as supreme. It must be said that the 7th universe is truly lacking. It is fortunate that it has not been obliterated by the Omni King. Ding! Please check in at the Kaioshin realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. After a decade of silence, the system finally stirred, and upon hearing this, Ling Xian was instantly elated. He knew that the method to transform into a Super Saiyan involved channeling the tremendous anger within to unleash the latent powers deep inside. He had attempted transformation before, but had always fallen short for some inexplicable reason. However, now that the system had issued a task, with the reward being Super Saiyan 1, Ling Xian was extremely excited. According to the Cosmic Combat Power Standard, Ling Xian's strength stood at 1 billion, merely his base power. Should he transform into Super Saiyan 1, his power would amplify by 50 times. This meant that his combat power would surge to an astonishing 50 billion. Noticing Ling Xian's silly grin, Whis inquired, "Lewis, what has you so amused?" "Nothing. We must depart at once to execute our mission. However, let us first visit the Kaioshin realm." "Why are we going to the Kaioshin realm?" "Why do you need to know so much? With Beerus absent, I am the destroyer here. You shall heed my command." In an instant, a vibrant cascade of 7 colors enveloped the two, launching them skyward. The cosmic expanse was dazzling and mesmerizing, with twinkling stars scattered from north to south, forming an extraordinarily beautiful galaxy. Within this galaxy lay a sacred domain, suffused with a milky white aura emanating from a colossal planet. The immense orb of verdant green radiated beams of divine light, exuding a sense of sanctity as though it were a realm inhabited by deities like the Kaioshin realm. What transpires? Kaioshin Shin sat by the lake. Clutching his chest, suddenly beset by a sense of agitation, his attendant, Jebet, hurriedly asked, Kaioshin, what troubles you? I cannot say. I am overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken free from his seal? Kaioshin Shin's expression shifted, and he promptly stood to investigate the site of Majin Buu's confinement. Upon hearing this, Jebet's face paled. If the legendary Majin Buu had truly escaped, the universe would be doomed. At that moment, a massive burst of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Ding! Successfully checked in at the Kaioshin realm. Reward. Super Saiyan 1. A warm sensation coursed through Ling Xian's body, as if his internal deficiencies had been rectified, leaving him feeling pleasantly tinged with exhilaration. That a subtle smile graced Ling Xian's lips. So, it was like this. The reason I was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan through my efforts was not due to a lack of talent, but rather because the S cells within my body had not been sufficiently activated. Now, with the system's reward, I have finally unlocked the state of Super Saiyan. In high spirits, he surveyed his surroundings. Whis. The environment here is far superior to that of the Destroyer realm. Should we not consider switching residences with the Kaioshin? Louise, if Lord Beerus were to hear such words, he would surely be displeased. Let him be angry. After all, he cannot kill me. Whis was left speechless. This young man was rather infuriating. Perhaps it would be wise to confine him for a couple of days to teach him a lesson. Whis shook his head, reminiscing about the Kaioshin realm. Realizing it had been at least several million years since he last visited, he wondered how the old Kaioshin was faring now. At that moment, who are you? How dare you trespass in the sacred Kaioshin realm? By the lakeside, Jebet, startled by the sudden burst of multicolored light, turned to find two unfamiliar figures before him. Their auras were quite ordinary. One appeared to be a mere mortal, while the other seemed to have achieved Kai level in dimension. Upon seeing their arrival, Kaioshin Shin's unease evaporated. So it is these two causing the disturbance. But who exactly are they? Kaioshin Shin, Jebet. Ling Xian smiled faintly, recognizing the identities of the two by the lake. As Kaioshin Shin approached, before he could speak, Jebet coldly interjected, Which Kai are you? Do you not realize that intruding in the Kaioshin realm is a grave sin? I am the Kai, Ling Xian replied, momentarily taken aback, before recalling that his dimension was indeed at the Kai level. It was understandable for them to think so. However, Jebet's tone was rather irksome. Whis furrowed his brow as well. Could it be that this speaker was the current Kaioshin? But that did not seem quite right. Why is it that the current Supreme Kai possesses no creative rules, while that diminutive figure beside him holds a rich tapestry of creation? Ling Xian coldly inquired, Do you know who I am? Jabber, with an arrogance reminiscent of an anime character, seemed to believe himself the true Supreme Kai. Chapter 6. Release the old Supreme Kai. What is merely a minor Supreme Kai? Speak, which Supreme Kai is it? Utter ignorance. Ling Xian shook his head. I am the ignorant one. Jabber scoffed. Without the Supreme Kai's permission, trespassing into the Supreme Kai realm warrants appropriate punishment, given your status as a Supreme Kai. You may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is inescapable. As Jabber finished speaking and raised his hand, intent on striking, a voice rang out. Jabber, halt! The Supreme Kai Exen approached Ling Xian, keenly observing both him and Whis. Sensing their extraordinary nature, Jabber, lacking the awareness of the Supreme Kai, declared, Supreme Kai, one is immortal and the other is Supreme Kai. Such a sacred domain as the Supreme Kai realm is not for them to tread. Enough, hear me out. Supreme Kai, you ought to listen to me. They must be punished for their transgressions. Jabber, disregarding all else, turned to glare at Ling Xian and his companion, his eyes aflame with fury to in his mind. The Supreme Kai realm was the most sacred of places, untainted by mere mortals, was finally comprehended, gazing at Jabber with knitted brows. After all this talk, it turns out you are not the Supreme Kai. I almost mistook you for the master of the Supreme Kai realm. Ling Xian stood silently with his arms crossed, his expression unchanging. You, be silent. I am merely a servant of the Supreme Kai. Jabber exclaimed, panic seizing him. It was only upon Whis' remarks that he realized his actions had indeed overstepped the bounds. Jabber's behavior could not be entirely blamed. The Supreme Kai Exen having inherited his role too young. Possessed a rather feeble disposition, which led to Jabiter handling many affairs. Over time, this fostered Jabiter's current attitude. Supreme Kai, trust me, I truly did not. Jabiter stammered, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he bowed deeply to Supreme Kai Xen. Enough, enough. I understand you mean no harm. Supreme Kai Xen turned his gaze to Ling Xian, seemingly recognizing him as the true authority. Who are you, and what brings you here? Without responding to Supreme Kai Xen's inquiry, Ling Xian maintained his icy gaze on Jabiter, his murderous intent sending a chill down Jabiter's spine. What do you intend? Do you not realize that ignorance is, in fact, a sin? Upon uttering these words, Ling Xian raised his hand, and a violet orb materialized at his fingertip. The Supreme Kai realm was suddenly engulfed in a menacing aura, as if a harbinger of death had descended. How can a mere Supreme Kai possess such strength? Jabiter exclaimed in panic. Supreme Kai Xen was equally alarmed, positioning himself in front of Jabiter, urgently commanding, "Stand down." A warm surge of gratitude washed over Jabiter, realizing the Supreme Kai was risking his life to protect him. Witnessing Supreme Kai Xen's actions, Ling Xian halted his hand, prepared to unleash destructive energy. Trash. This time, for the sake of the Supreme Kai, I shall spare you, Ling Xian coldly remarked at Jabiter. Whis remained impassive. As long as Ling Xian did not turn his wrath upon the Supreme Kai, he could care less if Jabiter was slain. Greetings, Supreme Kai. My name is Lewis, and I'm the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Finally, Ling Xian offered a bow to Supreme Kai Xen. Supreme Kai, my name is Whis, and I'm the servant of the God of Destruction. Whis respectfully followed suit. The sudden actions of Whis and Ling Xian left Jabiter and Supreme Kai Xen momentarily stunned. Especially Jabiter, who had just faced potential death at the hands of this young Supreme Kai, now found him bowing to the Supreme Kai. Indeed, the young Supreme Kai was one. Regardless of his strength, he must show deference to the highest deity of the universe, the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai Xen shared this sentiment, yet he pondered, what exactly was this candidate for the God of Destruction? Xen, I know you're perplexed. You will soon find out. After performing their salutes, Ling Xian called out the Supreme Kai's name directly. Xen. Supreme Kai Xen, Jabiter, and even Whis were taken aback. How dare he utter the Supreme Kai's name so casually? Jabiter instinctively wished to admonish him, but upon meeting Ling Xian's lethal gaze, he promptly fell silent. However, it was too late. Ling Xian unleashed a punch, the potent force penetrating the void, causing Jabiter's chest to cave in by 5 centimeters. And the residual shock wave sent him hurtling 1,000 miles away. Jabiter! Supreme Kai Xen gasped in horror, attempting to rush forward. Fear not. He lives. Follow me. I know you have many questions, and soon all will be revealed. Ling Xian retracted his fist, having shown considerable respect to Supreme Kai Xen. All right. Supreme Kai Xen glanced towards the direction where Jabiter had vanished, then looked back at Ling Xian and Whis. Indeed, he was deeply troubled by the identities of these two individuals. Even before their arrival, they had stirred a sense of unease within him. Upon entering the Supreme Kai realm, the power exuded by the young Supreme Kai had left him astounded. His strength surpassed even that of the Supreme Kai himself. Furthermore, this young Supreme Kai claimed to be a candidate for the God of Destruction. What precisely did that entail? Supreme Kai Xen was engulfed in confusion. Whis, let us proceed. We must first release the old Supreme Kai. Ling Xian's purpose for coming here extended beyond merely completing a signing task. He sought to liberate the old Supreme Kai. Whis was correct. Having become a candidate for the God of Destruction, the seventh universe was intricately tied to him, and he bore the responsibility of altering its fate. The old Supreme Kai was the key figure in this endeavor. Ling Xian ascended into the air. However, a voice imbued with deep significance resonated from the ground. How did you come to know of this matter? Whis had initially been curious about how Ling Xian would explain everything to the oblivious Supreme Kai Xen. He never anticipated Ling Xian would directly mention the matter of the old Supreme Kai. Ling Xian's body stiffened midair as he recalled that Whis had never engaged him in conversation before. He felt a pang of dread. Let us depart. With a subtle smile, Weiss gazed at Ling Xian, his eyes brimming with profound meaning. It seemed that this young man's uniqueness extended beyond merely disregarding the world's negative influences. Weiss refrained from inquiring how Ling Xian was privy to the matters concerning the old Kaioshin, and Ling Xian, relieved, hastened towards the center of the Kaioshin realm. According to the original text, the place where the old Kaioshin was sealed lay there. As Ling Xian and Weiss soared through the skies, Kaioshin ultimately chose to follow them. His curiosity about the identity of the candidate for the god of destruction was insatiable. Regarding Jebet, the young Kaioshin had claimed he was not dead, which should not have been in the heart of the Kaioshin realm. A shimmering silver lake lay, at the center of which stood a stone tower. A sword was embedded in the tower, with only its hilt protruding from the stone. "What brings you here?" Kaioshin inquired as he and Ling Xian flew together, turning his head to regard the two with an increasing sense of mystery. Upon seeing the sword, Ling Xian ascended above the lake surface and pointed towards the blade atop the stone tower. Weiss remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ling Xian, astonished by how much he seemed to know. That sword was called the Kaioshin sword, and legend had it that with drawing it would grant the wielder the most formidable power in existence. As the master of the Kaioshin realm, Kaioshin was naturally aware of the sword's origins. And suddenly, realization struck him. Are you too attempting to pry into the secrets of this sword? You seek to obtain the world's mightiest power. With a cautious demeanor, Kaioshin retreated slightly, bracing himself for battle, though internally resigned to the futility of his efforts against such opponents. Ling Xian and Weiss exchanged glances, the absurdity of the situation evident on their faces. The notion of seeking the world's greatest power was truly ignorant. Furthermore, did Kaioshin think that merely retreating a few meters would absolve him of the consequences? Ling Xian chose not to elaborate, soaring directly to the stone pillar, gripping the sword's hilt with one hand. "Stop!" Kaioshin shouted. Ling Xian continued to ignore him, unleashing a destructive aura as he exerted a slight force. Boom! The Kaioshin sword was instantly drawn from its resting place, the stone pillar shattering into countless fragments that cascaded into the vast lake, creating tremendous waves. Gulp! Kaioshin swallowed hard. Generations of Kaioshins, including himself, had tried to extract the Kaioshin sword, yet none had succeeded. Yet this young man had managed to do so. This must be a trick. Holding the Kaioshin sword, Ling Xian felt a faint destructive energy emanating from it. No wonder previous Kaioshins had been unable to pull it free. It was the doing of Beerus. It was over. Despair washed over Kaioshin. The opponent had drawn the Kaioshin sword and would surely gain the world's mightiest power. He could only hope that the individual was not malevolent. Otherwise, the universe would be in grave peril. However, as moments passed, no energy fluctuations manifested from Ling Xian. Kaioshin furrowed his brow. Could the legend be false? If it were false, then perhaps no one would wield the so-called greatest power. Just as Kaioshin felt a sense of relief, Ling Xian declared, "Give me a break." Grasping the sword by its hilt with one hand and the blade's tip with the other, his stance startled Kaioshin. This young Kaioshin intended to break the Kaioshin sword. Was he mad? Kaioshin realized the legend was indeed fabricated, yet the thought of someone breaking the Kaioshin sword was unfathomable. But in the next instant, Kaioshin stood agape, as if struck by lightning. Frozen in mid-air, he watched in disbelief as Ling Xian snapped the Kaioshin sword in two. "All right, Asin, come down," Ling Xian said, descending to the lakeshore with the broken sword in hand, followed closely by Weiss. "Come down, my precious sword is shattered." This was the long-standing Kaioshin sword. In the sky, Kaioshin gazed at the broken sword in the young man's possession, inhaling sharply, his eyes reddening. The Kaioshin sword, passed down through generations, had been destroyed in his time. He felt like a sinner, like a soulless puppet. Kaioshin descended onto the lake's surface. With the destruction of the Kaioshin sword, the young Kaioshin still commanded him to come down. Was he destined for doom? Kaioshin resigned himself to his fate, recognizing that he had no choice. He could not match the overwhelming destructive aura radiating from Ling Xian. Oblivious to Kaioshin's thoughts, Ling Xian spoke. "Old Kaioshin, come forth." Chapter 7. The The shock of the old Kaioshin hearing this. Kaioshin's dazed eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Old Kaioshin, as soon as Ling Xian's voice fell, a plume of smoke erupted from the broken Kaioshin sword. Cough, cough, cough. Old man has finally emerged. A disheveled old man, clad in Kaioshin attire, materialized beside the lake, stretching his back and savoring the taste of freedom. Who? Who is this old man? How did he appear? Kaioshin was left dumbfounded. The old man, the old Kaioshin, immediately barked, I am your ancestor. As he continued to scold, the old Kaioshin frowned. I thought it was some descendant who released me. I never imagined that the current Kaioshin had fallen to such depths. Ancestor, Kaioshin regarded the old Kaioshin's garb and the patera earrings dangling from his ears, his body jolting in realization. Could this old man be a former Kaioshin? Indeed, it must be so, for this young Kaioshin had claimed to have released the old Kaioshin, referring to this very figure. Are you truly my ancestor? Kaioshin exclaimed in ecstatic joy, his small fists clenched tightly. The old Kaioshin cast a glance at the bean sprout before ultimately nodding. Ancestor, you must be immensely powerful. Please help me defeat him. He just bullied me. Kaioshin felt he had found a powerful ally, pointing accusingly at Ling Xian. Ling Xian. Weiss. Ouch! Just as Kaioshin finished speaking, a sharp pain struck his head, causing him to clutch his skull and crouch down, wailing, Shut up! You don't even know who he is. What a failure you are as a Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin, frustrated by his descendant's ignorance, delivered a firm knock to Tawa Sin's head. Turning his attention to Ling Xian and Weiss, the old Kaioshin remarked, Mr. Weiss, it's been a long time. Weiss smiled and nodded. Old Kaioshin, it's been quite a while. The old Kaioshin then shifted his gaze to Ling Xian, stating, and this young man must be the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Indeed, Lord Beerus discovered this young lad 10 years ago, and then fell into slumber. I have come to awaken him to destroy planets. It's an honor to meet you. Old Kaioshin. You can call me Lewis. Ling Xian respectfully performed a bow. The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Ling Xian from head to toe and remarked appreciatively, The power within you is quite extraordinary, and you have even grasped the principles of destruction. Your talent is remarkable. But wait, Lewis, what is this ethereal aura emanating from you? Suddenly, the old Supreme Kai's expression shifted, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, the state of complete autonomy. From Whis, I learned that this young man was only discovered by Beerus a decade ago, meaning he's been trained by Whis for a mere 10 years at most. To comprehend the rules of destruction and the angelic skill of complete autonomy in just 10 years. Such talent is not merely good, it is utterly terrifying. Ling Xian gazed at the old Supreme Kai in shock. Realizing how fearsome it was for someone to pierce through his fade with just a glance, he hoped the other party could not discern the system within him. Rest assured, host, this system is beyond the comprehension of beings from the Dragon Ball world. A sudden electronic voice resonated in his mind, granting Ling Xian a sense of relief. The old Supreme Kai indeed possessed keen insight. However, Lewis had not yet fully grasped the complete autonomy, but rather the embryonic form of the state of autonomy. After Whis provided an explanation, the old Supreme Kai swallowed hard in astonishment. Even in its nascent form, it was still astonishing. After all, this was a realm that even Beerus had yet to comprehend. The old Supreme Kai lingered in a state of shock, while Kaioshin was left bewildered. Hadn't the young Kaioshin claimed that upon releasing the old Supreme Kai, he would know everything? Why did he feel increasingly confused? Old Supreme Kai, many universes are eagerly awaiting the destruction of our 7th universe by the Omni King. We require your assistance now. Whis interjected once more. Why? The old Supreme Kai was taken aback, and even Ling Xian was unaware of this matter. Observing their expressions, Whis recounted events from a decade prior. The divine aura had erupted near planet Vegeta, prompting Beerus to seek out Ling Xian as a candidate for the position of destroyer. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. However, when other universes learned that Beerus had chosen a seemingly powerless child as a successor, they erupted in mockery. They wondered if the 7th universe had truly run out of options, resorting to selecting a mere child as a candidate for destroyer. How laughable. The average power level of humanity in the 7th universe was already near the bottom, and Beerus's poor decision only exacerbated their predicament. The Omni King's universe once consisted of more than just 12 universes. There were originally 18, however, due to the poor development of other universes and some incurring the wrath of the Omni King, only 12 remained. If the 7th universe's development continued to decline, it could very well face annihilation at the hands of the Omni King. A divine aura, the continuous decline of the average power level. I had no idea that during my years of confinement, the 7th universe had fallen to such depths. The old Supreme Kai felt an urge to curse. It was all the fault of that skinny wretch. Had he not sealed himself away, such a situation would never have arisen under his management. Old Supreme Kai, please calm down. Our universe is indeed in a dire state. However, with Lewis here, the 7th universe will recover. Whis finally spoke again. Indeed, with Lewis's talent, our 7th universe will soon rise again. The old Supreme Kai nodded, this being the first piece of good news he had received since his release. Lewis, on the side, rubbed his nose, pondering whether his talent was truly that exceptional. How could it not be? 10 years of training has led to the understanding of the rules of destruction, and you've also grasped the embryonic form of the state of autonomy. Coupled with that unique immunity, who in the Omni King's universe could possibly rival Ling Xuan's talent? Ling Xian finally spoke up. Old Supreme Kai, the current Kaioshin Shin is still quite ignorant. He requires your guidance. That is the crux of the matter. After all, the position of Kaioshin is no longer held by the old Supreme Kai. The management of the universe necessitates a Kaioshin. The discussion turned to themselves. Kaioshin Shin was momentarily taken aback. Who says I know nothing? I understand everything. What do you understand? The old Supreme Kai gave Kaioshin Shin a sharp rap on the head, sighing, alas, it is all Beerus's misdeed. This bean sprout knows nothing. But it is not entirely his fault. The old Supreme Kai proceeded to recount the tale of Majin Buu. Upon hearing the old stories, Kaioshin Shin's eyes reddened slightly, realizing that the ancestor was aware of Majin Buu's saga. Young one, from now on, I shall take it upon myself to guide you. The old Supreme Kai glanced at Kaioshin Shin and then at Lewis. Lewis was indeed the critical figure of the present. The thought of other universe Kaioshins witnessing the astonished expressions of Lewis brought a smile to his face. Old Supreme Kai, now that you have emerged, I shall entrust Shin to you. I must prepare to destroy a batch of planets. Ling Xian expressed his intention to depart. Destroy planets? Kaioshin Shin's eyes widened in anger. Why must you destroy planets? That is unacceptable. If you destroy planets at will, how are you any different from Majin Buu? Ouch! Kaioshin Shin felt another sharp pain in his head. This was the 3rd time the old Supreme Kai had struck him. Ancestor, why are you hitting me? You understand nothing. The old Supreme Kai began to enlighten Kaioshin Shin on the fundamental knowledge of the Omni King's universe. Meanwhile, Ling Xian glanced at Whis. His mission to the Kaioshin realm had been accomplished, and it was time for him to depart. Whis understood the look in Ling Xuan's eyes, and with a wave of his staff, a cascade of multicolored light enveloped the two, ascending into the heavens. Shortly after Ling Xian and Lewis departed, what kind of destroyer is the strongest in the universe? A destroyer more powerful than Majin Buu. The role of destroyer is solely responsible for destruction. Chapter 8. Encounter with Taisi. Having left the Kaioshin realm, Ling Xian embarked on a relentless spree of planetary destruction over the following month. One barren planet after another vanished at his hands, and his mastery of the rules of destruction grew increasingly adept. The destructive energy he could conjure had transformed from the size of a pearl to that of a fist. In the cosmic expanse, he raised his hand and targeted a planet still entrenched in its primitive tribal era, hurling forth the destructive energy. Buzz, a flash of purple light streaked past, and the planet was reduced to a stream of light, dissipating into the cosmic void. This planet, once teeming with life, had been deemed useless due to its erroneous evolution, failing to progress towards intelligent human existence. Whis observed the youthful figure against the backdrop of the cosmos, a smile of delight never leaving his face. Beerus had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Whis, what are you saying? Ling Xian turned his head. This planet was the 5,608th useless planet he had destroyed, which clearly illustrated how irresponsible Beerus was. That it's nothing. By the way, you Saiyans are incapable of surviving in the universe. It seems that due to my disregard for negative consequences, I can now survive even in the cosmos. You truly are extraordinary. Normally, a common person can only survive in the universe after reaching the dimension of the Great King. Yet you, beneath that level, managed to persist through your unique power. It's not that impressive. Ling Xian scratched his head and said, Whis, I've nearly completed my task. What should I do now? Whis waved his staff, examined the disqualified planets, and remarked, Indeed, however, merely destroying planets does little to elevate the average level of beings in the universe. Ultimately, there are simply too few powerful individuals in the seventh universe. Moreover, we cannot destroy too many planets, as it would adversely affect the development of a universe. Now, it's time for Asin to take action. Only by balancing destruction and creation can we allow the universe to give birth to more powerful beings. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian nodded. Whis, since I have no further tasks, may I relax for a bit? Certainly, but where do you wish to go? A flicker of curiosity flashed in Whis's eyes. Ling Xian replied, I want to return to Vegeta and see how the Saiyans are faring. Ling Xian had never held a favorable opinion of those malevolent Saiyans. Yet, for reasons unknown, over the years, he could not help but wonder how they had evolved. With their destinies altered, he was even more curious about their current state of affairs. Lewis, I regret to inform you that you may not be able to return to Vegeta. Has Vegeta been destroyed by Frieza? You know about that. Whis regarded Ling Xian with a meaningful glance. Oh no. Ling Xian swallowed nervously, realizing he had inadvertently misspoken. Whis did not press further. He glanced at Ling Xian and continued. But do not worry. Vegeta indeed exploded, yet the Saiyans did not perish. Ling Xian's confusion deepened. You recall Lord Beerus' command before he left Vegeta? I remember. He instructed the Saiyan clan to join the Galactic Patrol. That's good, knowing that King Vegeta dared not defy Lord Beerus' command. Consequently, King Vegeta led his entire clan to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and upon witnessing King Vegeta's betrayal, Frieza acted to destroy Vegeta. What? Ling Xian instinctively felt alarmed and quickly inquired. So my Saiyan clan is now at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Indeed. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is no ordinary place, which is why Frieza dared not invade it. The Saiyan clan is living quite well there. Whis nodded, checked some information, and widened his eyes in astonishment. I cannot believe that after 10 years, you Saiyans have developed remarkably well, with several Saiyans having surpassed a battle power of 100,000. 100,000 battle power? Ling Xian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Could it be that the S cells within the Saiyans have begun to awaken, resulting in such growth over the past decade? Whis, please help me locate a Saiyan named Kakarot and see where he is now. Ling Xian's voice was filled with urgency. Whis frowned. Who is this Kakarot? Soon. The Saiyan named Kakarot is currently on a planet called Earth. He is now known as Sun Wukong and is undergoing training with someone called Master Roshi. Ling Xian pondered deeply that I never expected Sun Wukong to end up on Earth. Based on the timeline's progression, he indeed must be receiving Master Roshi's guidance at this moment, since the Saiyans have not perished. Will Vegeta still invade Earth? Will Sun Wukong still transform into a Super Saiyan? Let's head to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Since Sun Wukong had arrived on Earth, and given that Earth had not been significantly impacted by the butterfly effect, Ling Xian had no intention of interrupting Sun Wukong's training just yet. After all, Sun Wukong's continuous breakthroughs in the future would be attributed not only to his innate talent and determination, but also to the martial arts training he received in his youth on Earth. All right, Whis did not question Ling Xian's purpose for visiting the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He took Ling Xian and vanished into the cosmic expanse that in the seventh universe, at the very center of the northern galaxy. A massive planet floated amidst several smaller ones that on this colossal planet was the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the mission hall, Gak sat on a sofa, observing the Saiyans coming and going, and couldn't help but exclaim, who would have thought that the fearsome Saiyan clan would join the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Are Saiyans truly so terrifying? XW. A woman with short golden hair and a curvaceous figure sat beside Gak, exuding a mature feminine aura. They certainly are fearsome. After all, they once followed Frieza, the cosmic tyrant. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired woman shuddered involuntarily. During their space travels, she and Gak had nearly been captured by Frieza's forces. And it was only thanks to Gak's advanced spaceship that they managed to escape. But how did this group of Saiyans suddenly join the Galactic Patrol? I have no idea. Gak furrowed his brow and said. However, thanks to the Saiyans' involvement over the past decade, our workload in the Galactic Patrol has indeed become much lighter. How strange. The golden-haired woman rested her chin on her hand, watching the Saiyans enter and exit the mission hall. Just then, two figures walked into the mission hall. It was none other than Ling Xian and Whis. It's her. The moment Ling Xian entered, he noticed the woman beside Gak, Tai Si. In the original story, Tai Si was Bulma's sister and a novelist who accompanied Gak into space in search of inspiration for her writing that he never anticipated encountering her at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Tai Si also noticed Ling Xian's gaze and slightly furrowed her brows. Tai Si, what's wrong? That person is looking at me. Tai Si pointed at Ling Xian. Gak quickly pressed her hand down, panic-stricken. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see the tail around his waist? He's a Saiyan. Only then did Tai Si realize the tail at Ling Xian's waist and quickly covered her mouth. Oh no, it's over. That Saiyan is coming this way. He must have heard what you just said. Jayak could only cry without tears, for women were truly bothersome. Ling Xian approached closer, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Jayak and Tai Si held their breath, their palms drenched in sweat, fervently hoping that the other was not here to trouble them. Chapter 9. Reuniting with King Vegeta. Excuse me, young lady, are you the daughter of Dr. Briefs? Ling Xian inquired with a smile as he stood before Tai Si. He naturally recognized her, but refrained from stating it outright, lest was cast him an odd glance. Tai Si was momentarily taken aback, her delicate fingers pointing at herself, eyes wide with astonishment. Oh, you know my father? Her shocked expression was rather endearing. Ling Xian scratched his nose and replied, Not really, Dada. Could you relay a message to your father for me? See, certainly. Tai Si exhaled in relief, finding this young man quite polite. Saiyans were not as fearsome as Jayak had described. Not so fearsome. Indeed, little did Tai Si know that Ling Xian had obliterated over 5,000 planets. Perhaps her perception would change had she been aware. Nevertheless, Tai Si remained oblivious, cautiously asking, What message would you like me to convey? Request him to construct a gravity chamber with 100 times the normal gravity for Son Goku. Ling Xian had no intention of heading to Earth so soon. Yet upon seeing Tai Si, this thought emerged. After all, Goku's power had been progressing far too slowly in the early stages. With a gravity chamber, his strength would surely skyrocket. When they eventually met, perhaps a thrilling battle would ensue. The mere thought of clashing with the protagonist of Dragon Ball filled him with excitement. All right, I will relay it to my father. Thank you. As Ling Xian prepared to turn away, a sudden thought struck him. He looked back at Tai Si and said, If you ever find yourself in danger, just shout for Whis, and I will return to rescue you. Consider this my token of gratitude. In the original story, after Tai Si left Earth, she lost contact with Bulma and the others. Ling Xian speculated that she might encounter peril, leading to unfortunate circumstances. Regardless of whether this conjecture would hold true, it would indeed be a pity for such a beautiful woman to face adversity. Tai Si was momentarily stunned while Ling Xian had already turned to leave. Jayak observed Ling Xian's retreating figure and inquired, Tai Si, do you know this Saiyan? Not all. Then how could he? Jayak and Tai Si's subsequent conversation was lost on Ling Xian as he and Whis arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A large green octopus sat behind a desk, its tentacles sorting through mission requests. Beside it stood a young man clad in Galactic Patrol attire. Melis, are those Saiyans behaving themselves? Galactic King, they pose no issues. Oh, how do you know that so well? Just as Melis was about to elaborate, he suddenly sensed something and exclaimed, Galactic King, my brother has arrived, and also, the candidate destroyer is here. The Galactic King turned pale with fright, tumbling from his chair. The Galactic King. He was privy to many secrets, including Melis's identity. Given that Melis was a trainee angel, it followed that his brother must be a true angel. Furthermore, the candidate destroyer had also arrived. When had the 7th universe acquired a candidate destroyer? Amidst the Galactic King's confusion, the door swung open, and two figures entered. Melis, long time no see, was greeted with a smile. Brother, it's been too long. Melis nodded, then turned to Ling Xian. This must be the esteemed candidate destroyer. Am I correct? Whis nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Greetings, Melis. Ling Xian offered a polite salutation. Before arriving, Whis had briefed him on the peculiarities of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, particularly regarding Emilu's Melis was his brother. It was this relationship that deterred Frieza from causing trouble for the Saiyans at the headquarters. Greetings, esteemed candidate destroyer. Melis observed Ling Xian closely, noting an ethereal aura surrounding the young man, that a state of freedom, perhaps. Intriguing that it seems that other universes hoping to witness the downfall of the seventh universe may be disappointed. The Galactic King approached Ling Xian and bowed respectfully. Galactic King, summon King Vegeta to meet me. At once, the Galactic King hurried off to fetch King Vegeta, disregarding Ling Xian's intentions in seeking him. Once the Galactic King departed, Whis engaged in conversation with Melis. Ling Xian turned his attention to Melis, who, like Whis, possessed pale blue skin and silver hair. According to the original story, Melis would perish during the Moro arc, only to be resurrected by the Grand Minister, albeit as a mortal. Melis, angels are meant to remain neutral, refraining from excessive intervention in the affairs of the universe, and cannot exert their full strength against mortals. Brother, villains deserve to be imprisoned, and that is precisely why I joined the Galactic Patrol. Melis, this mindset will not make you a qualified angel. Whis lightly ruffled Melis's hair, his tone gentle yet firm. Melis lowered his head in silence. Listening to the brothers' exchange, Ling Xian noted that Melis's demeanor mirrored that of his original portrayal, gentle yet righteous. Melis's aspiration was to protect the universe he cherished. At that moment, a tall figure followed the Galactic King into the room. Ling Xian remarked casually, King Vegeta, it has been a while. Melis and Whis paused their conversation to look over. Lewis, weren't you taken on as a disciple by Lord Beerus? What brings you back? King Vegeta exclaimed with unrestrained joy. 10 years prior, upon awakening from coma, he had learned that Lewis had been taken on as a candidate destroyer. What are the Saiyans? For the past decade, we have been relentlessly pursued by Frieza's forces in the early days, we lost several of our kin. But now our combat prowess has inexplicably surged, rendering Frieza's army nearly ineffective against us. And Vegeta, Ling Xian inquired as he took a seat, that we joined the Galactic Patrol under Lord Beerus' command, yet Frieza remains unaware of this, believing we have betrayed him, and he has been hunting us down. King Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz have been missing since they were pursued 10 years ago, and we have had no word of them since. Lewis, you are the pride of our Saiyan race. Our planet was destroyed by Frieza, and you must seek vengeance for us. Vanished without a trace. Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. Casting a glance at Whis, he observed Whis waving his staff to conduct an investigation, before revealing, Vegeta and his two companions are not dead. They are still fleeing from Frieza's relentless pursuit. King Vegeta was overjoyed, exclaiming, Is it possible for you, Mr. Whis, to ensure the safe return of my son? Whis turned his gaze towards Ling Xian, who was genuinely surprised by the fact that Vegeta was being hunted by Frieza. Shaking his head, he replied, Do not concern yourself with him, that if he were to perish at the hands of Frieza's army, it would only be due to his own inadequacies. After all, as another protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga, could Vegeta truly meet such an easy demise? Perhaps he might even find himself fleeing to Earth. Little did Ling Xian know that his casual speculation would soon manifest as reality, but that was a tale for another time. Ling Xian, Vegeta is your kin. How can you be so heartless? King Vegeta implored, desperation lacing his tone. Ling Xian regarded King Vegeta coldly, stating, In truth, I had no objections to Lord Beerus' desire to annihilate the Saiyan race back then. I never anticipated that he would ultimately make this decision because of me. Now that you have survived, do not trouble me. Saiyans are inherently malevolent. Not every Saiyan will evolve into a being akin to Goku or Vegeta by the end. Ling Xian, being a native of this world, harbored little fondness for these wicked Saiyans. Whis was momentarily stunned by Ling Xian's words. He had assumed Ling Xian had come to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to lead his kin in revenge against Frieza. Who could have foreseen this turn of events? What, then, was Ling Xian's true purpose for being here? Weiss couldn't help but scrutinize Ling Xian intently. King Vegeta fell silent at Ling Xian's remarks, as a Saiyan. It was astonishing that Ling Xian could utter such sentiments. As a fellow member of the race who refused to assist him, and with the cosmic tyrant perpetually pursuing the Saiyans, King Vegeta felt an immense frustration. "Very well, if you choose not to aid me, I shall devise my own means," he declared, clenching his fists as he departed, his silhouette steeped in melancholy. Chapter 10. The Saiyans have changed. Ling Xian rose from his seat, casting a profound glance at King Vegeta's retreating figure. Why did it seem to him that King Vegeta had undergone a transformation? Was it merely an illusion? "Lewis, do you truly intend to abandon your kin?" Weiss inquired. "Survival of the fittest. That is the natural law you once imparted to me." Ling Xian replied coldly that in truth, with his current strength, he could easily defeat Frieza even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, what merit did the Saiyans possess that warranted his assistance? Moreover, Frieza would eventually be vanquished by the protagonists of Dragon Ball, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Yet, Ling Xian felt an inexplicable agitation, sensing that King Vegeta had indeed changed since joining the Galactic Patrol. "Oh ho ho, Lewis, you are quite perceptive. It is no wonder you are a candidate of Lord Beerus," Weiss remarked, turning to Beerus, and added earnestly, "So, have you grasped the angel's principle of neutrality?" Beerus, much like King Vegeta, dismissed Weiss and exited without a backward glance. After leaving the Galactic King's office, Ling Xian wandered through the Galactic Patrol headquarters, his mind elsewhere. He only became attentive when encountering Saiyans along the way, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The Saiyans had indeed undergone significant changes, particularly in their combat prowess, with nearly every individual surpassing a power level of 8,000, and 8,000 power level was formidable, reminiscent of that during the invasion of Earth by Nappa. And this was merely in the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative. Was this truly the awakening of the S cells within the Saiyans? Yet, how could these inherently malevolent beings awaken their S cells? Was it not the case that Saiyans only awakened their S cells in times of peace? Ultimately, Ling Xian departed the Galactic Patrol headquarters alongside Weiss on their journey back to the God of Destruction's realm. Weiss observed, "You truly do not intend to assist your kin?" Noticing Ling Xian's distraction, he chuckled while covering his mouth. "What is so amusing? I've stated I shall not assist," Ling Xian retorted, placing his hand on Weiss's shoulder with irritation. Weiss chuckled again. "Someone is quite stubborn. You were so eager before arriving at the Galactic headquarters. I assumed you had some ulterior motive. Who knew your focus would remain on your kin? Quit beating around the bush to insult me." Ling Xian contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "Weiss, could you investigate the circumstances surrounding the Saiyans' integration into the Galactic Patrol?" Weiss nodded, pausing in the cosmic expanse before waving his staff. Moments later, he reported, "After obeying Lord Beerus's command to join the Galactic Patrol, the Saiyans ceased their invasions of other planets and began executing tasks assigned by the Silver Patrol. Over the past decade, they have carried out numerous galactic missions, safeguarding 605 races. They dismantled 408 space pirate factions and eliminated a total of 100,000 silver criminals." The more Weiss spoke, the more astonished he became, ultimately looking at Ling Xian and exclaiming, "Lewis, it seems your Saiyans have changed." "Changed?" Ling Xian furrowed his brow. "Were not the Saiyans inherently malevolent?" "No, wait. In the original narrative, the Saiyans were not initially evil. It was only after a civil war that they adopted such a disposition." Ling Xian recalled another individual, Yamoshi. In Yamoshi's tale, he and 5 noble companions broke free during a civil war, ultimately transforming into Super Saiyans at a critical moment. This marked the inception of the Super Saiyan legend and a legend of the Super Saiyan God. A smile graced Ling Xian's lips as he remarked, "Weiss, should the Saiyans find themselves in peril, please inform me." "Lewis, did you not say—" "Silence. Am I not considering the welfare of the 7th universe? Look at the Saiyans now. Merely a decade has passed, and some have already surpassed a power level of 100,000. If given more time to develop, they could effortlessly elevate the average power level of the universe's inhabitants." "Lewis, you make a compelling argument," Weiss mused, stroking his chin, his eyes sparkling with interest. Indeed, it was this very notion that led me to urge you to keep an eye on the Scion's safety. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to cultivate a gifted race through cosmic propagation. Ling Xian raised his chin with a hint of pride. Weiss, not wishing to undermine Ling Xian's sentiments, chuckled. You are correct, Lewis. I was indeed overthinking the situation. Humph. Ling Xian, ever obstinate, huffed twice. Just as Weiss intended to say more, his expression suddenly shifted. Lewis, Miss Ties has encountered danger. What danger has arisen so swiftly? We must flee at once. In another universe, amidst a celestial expanse, aboard a Galactic Patrol spaceship, two individuals bore expressions of urgency. They were being pursued by 5 other vessels. What should we do? I never anticipated that upon stepping outside, we would be targeted by Frieza's army. Tai Si clutched Jike's shoulder, shaking him incessantly. Stop shaking me. If you continue, I shall surely faint, Jike exclaimed, his vision filled with floating stars. Tai Si ceased her frantic motions and declared loudly, You claim to be an elite of the Galactic Patrol, yet you cannot even handle those mere Karami behind us. Truly deceptive. I did not deceive you. Jike attempted to retort when suddenly his expression shifted. It's over. Those pursuing us possess even more advanced technology. We cannot escape. They are about to launch their attack. Warning, warning, a powerful energy fluctuation has been detected behind us. All pilots, please take heed. The blaring alarms pierced through the air, their shrill sound sending Tai Si into a panic. Could it be that she would not escape this time? No, she had yet to pen her universe-renowned novel. Tai Si, do you recall what that Saiyan at the Galactic Patrol headquarters said? When facing peril, shout for Whis. At this, Tai Si's mind flashed back to that earlier encounter. If you find yourself in danger, simply call for Whis, and I shall come to your aid. Consider it my gratitude toward you. Desperately clinging to hope, Tai Si shouted Whis. A hum resonated as the space outside the spaceship rippled, and 2 figures emerged. Ling Xian received Tai Si's plea for help and immediately directed Whis to rush to their aid. Fortunately, the distance was not great. Otherwise, given Whis' spatial traversal abilities, they might have arrived too late. After all, the speed of spatial travel could not rival that of instantaneous movement. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to learn that secret technique. Ling Xian appeared outside the spaceship, just as 5 electromagnetic shock waves surged toward them. With a mere wave of his hand, he deflected the shock waves effortlessly. Then, with a swift grasp, he immobilized the 5 pursuing vessels, transforming them into mere scraps of metal, their occupants reduced to a pulp. Inside the spaceship, after Tai Si had called for Whis, she kept her eyes tightly shut, harboring no hope. After all, who could expect that merely uttering someone's name would summon their rescue? Yet, after a moment, the energy fluctuations ceased and the alarms fell silent. Tai Si hesitated, slowly opening her eyes. Jike pointed excitedly toward the exterior of the spaceship, exclaiming, Tai Si, look outside. What is it? Tai Si inquired, and upon looking, she was rendered speechless. 2 figures floated outside the spaceship, smiling at her. These individuals were none other than the Saiyan and his attendant whom she had encountered at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Gasp! Tai Si inhaled sharply, astonished that simply calling a name had summoned her savior. Suddenly, the 2 figures vanished from sight, and in the next instant, they reappeared inside the spaceship. Ling Xian chuckled, I didn't expect you to encounter danger so swiftly. It's you truly came to save me, Tai Si exclaimed, leaping onto Ling Xian in her excitement. Genuinely startled, she had thought her demise was imminent. Ling Xian froze momentarily, taken aback by Tai Si's exquisite figure. So perfectly formed and fragrant. Could you perhaps step down so we can converse? The scent of her essence enveloped him, stirring feelings within Ling Xian that he wished to suppress. Sensing his unease, Tai Si quickly leapt down, giggling. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. After saying this, she raised her pristine chin, casting a glance at Jike, as if to say, see, the formidable Saiyan you claimed couldn't handle this situation resolved it effortlessly. Humph, Jike scoffed, slightly annoyed that moment. Ling Xian smiled and remarked, Miss, the universe is perilous. Perhaps it is time for you to return to Earth. Miss, just call me Tai Si, she replied, her gaze resolute as she continued. No, I shall continue to navigate the cosmos until I pen a novel that resonates throughout the universe. Ling Xian. Whis. You, an ordinary earthling, dare to traverse the treacherous void of the cosmos after encountering danger. Ling Xian fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Since you have chosen to persist in your voyage, I wish you good fortune. With that, he prepared to depart with Whis. Wait. Ling Xian turned back, surprised at Tai Si's sudden call. Could you protect me? I can pay you. My father is quite wealthy. Tai Si's cheeks flushed. Though courageous in pursuit of her dreams, she harbored a fear of danger. This charming young man seemed genuinely kind, and as a Saiyan, his earlier display of power had proven his strength. If only he could safeguard her, she could avoid being tethered to the weakling Jike. Tai Si, I'm afraid I simply do not have the time. Ling Xian replied, shaking his head. While he found Tai Si beautiful and charming, he was not the kind of man who would be easily swayed by mere appearances. He needed to return to the realm of destruction to continue his training. Otherwise, with his current battle power of 1 billion, he would be utterly unprepared when the Dragon Ball's bosses emerged. Please, Jike is so weak. He cannot protect me. Hearing Tai Si's words, Jike rolled his eyes in exasperation. Sister, I am still right here. Just call me Lewis, he added. Lewis, you are indeed strong. Those from Frieza's army are no match for you. You're the best, please. Tai Si blinked her large eyes playfully, showered with flattery. Lewis couldn't help but smirk. It must be said that Tai Si's praise was quite effective. Whis observed this exchange with a disdainful smile. Min, Chapter 11. Tai Si's instant noodles. Ling Xian felt quite pleased. Lifting his head and humming, Stop, stop, stop. While you speak the truth, I am indeed exceptional, but, Lewis, you are the greatest. Surely you wouldn't refuse my request. Would you? A barrage of sweet words assailed him, leaving Ling Xian in silence. The spaceship fell into a tranquil hush as he regarded Tai Si and suddenly inquired, Can you cook? Cook? Tai Si blinked, momentarily taken aback. Weren't they discussing her protection? Nevertheless, she nodded. I can ask the daughter of the wealthiest person on Earth. She was initially unaccustomed to cooking. However, after accompanying Jack into the vastness of space and enduring years of wandering, she had long since mastered the culinary arts. I can protect you, but you must promise to cook for me. Can you agree to that? Ling Xian proposed. He was reluctant to refuse Tai Si, especially since this beautiful older sister had praised him so enthusiastically. Who could resist such flattery? Moreover, since Ling Xian was also inept at cooking and Whis' meals were rather unpalatable. If Tai Si could provide him with sustenance, protecting her would not be a burden. All right, it's settled then, Tai Si replied with a cheerful smile. Jack, I have Lewis to protect me, so we shall meet again. Let us go, let us go. Women are truly bothersome. They only know how to burn bridges, Jack grumbled in frustration. Whis, let us return to the realm of destruction. Ling Xian turned to Whis. Wait a moment. Lewis, are you planning to take her to the realm of destruction? Whis finally spoke up. Is there an issue? I don't mind. Ling Xian replied dismissively. Whis shook his head. But if Lord Beerus awakens and sees a stranger in the realm of destruction, he might become agitated. Ling Xian retorted, Why should you care about that lazy creature? He is asleep. I am the god of destruction, and you should heed my words. Whis' lips twitched slightly. However, Ling Xian was correct. Without Beerus present, he had to comply with Ling Xian's wishes. Besides, it was uncertain whether Lord Beerus would even be angry upon awakening. Ling Xian glanced at Tai Si. Tai Si, with her golden short hair, was both adorable and beautiful. However, she would likely appear even more stunning with longer hair. Oh, why are you so certain that Lord Beerus won't be angry? Whis inquired, puzzled. If there's delicious food, would he be angry? Ling Xian turned to him. Delicious food? Whis' eyes immediately sparkled. I agree to protect Tai Si. Ling Xian. Tai Si hesitated, seemingly a loss for words. Just say what's on your mind. Ling Xian encouraged her. Tai Si swallowed hard. What exactly are these gods of destruction and candidate gods of destruction you mentioned? Are they some sort of divine beings? Ling Xian and Whis exchanged glances and burst into laughter. You'll find out soon enough. Let us go. Ling Xian grasped Tai Si's wrist and glanced at Whis, who promptly waved his staff, causing the three to vanish from the spaceship, leaving Jack alone in a state of confusion. In the realm of destruction, the land was bathed in a purple hue due to years of exposure to destructive energy that, in front of a serene lake, three figures suddenly appeared with a whoosh. Phew, after a month away, we're finally back, Ling Xian declared as he reclined on a nearby lounge chair. Meanwhile, Weiss contacted the old Kaioshin to report Ling Xian's completion of his mission. Upon hearing that Ling Xian had destroyed over 5,000 useless planets, the old Kaioshin was filled with immense excitement that if those over 5,000 planets were entrusted to Beerus, it would take him at least 1,000 years to accomplish such a task. The old Kaioshin was convinced that Beerus's decision to take Ling Xian as a candidate god of destruction was indeed a wise one. Meanwhile, Taisi marveled. Wow, this planet is so beautiful, being her first visit to the realm of destruction. She was like a curious cat, exploring every nook and cranny with childlike wonder. Ling Xian took a sip of a drink beside him, suddenly recalling something. Taisi, do you still have instant noodles in your universal capsule? Instant noodles? Taisi returned to Ling Xian's side, frowning. Yes, I do. Do you want some? That's great. Just don't let Lord Beerus awaken and find you here. That would be disastrous. Who is this Lord Beerus you keep mentioning? Taisi asked, tossing out a universal capsule that transformed into a warehouse towering over 10 meters, filled with provisions. Puffed. Upon seeing this, Ling Xian sprayed his drink out, wiping his mouth as he exclaimed, Are you preparing for a survival scenario? You're the one preparing for survival. When traveling through space, one must be thoroughly prepared. Taisi huffed. The universal capsule she had produced was merely one among thousands. If all were revealed, Lewis would surely be struck by a heart attack. Hey, what are you doing? Weiss returned after finishing his communication with the old Kaioshin, noticing the warehouse beside Taisi with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say you wanted delicious food? Ling Xian stepped into the warehouse and retrieved 3 buckets of instant noodles. Weiss, hot water, please. All right, Weiss stammered, waving his staff, which instantly conjured a pot of boiling water. He picked up one of the unopened noodle buckets, scrutinizing it closely, then sniffing. This even edible. Taisi, you help Weiss with that. Okay. Taisi began to unwrap the plastic packaging around the noodles. It was then that Weiss realized the trick. He needed to remove the outer packaging first. His face occasionally displayed astonishment, resembling a country bumpkin. Ling Xian paid him no mind, knowing that Weiss would continue to be astounded. Soon, Ling Xian and Taisi poured in the hot water, and all they needed to do was wait a minute or two for the noodles to be ready. Ling Xian gazed at the instant noodles on the table. Nostalgia washing over him as he recalled the noodles from his past life. Lewis, can you explain what this god of destruction and candidate god of destruction are? Taisi asked, sitting on the bench at the table. Revisiting the topic. A god of destruction is simply a god of destruction. However, they govern the destruction of a universe and are the highest divine beings across all dimensions. Ling Xian's voice was soft, yet it stirred a tempest within Taisi's heart. Are you telling the truth? Of course. Why would I deceive you? Gulp. Taisi swallowed hard, piecing together the secret from Ling Xian's earlier conversation with Weiss. She nervously asked Lewis, Are you that candidate god of destruction? Is Lord Beerus really a god of destruction? Ling Xian tilted his head, observing Taisi's fair face, and smiled. You truly deserve to be a novelist. Just from my conversation with Weiss, you deduced all this information. Yes, you're correct that I am indeed that candidate god of destruction, while the true god of destruction remains in slumber. Knowing that mere words would be difficult for Taisi to believe, he raised his hand and hurled a destructive energy blast towards a distant mountain range. With a hum, the towering mountain, reaching heights of 10,000 meters, vanished without a trace. Taisi's face turned ashen, her fear rendering her speechless. Weren't you quite bold? You dare to traverse the universe all by yourself. Lord Candidate Destroyer, you wouldn't kill me, would you? Taisi clutched her shoulders, retreating to a safe distance, her anxious eyes betraying her genuine fear. All right, come here, but if I intended to kill you, why would I have brought you here? I have promised to protect you, and I will uphold that promise, Ling Xian stated, a playful grin adorning his face. However, you must flatter me a bit more. Taisi breathed a sigh of relief, as if an enormous mountain had suddenly evaporated, This so-called candidate destroyer was indeed terrifying. Thankfully, there was no intent to kill from him. Lord Candidate Destroyer, you are truly magnificent, so handsome, like the stars in the sky, she continued, returning to her seat, her flattery overflowing. Yet before she could finish her sentence, both Ling Xian and Weiss were overtaken by goosebumps. Stop, stop, stop. Just speak to me normally. Ling Xian retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Meanwhile, Weiss ignored Tai Si, his attention fixed on the instant noodles on the table. Ling Xian, can you smell that? It's so fragrant. Ling Xian glanced at the time, ITS time. We can eat now. And no sooner had he spoken, a shadow flickered in the void, and one of the bowls of noodles on the table vanished in an instant. Slurp. Weiss eagerly took a bite of the noodles. What is this exquisite delicacy? It's absolutely delicious. Slurp. Each strand of noodle was enveloped in the broth, bursting with rich aromas that surged into his very soul. Gulp. The broth was exceptional, surely crafted from countless precious ingredients, condensed into that small packet of seasoning. The broth slid down his throat into his belly. With each sip he took, Weiss expressed his culinary musings. His flushed expression resembled that of someone reveling in ecstasy. Lewis, are these additives really that delicious? Tai Si asked, wide-eyed. Some people simply adore additives. We can't concern ourselves with that. Come, let us eat, Ling Xian said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he handed a bowl of noodles to Tai Si while grabbing another for himself. Just as he was about to indulge, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted from the distant destroyer palace. Tai Si, startled while eating her noodles, looked around in alarm. Weiss, however, hastened his pace, finishing an entire bowl of noodles in mere seconds, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Ah, Weiss, are you secretly indulging in good food without me? A purple figure suddenly flickered through the void as Beerus, clad in pajamas, soared from the destroyer palace to the lakeside. Tai Si, hurry and eat. Ling Xian felt his scalp tingle. Who would have thought that instant noodles could possess such immense power? Awakening the slumbering Beerus, he urgently nudged Tai Si to, if you don't eat now, there won't be any left. Tai Si was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Yet, she complied with Ling Xian's urging, quickly devouring her noodles. Beerus had already arrived and discovered that the mouth-watering delicacy was indeed the instant noodles in the hands of the trio. Weiss had finished his noodles, leaving only the young man and a woman still enjoying theirs. However, the young man had pushed the woman, and they both began to eat with fervor. Beerus swallowed hard. Lured by the enticing aroma, he longed for the noodles. But eating those that others had already consumed was simply unthinkable. Kid, who are you? Do you wish to die? Beerus seethed, his chest heaving, enveloped in a purple glow. His gaze filled with murderous intent. He failed to recognize Ling Xian as Lewis, whom he had brought back a decade ago. After all, people change. Beerus had been asleep for 10 years, and Ling Xian had transformed from a child into a striking young man. How could he possibly recognize him? Ling Xian disregarded Beerus, continuing to savor his noodles. He had to admit, instant noodles in the Dragon Ball universe were far superior to those from his previous life. Tai Si felt the destructive aura radiating from Beerus, nearly choking her. This must be the destroyer Lewis spoke of. Terrifying. I feel like I'm going to die. Someone save me. At that moment, Ling Xian held his bowl of noodles protectively in front of Tai Si. The overwhelming pressure dissipated instantly, and Tai Si took deep breaths, finally feeling alive again. Ling Xian calmly stated, Lord Beerus, she is mine. Weiss finished his noodles, a smile playing on his lips as he enjoyed the unfolding drama. Beerus clenched his fists, not sparing a glance at Tai Si, directing his cold gaze at Ling Xian that a pitiful king of the universe dares to steal food in my domain. Who gave you the audacity? Steal food? This lazy bum hasn't recognized me yet. Ling Xian thought, 2 lines of black crossing his forehead. And how is it that what S in others' hands belongs to you? You might as well claim that everything in the 7th universe is yours. Well, perhaps that wouldn't be entirely inaccurate. Then let us settle this with a fight. Ling Xian chuckled, tossing his bowl of noodles into the lake, where it vanished without a trace, seeing such a delectable dish wasted. Beerus erupted in fury. Oh, you wish to die? Then I shall oblige. Boom! His entire being was enveloped in destructive energy, purple lightning crackling around him, invoking the very wrath of heaven and earth. Splash! Beerus's figure vanished. And Kesi trembled in fear. This what a destroyer is like. Weiss waved his staff, shielding Kesi, ensuring that the aftermath of Beerus and Ling Xian's battle wouldn't result in her demise. That would indeed be laughable. In the sky. Swish, swish, two figures raced through the air. Kid, haven't you eaten? Why are you so slow? Beerus suddenly appeared behind Ling Xian, his voice frigid. Didn't you see me eat just now? Ling Xian retorted defiantly. Seeking death. Beerus was genuinely enraged, showing no mercy. He conjured a sphere of destructive energy the size of a basketball and hurled it at Ling Xian, swiftly enveloping him. The destructive energy, upon contact with any object, would obliterate it at its core. That Beerus's attack was terrifying. Even the air crackled ominously upon contact. How dare you steal my food? This will be your end, Beerus thought, feeling slightly better after successfully obliterating his opponent. However, Lord Beerus, as the saying goes, one must reciprocate when receiving a gift. Allow me to return the favored, a voice echoed behind him, accompanied by a chuckle. What? Beerus's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly turned around, only to see a fist-sized sphere of destructive energy hurtling toward him. Ouch! 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 As Beerus was struck by the force of destructive energy, an indescribable sensation coursed through him, leaving him in disbelief. That young lad actually survived his attack. And he even wielded destructive energy. Unbelievable! Suddenly, a small figure flashed through Beerus's mind, and an ethereal aura manifested in the sky, reminiscent of the essence of nature. Upon gazing at Ling Xian, he noticed a silvery radiance enveloping him. The nascent form of the free realm. This confirmed Beerus's suspicions, and a smile crept across his face. Well done, young one. I did not expect you to have grown so much. Only beings of angelic caliber or higher could withstand the mightiest blow from the Omni King's strongest destroyer. Aside from air he had once taken under his wing. Lord Beerus has finally recognized me, Ling Xian remarked with a grin. But just a moment ago, you wanted to strike me. Now, it's my turn to retaliate. As his words fell, Ling Xian flickered into motion, dancing through the sky. Beerus assumed a defensive stance, for his opponent was none other than that exceptionally unique little fellow from before. A careless misstep could lead to quite the farcical outcome. Soon, a barrage of destructive energy orbs cascaded down from above, resembling petals cast by celestial maidens. High in the air, Beerus shattered one with a single punch. Realizing his prince's combat style was ineffective, Ling Xian switched tactics. Countless phantasmal figures manifested in the sky, each resembling primordial beasts, roaring fiercely at Beerus as they charged forth. Bang! 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 Beerus was not easily deceived by these illusions. He quickly discerned Ling Xian's true form. The two engaged in close-quarters combat. A silver and purple luminescence soared into the heavens, intertwining and separating like twin dragons emerging from the water. The battle raged from the sky to the ground. Each collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves, saturating the entire realm of destruction with a colossal aura, causing it to begin to collapse. Taze, shielded by Whis, could not witness the intricate details of their clash, yet she understood it was undoubtedly an intensely fierce battle. Whis, will Lewis be all right? Taze clenched her small fists, anxiousness causing her palms to sweat. Whis reassured her there's no need for concern. Lord Beerus is formidable, but he cannot harm Lewis. Not even I could inflict damage upon him. Of course, Whis refrained from voicing this thought aloud, his gaze fixated on the unfolding battle. Despite the astonishing visuals of the conflict, the reality was that these phenomena were not conjured by Ling Xian. They were solely the result of Beerus unleashing his full power. For Beerus was aware that even at full strength, Ling Xian would not perish. Ling Xian was still too weak to eye in the presence of Beerus. His strength resembled that of a mere ant, utterly ineffective against him. Even in the nascent form of the free realm, he remained under Beerus's overwhelming might. Suddenly, Whis' eyes widened as he gazed at the sky. Ling Xian was undergoing a transformation. The aura enveloping him shifted to a golden hue, and a voice resonated through the atmosphere. Lord Beerus, behold the transformation that is about to unfold. Chapter 13. Tay stabilizes the realm of destruction. Ah! In the heavens, Ling Xian clenched his fists, the silvery radiance dissipating, replaced by a brilliant golden glow. Veins protruded from his forehead, and his roars intensified. Boom! The mountains trembled. A golden beam shot skyward. In an instant. Ling Xian's hair transformed to golden. Super Saiyan. His combat power surged from the previous 1 billion to an astonishing 500 billion. What is this transformation, young lad? Ling Xian gasped. This is a special transformation of our Saiyan lineage, known as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Beerus suddenly recalled a vision from his dreams, where he encountered a formidable adversary known as the God of Super Saiyans. However, Beerus scrutinized Ling Xian, frowning. Is this truly your strongest power? Indeed, despite Ling Xian's power having increased 100-fold, it was still insufficient. In the context of the anime, a combat power of 1 trillion should be comparable to Goku's power when he first confronted Beerus on King Kai's planet. Yet, Goku's challenge was met with Beerus crushing him beneath a single finger. Currently, to Beerus, Ling Xian still appeared far too feeble. Lewis, after just 10 years, you have transcended to the realm of kings, greatly enhancing your strength, and even harnessing the nascent form of the free realm. Your talent is indeed remarkable, but you are still far too weak. You should train for a few more years before attempting this again. Beerus shook his head, opting to cease the battle, for continuing would lead to the complete disintegration of his realm of destruction. That moment, the realm was erupting with lava, the acrid scent of sulfur permeating the air, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In just a couple of minutes, which would be unable to restore the realm to its former state. Lord Beerus, allow me to deliver one final punch. Ling Xian, feeling frustrated from being on the receiving end, insisted on experiencing the full might of the strongest destroyer in the Omni King's universe during his first transformation. Very well. Beerus, hands behind his back, assumed a grave expression. Will Lewis be all right? Rest assured, he'll be fine. On the ground, with shielded Tays from the encroaching lava in the sky, Ling Xian clenched his fists, a surge of golden flames enveloping them, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Infusing power. 500 billion units of strength concentrated within his fist. Be careful. Ling Xian charged forward. A golden streak sliced through the air, hurtling towards Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus raised a finger, gently pointing forward. Boom! The collision of the fist and finger ignited a blinding flash, the resounding impact echoing throughout the realm of destruction. The ground's lava surged like a tumultuous sea, creating towering waves from the immense force. The realm of destruction began to crumble, disintegration accelerating rapidly. Reeling from the backlash, Ling Xian slid backward thousands of kilometers, his upper body bare, as his destroyer attire could not withstand the mightiest blow from the destroyer. Yet, he remained unscathed, thanks to his immunity. Unbelievable. So powerful. Ling Xian swallowed hard, only to realize that despite employing every conceivable tactic, he could not even stir a single hair of Beerus. Soon, the realm of destruction reverted to its prior state under Whis' manipulation of time. Kesi, witnessing this astonishing reversal, couldn't help but glance at Whis, seeming to find him even more terrifying than the two gods of destruction. By the lakeside, the battle between Ling Xian and Beerus had concluded, and 2 pots of instant noodles now simmered on the table. Beerus sat in a chair, watching the bubbling noodles, swallowing repeatedly, which was not far behind in his eagerness, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the noodles, wishing time would hasten so he could indulge once more. The disheveled appearance Ling Xian had just moments ago had vanished, and he teased Beerus, saying, Lord Beerus, these noodles were brought by Kesi. How could she possibly be asked to leave the realm of destruction? Anyone who dares to chase her away will have to face my wrath. Beerus did not look at Ling Xian, his gaze glued to the noodles. Ling Xian exchanged a glance with Whis, as if to say, see, I told you Lord Beerus wouldn't object. Whis rolled his eyes, acknowledging that with such delicacies present, not only would Lord Beerus not oppose, but even if he did, Whis would ensure he wouldn't dare. Kesi, how shall I be rewarded for this? Having secured Beerus's approval, Ling Xian gleefully regarded Kesi. she covered her mouth with a giggle, exclaiming, "Lord Lewis is the most handsome and wonderful." "Indeed, indeed," Ling Xian replied, raising his head with a look of pure enjoyment. His tail behind him almost seemed to lift towards the heavens to be wide away. "As a condition for your protection, we shall entrust our future dining affairs to you. Of course, whenever I embark on a mission, I will also take you along to gather material for novels. So you need not worry about that." "All right," Tai Si sighed in relief. Finally feeling secure about her future. 2 minutes later, Beerus and Whis were voraciously devouring the noodles. After tasting them once, Whis couldn't help but exclaim how delicious they were. Beerus, experiencing them for the first time, was on the verge of tears, lamenting the swill he had consumed in the past. After a while, as they finished their meal, Ling Xian inquired, "Lord Beerus, how much more power do I need to reach the divine realm?" Beerus reclined in his chair, sipping the drink Tai Si had provided, and pondered aloud. "The distinction between mortals and deities lies in dimensions. Although you have broken through to the king-level dimension, in truth, you still belong to the mortal tier. For a mortal to contend against the god of destruction solely based on strength is quite challenging, as their power is imbued with divine essence, which ordinary mortals cannot withstand." Beerus turned to Ling Xian and continued, "However, there are exceptions. For instance, there is a fellow in the 11th universe named Jiren, who seems capable of contending with gods of destruction while still being immortal. If you wish to challenge me, then you would need to elevate your Super Saiyan state by at least an additional 100,000 times to even have a right to engage with me." 100,000 times? Ling Xian was left speechless. The Super Saiyan transformation only amplifies power by 400 times. If based on 1,000,000,000, to further enhance it by 100,000 times, what kind of battle power would that yield? And that is merely the prerequisite to even have a chance to spar. In the eyes of gods of destruction, battle power no longer serves as a measure of strength, Whis interjected, noticing Ling Xian's bewilderment. "The dimensions are categorized into King of Hell, King of the World, Deity, Angel. Strength is divided into Mortal, Divine Realm, Angelic Realm. The Divine Realm further consists of 5 tiers, with Lord Beerus currently positioned at the 5th tier, while most other gods of destruction in different universes dwell at the 4th tier, except for Quatella from the 4th universe, who has just touched upon the 5th tier." At this moment, Tai Si exclaimed in shock, "Wow, does that mean Lord Beerus is the most powerful god of destruction?" "Indeed." Beerus basked in the praise, his vanity thoroughly gratified. And no wonder Lewis wanted her to stay. It turned out she was quite the charmer. "Very well," Ling Xian sighed, then asked, "Whis, how can I elevate my power to the divine realm?" Whis replied, "To transcend to the divine realm, there are 2 methods. First, as Lord Beerus mentioned, there are individuals in the 11th universe who can contend with gods of destruction using mortal strength, achieved by honing their power to its utmost limit. As far as I know, that fellow Jiren's mortal strength is likely even stronger than that of the 4th tier of the divine realm." Observing the astonished expressions on Ling Xian and Tai Si's faces, Whis continued, "The second method involves cultivating dimensions, elevating them to the level of a deity. This transformation will fundamentally alter one's own strength, converting mortal power into divine power. Divine power is imperceptible to mortals, and its might far surpasses that of mere mortals. Take Kaioshin, for example. Despite being merely a creator deity with relatively weak power, his dimension is at the divine level, and thus his strength is divine power, making him stronger than Frieza." Ling Xian, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. "I see. So, under equal strength, divine power surpasses mortal power. This means that if I can transform my current billion battle power's mortal strength into divine power, I could break through to the divine realm. Indeed, that's the gist of it. However, your current battle power of 1,000,000,000 is still insufficient. Thus, to elevate your strength to the divine realm, you should hasten your dimension cultivation to the divine level." Whis chuckled. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. "By the way, Lewis, that transformation you just used is incorrect. You should refrain from using it in the future." Before Ling Xian could respond, Tai Si exclaimed, "Why not? Lewis's golden hair after transforming looks so beautiful." "Tai Si, you don't understand. Maintaining that state requires an immense expenditure of energy, and it places a tremendous burden on the body," Whis explained, recalling the moment he saw Ling Xian transform into a Super Saiyan. Beerus set down his drink and remarked, "Lewis is right. True strength lies in one's inherent power. Your transformation path is misguided. Abandon it." Is it truly misguided? Ling Xian reminisced about the flawless state in the original story. Super Saiyan 4. No, this is a transformation unique to our Saiyan lineage. In time, you will understand. Chapter 14. Ding, Frieza headquarters check-in. Reward. Instant transmission. You rascal. Beerus shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further on the path of cultivation. Many prodigies are often self-righteous, yet their decisions are frequently erroneous. Only when they recognize their mistakes will they genuinely relinquish them. Though this may squander some time, Ling Xian is simply too much of a genius. Even if he wastes 1,000 years, it wouldn't pose a significant issue, which shares a similar sentiment. He does not consider it detrimental for the youth to make mistakes. On the contrary, he believes that such experiences will leave a more profound impression on their memories. The unexpected awakening of Beerus, coupled with the arrival of ties, has disrupted the previously tranquil realm of destruction, rendering it somewhat more lively. Beerus learns from Whis that Ling Xian has obliterated over 5,000 planets in the last month, which fills him with exhilaration. Indeed, the decision to appoint Ling Xian as a candidate for the role of destroyer was undoubtedly the right choice. Finally, he can now indulge in leisure without any qualms. Meanwhile, Ties, upon hearing Whis' words, gains a new understanding of Ling Xian. The young man is not as gentle as he appears, having destroyed over 5,000 planets. However, Ties does not harbor fear towards Ling Xian. After all, he appeared to save her during her most perilous moment and has vowed to protect her. How could she possibly fear him? In the subsequent days, Ling Xian resumes his training. Beerus refrains from entering another slumber. For with Ties residing in the realm of destruction, he has a constant supply of delectable food. How could he bear to sleep through such culinary delights? Aside from guiding Ling Xian's training daily, Whis has taken on an additional task of introducing Ties to the wonders of the universe. Initially, Ties could hardly believe that anyone could possess such extensive knowledge. It wasn't until she tempted Whis with Earth's delicacies that she realized he was akin to a living encyclopedia. Whis' vast knowledge has sparked new creative inspiration for her. Ling Xian is focused on training. Ties is immersed in her creative endeavors, while Whis and Beerus indulge in feasting. The scene in the realm of destruction is quite peculiar. As a year passes, Ling Xian continues his training, yet he finds little enhancement in his strength, as he has been focusing on dimensional training. Regrettably, it seems he has hit a bottleneck, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Come, Ties, I must embark on a mission to destroy a planet, and I would like to take you along to gather material for my novel, he proclaims, rising from the grass by the lakeside. Ling Xian stretches languidly. Here it comes. Ties exclaims joyfully from a distance as she prepares a meal. She drops her utensils and rushes towards Ling Xian by the lake. Lewis, you finally decided to take me out. Having been in the realm of destruction for a year, she had never ventured outside. Although she had listened to Whis recount tales of the outside world, it could not compare to the experience of being there herself. The prospect of venturing out fills Ties with elation. I was supposed to train. Please forgive me. I can at most take you out for a brief stroll. Ling Xian scratches his head sheepishly. At just 17, he still possesses a youthful innocence, appearing far from the demeanor expected of a candidate for the role of destroyer. All right, I forgive you, Ties giggles, covering her mouth, finding the young man quite endearing. Wait, if you go out, what about my lunch? Beerus suddenly sits up on his lounge chair by the lake, exclaiming, Master Beerus, you can have instant noodles. I'll prepare a meal for you when I return. Ties replies, gesturing towards the nearby storage. Beerus falls silent. Ling Xian receives an electronic notification in his mind. Ding! Proceed to Frieza's headquarters to check in. Reward. Instant transmission from the Kaioshin. Instant transmission. Ling Xian is filled with overwhelming joy. He had long contemplated when he could learn this skill, given that as a candidate for destroyer, he required Whis' assistance every time he ventured out, which was rather cumbersome. Moreover, aside from travel, instant transmission could prove invaluable in battle, serving as a divine skill for fleeing or traversing distances. Truly, he gets what he needs just when he needs it. Whis, please take us to Frieza's headquarters. After that, you need not concern yourself any further Ling Xian implores. Very well. Whis acquiesces without questioning the request, leading Ling Xian and Tai's away from the realm of destruction. They arrive at Frieza's headquarters in the North Galaxy, where Whis departs to return to the realm of destruction. Ding! Successfully checked in at Frieza's headquarters. Reward. Instant transmission from the Kaioshin. Ling Xian feels a surge of energy as information about instant transmission floods his mind. Now, he can teleport to any location as long as he has a coordinate. This differs fundamentally from the instant transmission used on Yardrat, which relies on sensing energy to reach the target location. Louise, what's wrong? Tai's waves her hand in front of Ling Xian's face that, oh, nothing. Just lost in thought, he replies that I see. But why have you come to Frieza's headquarters? Tai's recalls her past encounters with Frieza's army and shudders slightly. Fear not. I shall protect you, Ling Xian assures her, not disclosing that he is here solely to complete the system's check-in task. He pats his chest with a serious expression. Tai's, momentarily forgetting her fear, covers her mouth and says, All right, I understand you're formidable, Lewis. Ling Xian suddenly recalls something and asks, By the way, weren't you once pursued by Frieza's army? Do you wish to seek vengeance? Vengeance? Tai's blinks, then shakes her head. Forget it. I've almost forgotten about being chased by Frieza's army. That IT cannot simply be forgotten. Humph. I promise to protect you. And if you were wronged, how can we let it go? Ling Xian insists, taking Tai's hand as they proceed towards Frieza's palace. Though still a youth, Ling Xian's earnest demeanor brings a smile to Tai's face. She finds him increasingly adorable, since the young candidate for destroyer wishes to help her avenge her past grievances. She no longer protests. Reflecting on her previous experiences indeed ignites her anger. In this universe, no one can rival the young man beside her, so she decides to let him lead. Upon reaching Frieza's headquarters, they encounter a heavily fortified environment, with patrols of aliens observing their surroundings. Along the way, Ling Xian faces various patrol teams, who approach to interrogate them. Without hesitation, he unleashes a destructive energy blast, annihilating them. A young man, accompanied by a human girl, wreaks havoc within Frieza's headquarters. Tai's witnesses Ling Xian's ruthless side for the first time, yet she feels no fear. After all, he had vowed to protect her, and now he was aiding her in seeking revenge. Soon, they arrive at a grand palace, far more imposing than the former palace of King Vegeta. Halt! Who are you? Two aliens demand coldly at the entrance. Bring your Lord Frieza to meet me, Ling Xian commands, halting in his tracks and speaking mockingly. Impudent! How dare you summon Lord Frieza? Do you wish for death? The alien bellows. Seize them. Two guards soared into the air, raising their hand cannons, for which two beams of blue ethereal light erupted. Ling Xian wore a smile as he gently pointed, enveloping the blue light with a purple aura of destruction, which swiftly disintegrated it. The two extraterrestrials stood dumbfounded before howling towards the heavens. Enemy attack. Inside the palace, Frieza reclined in a baby carriage, listening to Jinyu's report regarding the Saiyans, when he was suddenly disturbed by the cry of an enemy attack. Has it been so long since I, Frieza, last took action that someone dares to invade my headquarters? A sinister voice echoed throughout the palace, and the temperature in the grand hall plummeted, as if frost would form in the next moment. Jinyu stood trembling to the side, thinking how terrifying King Frieza was. Come, follow me outside. Let me see who has the audacity to challenge us. Frieza propelled his baby carriage towards the palace exit, with Jinyu hastily trailing behind. Outside, Ling Xian held Tai Si's hand, surveying the swarm of extraterrestrials surrounding them, so dense that it seemed there were thousands. Tai Si looked at Ling Xian holding her hand, feeling a profound sense of security under his protection. She was utterly unafraid. Frieza, if you don't come out, your subordinates will perish. Ling Xian scanned the area, baring his teeth. Eliminating this pathetic lot in one go should please King Vegeta. He still remembered the forlorn figure of King Vegeta he had seen a year ago at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Since the transformation of the Saiyans, he had no intention of abandoning them. Ling Xian glanced at Tai Si beside him, considering her being pursued by Frieza's forces that a blend of old grievances and new hatred. Oh ho ho! A hoarse voice resonated from the palace entrance as Frieza, aboard his baby carriage, glided before the extraterrestrials, with Jinyu closely following. "Kid, who are you?" Frieza's arms crossed, his gaze icy cold. Ling Xian remained silent, merely observing Frieza. His skin was a mix of purple and white. Enveloped in a tough exoskeleton, his triangular eyes were the epitome of malevolence, exactly as depicted in the anime. "Kid, my lord is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Jinyu reprimanded. "Captain Jinyu." Ling Xian recognized the purple-skinned figure beside Frieza. "You even know me?" Jinyu snorted coldly, suddenly noticing something and pointing at the tail behind Ling Xian. In terror, he exclaimed, "Lord Frieza, he is a Saiyan." It was no wonder Jinyu was so frightened. The Saiyans had undergone drastic changes over the years, with some even approaching his own power. This was a Saiyan. If the opponent transformed into a great ape, it would amplify their battle power tenfold. A Saiyan, Frieza narrowed his eyes, troubled by the Saiyan issue for years, never imagining that now a Saiyan would dare invade his headquarters. Let me see how much power he possesses. Yes, I want to see just how much combat strength he has to dare invade Lord Frieza's headquarters. Jinyu activated the scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 100,000. Gulp. Jinyu swallowed hard. This guy actually possessed 100,000 battle power. Frieza, observing Jinyu's expression, narrowed his eyes. What is his battle power? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jinyu replied, reporting to Lord Frieza, he possesses 100,000 battle power. Wow. The surrounding extraterrestrials stepped back in unison, their faces pale with fear. Captain Jinyu only has 120,000 battle power. How could this kid have 100,000? Frieza raised an eyebrow, the murderous intent around him dissipating as he smiled. This gentleman possesses considerable strength. Come and serve under me. If you agree, I can overlook your invasion of my headquarters. Frieza, a connoisseur of talent, could not resist the urge to recruit a capable individual. Ling Xian's lips curled into a smirk, teasingly replying, "What if I refuse?" Holding Tai Si's small hand, she quietly listened to the boy's dialogue with the Cosmic Emperor. The feeling of being protected was truly wonderful. "If you refuse," Frieza's expression darkened instantly, "then you shall not leave my headquarters." Upon hearing their lord's words, the surrounding extraterrestrials stepped forward, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. "Whether I can leave here is a matter for later." Ling Xian chuckled. "Frieza, I am here to find some people." "Looking for someone?" Frieza raised an eyebrow, then coldly replied, "I see you are seeking death." Jinyu attack. As the Cosmic Emperor, with invaders daring to trespass his headquarters and repeatedly provoking him, Frieza could no longer contain his fury. Yes, Jinyu twisted his body, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he appeared behind Ling Xian. "Kid, the difference between 100,000 and 120,000 battle power is still significant. Prepare to die." Jinyu gathered a violent energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Ling Xian. Ling Xian's expression remained unchanged. And Tai Si, still holding his hand, displayed no sign of fear. This is surrender." Frieza in the baby carriage frowned. "I could see that moment. 100,000 battle power is weak. What about 100,000? Ling Xian smiled as he unleashed his power. In an instant, boom, boom, all the scouters among the extraterrestrials exploded. A powerful shockwave dispersed Jinyu's energy sphere, subsequently sending him crashing to the ground. And oh, it's impossible. Jinyu's pupils dilated as he realized the scouter had turned to scrap metal. What had just transpired occurred in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, he had seen the battle power data skyrocketing, before the scouter could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. Tai Si, were you scared just now? Ling Xian inquired with a smile. You promised to protect me, so I wasn't afraid. Tai Si replied with a radiant smile, with her snow-white skin and golden hair. Ling Xian paused for a moment before saying, I think you would look even better with longer hair. Long hair? Tai Si touched her hair, wanting to ask, but Ling Xian had already turned to face Frieza, leaving her with a question unvoiced, buried deep within her heart. All right, my time is precious, Frieza. Summon all your subordinates here at once. Ling Xian coldly remarked, if not. What then? Frieza leaped down from his stroller and advanced forward. Surely, you do not think that a combat power of 1 million allows you to act with impunity within my headquarters. Having just overheard the conversation between Ling Xian and Jinyu, Frieza was taken aback by the revelation of this young man's hidden strength. Jinyu, lying on the ground, felt a surge of joy. It was rumored that Frieza had always concealed his true power. Could it indeed be true? Tai, who is pursuing you? Do you remember? Ling Xian disregarded Frieza's approach and inquired. Turning his head, Tai pondered for a moment before responding. It seems to be a gang called Chio. Chio-E? Ling Xian frowned, recalling that this scoundrel was supposedly slain by Vegeta in the anime. You courting death? Frieza seethed with rage, infuriated that a mere individual with a combat power of 1 million dared to ignore him. He prepared to unlock his transformation. In a flash, Ling Xian vanished from beside Tai and reappeared before Frieza, raising his knee and striking Frieza's abdomen. Bang! Frieza was sent flying. Ugh! He collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. This was inconceivable. The mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza had been struck to the ground by a stranger, causing him to spit blood. Ah! You have successfully enraged me. I will end your life, Frieza roared, rising to his feet, his power surging explosively. The first stage of his transformation was unlocked. At that moment, Frieza, as form altered, becoming more muscular, resembling King Cold. His power exceeded 1 million. The surrounding aliens were filled with astonishment. Their king had indeed concealed his strength. Enough of your prattle. In the next instant, Ling Xian appeared before Frieza and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The sheer force shattered all of Frieza's teeth. Splutter, broken teeth, and blood mingled in the air. Ah! Frieza was hurled aside, helplessly crawling on the ground. How could this be? Why was it that, despite having the same combat power of 1 million, he could not overpower his opponent? Frieza, behold this! Ling Xian instantly teleported before Frieza, grasping his head and lifting him. With his other hand, he conjured a destructive energy sphere. The aura of destruction enveloped the entire Frieza headquarters. A tempest howled. Thunder roared. The surrounding aliens were instantly thrown to the ground, their souls trembling in fear. The Destroyer God. The destructive energy hovered before him, causing Frieza's pupils to constrict, his entire being trembling from deep within. He recognized this power. It was the power of the Destroyer God. Who was this Saiyan? Wasn't he Beerus, the Destroyer God of Universe 7? Why did this individual possess the power of destruction? Let Chio-E come to me. Ling Xian casually tossed Frieza aside, as if discarding refuse, the destructive energy dissipating with it. Why yes. Frieza gritted his broken teeth, humiliation gnawing at his core, yet uncertain of this man's identity. He dared not voice any grievances. Rising from the ground, he bellowed, Have Chio-E come to find me? Frieza's subordinates scrambled to contact Chio-E, urging him to come to Frieza's palace without delay. This esteemed lord, may I inquire who you are? Frieza wiped the blood from his mouth, cautiously approaching and bowing. He feigned terror, but a shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. Ling Xian regarded Frieza, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Are you feeling quite indignant? Ling Xian towered over Frieza, his expression exuding an aura of dominance. Tai clutched her chest, whispering to herself, Lewis is so handsome. And no, I dare not. Frieza clenched his fists, forced to utter words contrary to his true feelings. Truly worthy of being Lord Beerus's representative. Frieza, you are quite amusing. Ling Xian chuckled. A flicker of confusion passed through Frieza's eyes. This person knew Beerus. By his implication, it meant Beerus was still alive. Thus, this individual could not be the new Destroyer God. Yet he wielded destructive energy. A brilliant idea flashed through Frieza's mind. Frieza timidly asked, Might you be Lord Beerus's disciple? Oh, you guessed it. Ling Xian replied, that I have just not recognized your identity. Please forgive me. Frieza trembled, fearing that this prospective Destroyer God had come to avenge his kin. Ling Xian seemed to see through Frieza's thoughts. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am here solely to avenge Tai. Tai gazed intently at Ling Xian, a warm feeling washing over her. She longed to ask Lewis why he treated her so well, but the sight of these grotesque aliens stifled her words. Ling Xian remained oblivious to Tai expression, his focus solely on Frieza. In truth, his arrival at Frieza's headquarters was not merely to complete a task, but also to obliterate Frieza and his minions. However, thoughts of Son Goku, Vegeta, and the Saiyan race crossed his mind. How could he allow them to suffer without some form of hardship? Perhaps, under Frieza's pursuit, the Saiyan race might even give rise to more Super Saiyans. Thus, Ling Xian chose to spare Frieza and his cohorts. Frieza glanced at the woman beside Ling Xian. This was merely for her revenge. Such a ruckus for just that. Frieza's heart seethed with rage, yet his demeanor remained cautious. Esteemed candidate for the Destroyer God, are you saying you will not interfere with my affairs with the Saiyans? At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing at the palace entrance. It was Chiu Yi. What has transpired? Chiu Yi suddenly noticed Tai Si's presence and burst into laughter. Frieza, this woman possesses a most extraordinary capsule. If we could acquire the technology behind it, we would prosper immensely. However, as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. Why was there an eerie silence? Everyone regarded him with peculiar expressions. Tai Si, is that him? Yes. Tai Si glared at Chiu Yi, recalling the days of her persecution, gritting her teeth. Then perish. Ling Xian raised his hand. Destruction, a wave of purple energy struck Chiu Yi, and he evaporated instantly. Not even having the chance to struggle before his demise. Gulp. All the aliens present swallowed hard. What a terrifying Saiyan. Tai Si, we must leave. After eliminating Chiu Yi, Ling Xian utilized his system-granted teleportation to whisk Tai Si away from that place. Left behind was a group of dumbfounded aliens. Lord Frieza, shall we continue to pursue the Saiyans? Let's hold our position for now. Frieza clenched his fist. It was one thing for the Saiyans to take refuge in the Galactic Patrol headquarters. But to think that a Saiyan would even become a candidate for a god of destruction was beyond his expectations. However, that individual had just mentioned that their affairs with the Saiyans would not concern the other party. It dawned on him that the god of destruction was inherently a cold and merciless deity responsible for destruction across the universe. The candidate for the god of destruction might very well be speaking the truth. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they were still Saiyans. Could one truly disregard them? Departing from Frieza's headquarters, Ling Xian led Tai Si to a primitive forest planet. This planet was deemed unqualified, and Ling Xian intended to obliterate it. Louis, he called out. As Ling Xian walked through the forest, he turned back. Tai Si, clad in a form-fitting suit, showcased her exquisite figure to perfection. Ling Xian rubbed his nose and inquired, "What is the matter?" Tai Si hesitated for a moment. Ling Xian chuckled. "Feel free to speak your mind." "Nothing, I just wanted to ask if my long hair looks good." Tai Si thought to herself, "You only promised to protect me. Why would you want to avenge me?" Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. "I believe it will look splendid," Ling Xian affirmed, nodding. "With those golden waves, how could it not look good?" "All right then, I am about to destroy this planet," he declared, hurling a sphere of destructive energy towards the ground before taking Tai Si's hand and utilizing instantaneous movement to leave the area. After systematically annihilating several hundred planets, this mission was deemed complete. Ling Xian returned to the realm of the gods of destruction with Tai Si. He resumed his training, while Tai Si remained distracted after being brought back. Chapter 16. Vegeta invades Earth. 3 years passed after Ling Xian's return to the realm of the gods of destruction. During this span, the 7th universe underwent monumental changes. With the Saiyans joining the Galactic Patrol, the organization flourished, and Frieza's forces began to be suppressed in the northern galaxy. This was primarily due to Frieza's insufficient manpower. His strongest subordinate, Jinyu, possessed only a combat power of 120,000. Conversely, the Saiyan race, since their accession to the Galactic Patrol, had experienced a meteoric rise in combat prowess for various reasons. Each Saiyan now boasted a minimum combat power of 15,000. The mightiest among them, a Saiyan named Bardock, had surpassed 150,000 in combat power. King Vegeta was no slouch either, possessing a power level of 120,000. The Saiyan race now numbered over 2,000, boasting formidable strength. However, no matter how powerful they became, if Frieza chose to intervene personally, the current might of the Saiyans would be futile, even if they all transformed into great apes. Yet due to Ling Xian and Tai Si's visit to Frieza's headquarters 3 years prior, Frieza was acutely aware of Ling Xian's identity and dared not act recklessly. He also refrained from overtly pursuing the Saiyans, which was one of the reasons the Saiyans could steadily enhance their strength. In addition to the aforementioned changes in the seventh universe, the average level of humanity also saw significant improvement, rising from second to last to third from the bottom. This transformation left the gods of destruction from other universes utterly astounded. Over a decade ago, Beerus had made a regrettable decision by appointing a mere child as the candidate for God of Destruction. Now, 14 years later, how was it that the seventh universe had not been obliterated by the king of all? Moreover, its ranking had even improved. As the seventh universe transformed, Earth was likewise undergoing change. Although Earth had not been directly influenced by Ling Xian, its narrative progressed normally. Nevertheless, the butterfly effect had taken hold. 4 years ago, Ling Xian had instructed Kesi to ask Dr. Briefs to construct a gravity chamber for Goku's use. With the gravity chamber, Goku's combat power saw a remarkable enhancement. However, Goku belonged to the slowly growing type of Saiyans, and his power increase was not particularly exaggerated. 14 years after arriving on Earth, the now 17-year-old Goku had only attained a combat power of 5,000. Aside from this transformation, on this day, for years later, 3 extraterrestrial visitors appeared on Earth. These 3 invaders arrived 3 years earlier than in the original story. On the Kame House Island, Master Roshi exclaimed, "Goku, these 3 energy signatures are exceedingly malevolent and exceptionally powerful. Can you handle them?" Krillin stood at the door, staring intently at the sky. "I don't know if they intend to harm Earth. I will not let them go," Goku replied, also gazing at the sky with a youthful voice. At 17, Goku was still a child, a characteristic of the slowly growing Saiyans. He would only experience a sudden growth spurt on the day he reached adulthood. Unlike Ling Xian and Vegeta, it was unexpected that on the day Goku intended to train in the other world, enemies would invade Earth. Master Roshi bore a worried expression. "You all stay here. I'll go check the situation." Goku soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the 3 spaceships descending from the sky. In the outskirts of West City, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa emerged from their spacecraft. Each of them appeared disheveled, with clotted blood smeared across their bodies, looking quite wretched. "Damn it, Frieza won't even allow us to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters." Raditz lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, but thankfully Frieza's elite forces haven't intervened directly. Otherwise, what do we do now, Vegeta? After 14 years of fleeing, should we continue to run? Nappa asked bitterly. "Shut your mouth." Vegeta clenched his fists. "It has been over a decade. Why hasn't T. Lewis returned? If he does, Frieza will surely meet a gruesome end." Vegeta still vividly recalled the scene from 14 years ago when Ling Xian was taken in as a candidate for God of Destruction by Beerus. After all, he was a candidate for a God of Destruction. Who would dare to provoke him? Indeed, if Lewis were to return, we would not be in such a dire situation. Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement. "All right, enough of this useless chatter. This planet is where Kakarot was exiled. We must find him. The more allies we have, the stronger we become." Vegeta shook his head and activated the scouter at his ear. Beep, beep, beep. Southeast direction. Combat power of 2,000. What transpired was that when Vegeta encountered a combat power of 2,000, he was taken aback. Upon conducting another measurement, he confirmed that there was no error. Could this be Kakarot's strength? How can a low-class warrior possess such might? He pondered. Nappa, too, was startled after taking a reading. It is known that among the 3 of them, Vegeta was the strongest, boasting a power level of 10,000, while he himself had a power level of 8,000, and Raditz only 2,000. That the readings of the trio were significantly higher than those recorded in my original work during their invasion of Earth. This discrepancy stemmed from the constant pursuit by Frieza's army, forcing them to confront life and death situations at every turn. That a power level of 2,000 was indeed hard to believe, if it truly belonged to Kakarot. Then they had gained another formidable ally. Vegeta lifted his gaze to the southeastern sky. "They have arrived." Raditz clenched his fists, recognizing that the approaching power mirrored his own, prompting him to adopt a cautious demeanor. Suddenly, a white beam of light descended from the heavens. "Who are you?" Son Goku inquired, staring at the three ragged figures before him, his voice youthful and innocent. The sight of his diminutive stature momentarily stunned Vegeta and his companions. However, Raditz quickly discerned Goku's identity. "Vegeta, he is Kakarot. He resembles my father exactly." Vegeta soon grasped the reason for the other's youthful appearance, remarking, with a birth power of only 2, he would naturally develop slowly as a low-class warrior. "But I suspect he will mature within a year. Who are you, and what is your purpose on Earth?" Son Goku furrowed his brows. "Earth. He must be referring to this planet." Vegeta inspected the scouter once more, discovering a multitude of pitiably weak readings. "Kakarot, you haven't eliminated all the inhabitants of this planet." Nappa was taken aback. "That can't be right. With a power level of 2,000, he should have eradicated the indigenous people long ago." Raditz shouted, "Kakarot, what is the meaning of this?" Son Goku, confused, responded, "What are you doing here? And who is Kakarot?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta and his companions exchanged glances, recognizing the bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. "You are not Kakarot." Raditz was momentarily stunned, yet upon observing Son Goku's resemblance to Bardock, he insisted, "No, you must be Kakarot." Vegeta and Nappa nodded in agreement, as Son Goku's likeness to Bardock was undeniable. Son Goku scratched his head, utterly perplexed as he thought to himself, "I am Son Goku. Why do these three insist on calling me Kakarot?" Vegeta posed a question. "Are you aware that you are a Saiyan?" Goku blinked his small eyes and replied, "What is a Saiyan?" Raditz exchanged glances with his companions, and it was evident that he had forgotten about his Saiyan heritage. Raditz hastily inquired, "Did you sustain a head injury in your childhood?" "How do you know I had a head injury?" Son Goku retorted, puffing out his cheeks. "I fell from a cliff when I was young and hit my head. My grandfather saved me." These were tales relayed to him by his grandfather. Remembering Gohan, Son Goku's mood soured. "Indeed." Raditz supported his head and looked at Vegeta with a sense of helplessness, stating, "Vegeta, what shall we do now? If we continue to follow Frieza's forces, I will not hesitate to wipe out the inhabitants of this planet and sell it off." Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he replied, "However, as Saiyans have joined the Galactic Patrol, we can no longer act in such a manner." Raditz and Nappa recalled this as well in the past, after obeying the orders of Beerus the Destroyer and joining the Galactic Patrol. The Saiyans ceased to follow Frieza's commands. Now, they operated more like mercenaries, accepting tasks issued by the Galactic Patrol headquarters daily, no longer engaging in plunder and destruction. At that moment, Raditz looked at Son Goku and said, "Your true name is Kakarot. I am your brother, and we are not from Earth. My name is Son Goku, and I am an Earthling, not your brother." Son Goku protested, clenching his fists in indignation. He was undeniably an Earthling. Why were these individuals insisting otherwise? Enraged, his concealed power began to surge forth. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power. 000. Combat power. 500. Combat power. 5,000. Son Goku's power level soared, ultimately stabilizing at 5,000. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? Raditz swallowed hard. This must be a trick. He is a low-class warrior. Yet why is his power greater than mine as a higher-class warrior? Vegeta's gaze intensified. This is likely his true power. Previously, he only exhibited 2,000 due to concealing it. Vegeta discerned Son Goku's secret in an instant and stepped forward, saying, "Saiyans do not typically possess such techniques. This planet holds something unique." Clearly, Son Goku's ability to conceal his power had been learned on this planet. "Kakarot, from whom did you learn this technique?" Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Son Goku, grasping his small shoulder. Son Goku unleashed a surge of strength, shaking off Vegeta's grip and leaping several meters ahead, vehemently declaring, "My name is Son Goku, and I am an Earthling. Speak, do you intend to harm Earth?" "Rest assured we will not harm Earth," Vegeta replied, twisting his wrist, still stinging from the boy's unexpected strength. "Really?" Son Goku asked innocently, his anger dissipating. "Indeed." Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. This boy was quite gullible. However, his intentions were genuine. He harbored no desire to harm Earth, but rather had developed an interest in its martial arts. "Then I shall take you to learn about controlling Ki." Truth be told, I have yet to master it myself, and I was just about to ascend to the other world for training when you descended from the heavens. Sun Wukong tilted his head, blinking his large eyes, exuding an adorable yet foolish charm. He soared into the sky, and upon exchanging glances with Vegeta and his companions, they promptly followed suit. Thus, through a twist of fate, Vegeta and his companions invaded Earth. However, unlike the original narrative where they wreaked havoc, the trio accompanied Sun Wukong to the heavenly realm to receive guidance from Bobo. Chapter 17. Something Awry with Ties, the Destruction of the God Realm. A striking figure sat by the lakeside, eyes closed in meditation. Nearby, a captivating woman rested on the grass, propping her pristine chin on her hand, muttering, "It's been 3 years of training. Why hasn't he awakened yet?" "Ties, it's time to prepare the meal," came a commanding voice from afar. Ties, without turning her head, huffed, "Lord Beerus, I'm not in the mood. You and Whis can have instant noodles." On a distant recliner, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. "Whis, when has this girl ever been in a good mood?" "Alas, another day of instant noodles. Lord Beerus, can't you see that Ties cares deeply for Lewis? Once Lewis awakens, her mood will surely improve." "Please, who doesn't know that?" "You're asking the obvious. Enough with the chit-chat. Hurry up with the noodles. I'm on the brink of starvation." Beerus licked his lips, having consumed instant noodles for 4 years without growing weary of them. Whis nodded and began to prepare the noodles, naturally making a serving for Ties as well. By the lakeside, Ties lamented, "That infuriating Lewis promised to take me to collect novel materials after our training. And yet 3 years have passed." She gazed at the meditating Ling Xian. His brows were sharp as swords, his nose elegantly high, and his lips thin. Compared to 3 years prior, he had grown significantly taller and more handsome. Ling Xian sat by the lake, exuding an ethereal aura that made Ties feel at ease in his presence. "When will you awaken?" It had been 3 years since she last spoke to Ling Xian, leaving Ties with a sense of melancholy. Suddenly, a resonant hum erupted. A surge of silver energy radiated from Ling Xian, akin to boiling steam, cascading violently outward. Ties barely avoided being scorched by the searing heat, thanks to Whis's timely protection from a distance, alongside Beerus appearing beside her. Whis and Beerus, instant noodles in hand, stared in astonishment. The state of Zizai, Ties was startled by the force unleashed by Ling Xian and patted her heaving chest. Saying, "Whis, why are you both so surprised? Didn't Lewis already master this move?" Beerus swallowed a mouthful of noodles, his expression grave. "Ties, we are referring to the perfect Zizai." Whis added, "Previously, Lewis only grasped the rudiments of Zizai. Who would have thought that in just 4 years he would directly comprehend the perfect Zizai?" Beerus gritted his teeth. "Thank goodness it's not the perfect Zizai ultimate state, or I would surely weep." Whis retorted, "What's wrong with it not being the perfect Zizai ultimate state? The perfect Zizai is formidable enough. When did you, Lord Beerus, comprehend the rudiments of Zizai?" Beerus looked skyward. Ties exclaimed with excitement, "Whis, does this mean Lewis is about to awaken?" The thought of finally being able to converse with Lewis filled her with joy. The pent-up emotions of 3 years found release in that moment, and Ties smiled radiantly. Yet, Ling Xian remained with his eyes closed. Oblivious to her delight, he should awaken soon. "Let's stand back." As soon as was finished speaking, a tremendous roar erupted. The lakeside was suddenly awash with colossal waves, and amidst them soared Ling Xian. "Lord Beerus, let's have a spar." With a splash, Ling Xian vanished from atop the waves and materialized beside Beerus, delivering a powerful punch. The strike was astonishingly natural. Beerus's eyes narrowed as he tossed his noodles aside and responded with an equally forceful blow. Boom! The mountains trembled, dust clouded the air, and silver and purple energies intertwined rapidly. "Whis, what is Lewis's current condition? Can he defeat Lord Beerus?" Ties inquired anxiously. "Ties, it seems you care quite a bit for Lewis." Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. No. Ties' heart raced slightly, her fair cheeks flushing. She wasn't concerned about Lewis. It was merely that they hadn't spoken in so long. "Yes, that's definitely the reason." "Is that so?" "Really? Indeed." Ties huffed. "Hurry and tell me. How is Lewis faring right now?" "Huh." Whis laughed heartily before becoming serious. "The perfect Zizai is indeed impressive, even with a power disparity of several times. one who grasps the perfect Zizai can still contend against, or potentially even defeat their opponent. However, Lewis has been entrenched in Zizai training, and his power and dimensionality have not significantly improved. Currently, Lewis only has a battle power of 1.5 billion, even if he enters the perfect Zizai. It would still be futile. The primary issue lies in the vast difference in power. Seeing Tai's reveal her anxious expression, Whis gently reassured her, "But do not worry. Have you forgotten Lewis's unique physique? He can ignore all negative effects, and Lord Beerus cannot do anything to him." Indeed, above in the sky, Beerus and Ling Xian clash for 2 minutes, creating a rupture in the heavens. "Your physique is truly infuriating. Lord Beerus is truly powerful. I am utterly no match." Ling Xian descended, gazing at Beerus, who floated down as well. To be honest, while entering the Zizai state does not greatly amplify strength, it is even less than that of the Super Saiyan. Yet, Zizai emphasizes going with the flow, allowing the body to move with the mind. In facing an enemy's attack, one can predict in advance. This is the key to overcoming the strong with the weak. However, Beerus is indeed worthy of being the strongest destroyer. In the perfect Zizai state, I am still no match. If your power were to break through to the divine level, it would surely pose even more of a challenge for me. Beerus crossed his arms, speaking earnestly. That is still a long way off. Ling Xian shook his head, looking toward Whis and Tais, waving his hand. "Whis, Tais, it's been a long time." Whis smiled. "Indeed, it has been a long time after 3 years of training." "You insufferable Lewis, you are truly detestable. You promised to train for a little while. Yet here we are, 3 years later." Tais pouted, rubbing her small tiger teeth in irritation. I didn't expect to meditate for so long." Ling Xian scratched his head, puzzled by her anger. "I don't care. You promised to take me to collect novel materials. 3 years ago, did I not take you out?" Ling Xian finally comprehended the reason behind Tai Si's ire. It was due to his prolonged cultivation, which had hindered Tai Si from gathering material for her novel. "You have already stated it was 3 years ago. Well, I shall accompany you to explore the cosmos shortly." "This was your promise." Tai Si, with her cheeks puffed in indignation, could not suppress a smile, her lips curling upward. "Whis, Lord Beerus, let us go. I shall prepare a grand feast for you." Tai Si turned away from the lakeside, intent on cooking herself. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Beerus clicked his tongue and remarked, "Her mood has certainly improved. Of course, with Lewis awake, how could she possibly be in a bad mood?" Whis rolled his eyes. Ever since Ling Xian took Tai Si out on that excursion, she had returned, lost in thought while gazing at him. Even with her eyes closed, it was evident something was amiss with Tai Si. "Who doesn't know that? I merely inquired." Beerus scoffed, then exclaimed with delight, "Now we are in for a treat. Tai Si's cooking is truly delectable." Beerus hopped eagerly toward Tai Si. Ling Xian scratched his head, looking at Whis, and asked in confusion, "Whis, what are you two talking about? Why is Tai Si's mood better now that I am awake?" "No worries come along. Just thinking about the feast Tai Si is preparing makes my mouth water," Whis replied, blinking playfully before departing. "How peculiar," Ling Xian mused, observing Whis's retreating figure, and followed suit. By the lawn adjacent to the God of Destruction's palace, Tai Si had prepared an exquisite meal. Garlic ribs, steamed base. Whis and Beerus began to feast ravenously. Ling Xian, too, found himself eager to partake. It must be said, Tai Si's culinary skills were remarkable, completely belied her identity as the daughter of Earth's wealthiest. "Tai Si, your cooking remains exceptional," Whis declared, having finished his meal and seated himself aside. How could I voyage through the cosmos for so long without possessing some skills?" Tai Si replied, resting her chin in her hand. Her gaze fixed on Ling Xian rather than Whis. "Without this culinary talent, I would have long succumbed to madness, subsisting on instant noodles daily." Ling Xian lifted his head, puzzled by Tai Si's unwavering gaze upon him. He could not fathom why he returned to his meal. Beerus, having satiated his hunger, wiped his mouth and said, "Not at all. I find instant noodles quite delightful." Ling Xian took a sip of his drink and retorted, "That is merely you and Whis. Consuming those additives daily would surely become tiresome. What a feat!" Upon hearing Ling Xian's jest directed at Whis, Tai Si covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Ling Xian glanced over, locking eyes with Tai Si, her bright eyes and pearly teeth captivating. Her lips slightly parted. He noticed that Taisi had been observing him intently, causing his heart to race. Indeed, Taisi was quite lovely. Chapter 18. Journey to Namek. Ling Xian cleared his throat twice, shifting his attention to Whis. Whis, what is the current situation in our 7th universe? Whis, well aware of Ling Xian's intent, replied, for years ago. You destroyed a batch of substandard planets, and with Asin's intervention, everything is progressing steadily. However, the time frame remains too brief. Humanity's average index ranking has not shifted and still languishes in the bottom 3. What of being in the bottom 3? Even if Lord Zeno intervenes, it would not concern our universe, Beerus remarked while cleaning his teeth. Furthermore, I distinctly recall how other universes mocked us over a decade ago. Lewis, when do you think we could visit other universes for some fun? Fun? I believe you wish to show off, Whis replied, casting a sideways glance. Naturally, he did not deter them, for Beerus had faced considerable ridicule when he appointed Ling Xian as a candidate for the God of Destruction. Ling Xian stroked his chin and said, Lord Beerus, there is no rush. With my current strength, it would be quite challenging to confront them in other universes that I shall wait until my dimensional prowess reaches the divine level. Moreover, Ling Xian turned to Taisi and said, Taisi hasn't been out since 3 years ago. If I do not take her out again soon, I shall surely be pestered. In truth, Ling Xian had another matter on his agenda, a visit to Earth. According to the original storyline, it would not be long before Vegeta invaded Earth, followed by the Namek saga. Such clashes between protagonists and Dragon Ball villains were events he was determined not to miss. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta and his companions had already invaded Earth and were currently training with Son Goku in the other world that, of course, Ling Xian was entirely unaware of this. Lewis, who is being a nuisance. Taisi bit her little fong, addressing the oaf. I am a nuisance indeed. If you do not hurry and eat, I shall leave you behind. Will you truly take me with you? You do not think I would deceive you, do you? I would never trick Lord Beerus. Ling Xian laughed heartily, glancing at Beerus. Primarily, since deceiving such a beautiful woman as Taisi would instill a sense of guilt within him. Lewis, do you seek your demise? What do you mean by claiming I would deceive you, but not Taisi? If we are to be serious, I am still your master. Is this how you treat me? Beerus exclaimed, puffing out his cheeks in frustration. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the other 3 could not help but burst into laughter. Ling Xian's awakening brought an air of joyous celebration to this gathering, a rarity in the realm of destruction that had not seen such liveliness for quite some time. After a while, everyone had their fill at AES for Ling Xian's suggestion to visit other universes later. Whis and Beerus did not decline, for Ling Xian was right in his assessment. He was still too weak. Should he venture into other universes, others might indeed be astonished by his talents. But to truly assert himself, Ling Xian lacked the power to make an impact. He could not even best the substitute destroyer gods. So what chance did he have to confront others? Soon enough, Ling Xian, as promised to Tais, had taken action, and he departed the realm of destruction with her. In the northern galaxy, a spacecraft glided through the cosmic expanse. Inside the vessel, Tais rested her chin on her delicate hand, gazing intently at Ling Xian. 4 years prior, when she first encountered him, he was still a mere youth, carefree and eager for compliments, with just a few flattering words. She had secured his vow to protect her. Reflecting on that time now, Tais couldn't help but chuckle at how foolish Lewis had been. Others had easily gained his trust with mere trifles. Such naivety could lead him to be easily deceived. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xian was already aware of Tais's true identity. Though she was a seemingly insignificant character within the Dragon Ball universe, she was nonetheless a close acquaintance of the Z Warriors. Should anything unforeseen occur, it would indeed be a great loss. As Tais scrutinized Ling Xian, he noticed her gaze and returned it with a sidelong glance. Tais, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? He inquired, touching his cheek before finally speaking. Since his awakening, he had sensed something peculiar about Tais, and no, it's just that we haven't talked in a while, Tais replied, her eyes darting away. Clearly not speaking from the heart. Over the years, she had resided in the realm of destruction, where only 4 individuals were present. Whis was knowledgeable and, aside from Ling Xian, was the one she spoke with the most. Beerus, on the other hand, was the true Lord of Destruction. Tais had discerned Beerus's character and recognized him as a tough exterior with a soft heart, though he occasionally exuded an air of authority. Leading her to converse with him less frequently, in the realm of destruction. Ling Xian kept her company whenever he was not training, his conversations often bringing her joy and laughter. However, during his training, the number of people speaking with her dwindled. Whis was overly modest, while Beerus was too imposing. Without Ling Xian's companionship, Tais felt a void in her daily life. She had remained by his side during his training. Tais reminisced about her first visit to the realm of destruction, when Beerus had attempted to make a move against her, only for the young Ling Xian to declare, "She is mine." Tais also recalled how 3 years ago, Ling Xian had remarked during their visit to Frieza's headquarters, "I think long hair would suit you." Thus, she had decided to grow her hair out to tea that moment. Ling Xian noticed, "Oh, Tais, you've grown your hair long." Tais rolled her eyes in annoyance, retorting, "I can grow it if I want to do. I need your permission. You're the one who said long hair would look good on me. Now you're questioning it." Clenching her fists, she felt a strong urge to punch him. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had been taken by this young man, who had now transformed into a handsome figure. Tais admitted to herself that her feelings had indeed blossomed. Yet the one before her remained oblivious. "By the way, Lewis, where are we headed now?" Tais changed the subject, uncertain of Ling Xian's feelings towards her, too timid to voice her own. Ling Xian observed the strange expression on Tais's face and sensed her unusual demeanor. Yet he smiled and replied, "I'm taking you to a rather interesting planet." "What is so interesting about it? Have you heard of the Dragon Balls?" "No." Tai shook her head. Ling Xian chuckled and explained, "The Dragon Balls are extraordinary artifacts that can grant any wish." He detailed their capabilities. "Such a miraculous object exists in this world. Summoning Shinran to fulfill any wish. Could it be true? To fulfill any wish is rather unrealistic." Ling Xian shook his head. "Even the Super Dragon Balls may not guarantee the realization of every desire. Can it really eliminate the Omni King?" Ling Xian continued, "Aren't you collecting materials for your novel? I think the Dragon Balls would make excellent content for your story. Right?" Tais's eyes sparkled, unconsciously wrapping her arms around Ling Xian's. "Lewis, you're so clever. Just from your suggestion, I feel inspired." Ling Xian glanced down. Noting his arm nestled between her curves, soft and inviting, he attempted to withdraw his arm, only to find her grip surprisingly strong. Efforts to pull away without hurting her were in vain. Thus, he resigned himself to her embrace, his heart racing uncontrollably. Heavens! Tais was truly a handful. The spacecraft's speed was not particularly swift. The journey from the realm of destruction to Namek would take 2 months. Yet along the way, the two enjoyed a leisurely exploration of the cosmos, indulging in various amusements while Ling Xian casually destroyed some subpar planets. The two of them, a lone man and a solitary woman, spent much time together, particularly Tais, who often unwittingly exposed herself, igniting Ling Xian's fervor. Their interactions began to shift subtly. Finally, after 6 months, they arrived at Namek. With a whoosh, the spacecraft descended, and, as the hatch opened, Ling Xian cradled Tais in his arms, soaring out into the open air. Tais pressed her cheek against his chest, her arms tightly encircling his waist. Ling Xian gently landed on the ground, yet Tais showed no intention of releasing him. Tais was truly stunning, with a flawless complexion and a graceful figure. Holding her felt akin to embracing a fragrant cotton candy, soft and sweet. After a while, feeling parched and acutely aware of an awakening within him, Ling Xian gently patted her back, saying, "Tais, we've arrived." "Have we?" Tais bit her small canine tooth, seemingly annoyed that Ling Xian had interrupted their embrace. Nonetheless, she eventually wriggled free from his hold. "Wow, is this really Namek? The grass is blue. How peculiar!" she exclaimed, marveling at the beautiful surroundings. However, the environment was indeed quite pleasant. Clad in a white gown, Tais strode across the grass with poise. Ling Xian admired her long, fair legs and remarked, "Namek has undergone a significant climatic disaster, yet it has managed to recover to this state. The Namekians must have put in tremendous effort." As Ling Xian spoke, a faint aura permeated the sky, seemingly emanating from a power level of approximately 20,000 to Tai. She noticed his expression and inquired, "Lewis, what troubles you?" Ling Xian chuckled, It must be that the Grand Elder of Namek has sensed my arrival. The Grand Elder of Namek is a remarkable figure, possessing numerous mystical arts, including the ability to foresee events. He likely predicted the descent of this candidate for the God of Destruction, prompting him to send someone to greet me. Ling Xian elaborated on the Grand Elder of Namek to Tai Si, who gasped in astonishment that I never realized there existed such wondrous races in the universe while following Jack. That is because you were perpetually on the run, hence you remained oblivious, he replied. Chapter 19. Bestowing eternal youth upon Tai Si upon finishing his words. A Namekian resembling Piccolo descended before them. Nailu respectfully declared, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. This took Ling Xian by surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the Grand Elder would be aware of his identity. I wish to meet your Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has been awaiting your arrival. Esteemed candidate, please follow me. Nailu observed Ling Xian closely. Despite lacking a formidable aura, could he truly be the deity that inspired fear in the Grand Elder? Nailu soared into the sky, while Ling Xian cradled Tai Si as they ascended. Tai Si, her feet not touching the ground, tightly embraced Ling Xuan's waist, uncertain if her fear of falling or desire to be close to him motivated her actions. They arrived at a village, at the end of which stood a stone tower crowned with a white dwelling, distinctly imbued with the aesthetic of Namek, reminiscent of scenes from the anime. Ling Xian followed Nailu down to the stone tower and entered the house. Nailu considered suggesting that the woman wait outside, but upon reflecting on Ling Xian being the fearsome deity mentioned by the Grand Elder, he decided against it. Upon reaching the second floor, Tai Si beheld the immense Namekian and instinctively hid in Ling Xuan's embrace. Louis, Ling Xian was at a loss. He had never noticed how clingy Tai Si had become until now, seemingly since his awakening. Fear not, this is the Grand Elder of Namek. With that reassurance, Tai Si cautiously revealed her face from Ling Xuan's grasp and gazed at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was indeed imposing, towering at 3 meters. Though his aged skin betrayed his advanced years, that he glanced at Tai Si before turning his gaze to Ling Xian. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. The Grand Elder expressed his apologies. Regrettably, due to my physical condition, I am unable to rise to pay my respects. I seek your forgiveness. Esteemed candidate, there's no need for concern. Ling Xian waved his hand and smiled. It appears the Grand Elder had foreseen my arrival long before. The Grand Elder was taken aback and immediately replied, Please forgive me, esteemed one. While foreseeing the future of Namek, I stumbled upon your presence. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. To foresee the movements of a deity could spell doom for his entire race. Ling Xian recognized the Grand Elder's prophetic abilities and reassured him, rest easy. Grand Elder, I harbor no ill will towards you. The Grand Elder finally exhaled in relief. Then, esteemed one, what brings you to Namek? I wish to utilize your wish orbs. Very well. I shall have Nailu guide you to gather the wish orbs. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder acquiesced, a stark contrast to the way he had dealt with Frieza in the original tale. How could he not be agreeable? Offending Frieza might result in death, but at least there would be a chance for reincarnation. However, to offend Ling Xian would leave them with no opportunity for rebirth. With the Grand Elder's command, Nyla led Ling Xian outside. Louis, it seems the Grand Elder is quite fearful of you. Tai Si, cradled in Ling Xuan's arms, reveled in the warmth he provided. The Grand Elder is aware of my identity. Naturally, he is apprehensive. Have you forgotten the planets that crossed me in the past? Ling Xian referred to the worlds he had destroyed during their travels in the cosmos over the past 6 months. Tai Si recalled these incidents and gulped. Indeed, he has every reason to fear you. The God of Destruction is truly terrifying. With a mere flick of a finger, an entire planet can be obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The trio departed the village where the Grand Elder resided and journeyed through 6 other villages, ultimately collecting the 7 Dragon Balls in a clearing. Nailu assembled the Dragon Balls, casting a glance at the young man. What kind of power does this deity possess to instill such fear in the Grand Elder? Nailu sighed. The pressure of being in the presence of the unknown was considerable. Come forth, Shinran, Nyla shouted in the Namekian tongue. Suddenly, the sky fell silent. Tai Si held her breath. Ling Xian, too, observed the 7 Dragon Balls below. This was his first encounter with them in this world. He couldn't help but notice the sheer size of Namek's Dragon Balls. Compared to the fist-sized orbs of Earth, these were as large as basketballs. Naturally, the wishes granted by Namek's Dragon Balls surpassed those of Earth. Ling Xian contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of Namek's Dragon Balls. A rumble erupted, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. A thick beam of golden light surged from the 7 colossal Dragon Balls, shooting skyward. The darkened sky transformed into a radiant spectacle as the golden light coalesced into form. This breathtaking sight left Tai Si utterly astonished. Although Ling Xian had witnessed similar scenes in the anime, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly impactful at a massive green dragon, reminiscent of Western mythology, materialized in the sky. Speak your wishes. I am capable of granting any desire you have. Hiss. Candidate for the god of destruction. What brings you here? Shenron, seemingly retrieving a handkerchief from nowhere, wiped the sweat from his brow. Nilu's eyes widened in disbelief. What sorcery was this? Even the dragon bowed to the young man. Is my presence here a problem? Ling Xuan's lips twitched slightly. He wanted to ask Shenron where he had procured that handkerchief. Tai Si, witnessing the dragon's obsequious demeanor, stifled a laugh. Having seen too many instances of such submission since her departure from the realm of destruction with Ling Xian, and no, I am Shenron, honored to meet the candidate for the god of destruction. Sweat continued to pour down Shenron's face. Enough with the pleasantries. Grant my wish, Ling Xian commanded. For my first wish, I desire that the Saiyans be able to survive in the cosmos. He was aware that the Saiyans had undergone a transformation, and thus had no intention of neglecting the Saiyan race any longer. 4 years ago, he had declined King Vegeta's request, so now it was time to take action for the sake of the Saiyan people. Could you kindly express that in the Namekian language, my lord? Barunga stammered, growing increasingly anxious, fearing that making such a request to the candidate destroyer god would lead to immediate destruction. However, he indeed required this step. Otherwise, he would be unable to fulfill his wish. Upon hearing this request, Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had thought that the Namekian dragon would recognize his identity and, feeling the pressure of his status, would allow him to make a wish without using the Namekian language. Yet, that was not the case. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the crux of the matter. The method of granting wishes by these dragons had been firmly established by Salama. Like a program procedure, if any condition or step was missing, the program could not be executed. Nilu, who was nearby, quickly recounted Barunga's words in the Namekian language. Buzz, a red light flickered in Barunga's eyes. Candidate Destroyer God. Your wish has been granted. Ling Xian felt a slight tremor in his body, instantly sensing a transformation taking place that in the future, Saiyans would be able to alter their breathing methods in the cosmos, relying on their own energy for respiration. Once their energy was depleted, they would no longer be able to survive in the universe. Strictly speaking, this did not equate to true survival in the cosmos. Nevertheless, considering the caliber of the Namekian dragon, Ling Xian believed that the realization of his wish was quite satisfactory. Suddenly, bang! The miraculous power within Ling Xian dissipated abruptly. Ling Xian was taken aback. Tai Si inquired with curiosity. Louis, what's wrong? Ling Xian waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing to... It turned out that the effect of immunity had kicked in. Due to this immunity, he was naturally capable of existing in the universe. The miraculous power bestowed upon him by the dragon had altered his method of survival in the cosmos. However, this transformation came with its weaknesses. For Ling Xian, this wish had a negative impact. The immunity would inevitably purge the miraculous power granted by the dragon. Please, candidate Destroyer God, state your second wish. As for the second wish, let me think. Ling Xian suddenly fell silent. It seemed he truly had no wishes left to grant. He understood that the limitations of the dragon were considerable, and not all wishes could be fulfilled. Immortality and eternal life. Regardless of whether Barunga could grant these, they were no longer challenges for Ling Xian after becoming the candidate Destroyer God. In other words, he had no wishes left. Tai Si, do you have any wishes? At this moment, Ling Xian turned to Tai Si. Surprised that Ling Xian would consider her, Tai Si smiled sweetly. No, just grant your desired wish. You don't need to worry about mine. Ling Xian stroked his chin, pondering. then looked up at Barunga in the sky. Let Tai Si remain forever youthful. Chapter 20. Confession. The voice was soft, yet it resonated in Tai Si's ears like thunder. Striking her heart, she covered her mouth in disbelief, hardly able to believe her own ears. After Nailu finished speaking in the Namekian language, Barunga's eyes glowed red once more. Tai Si suddenly felt her skin becoming smooth and fair. As if she had returned to the age of 18, the candidate destroyer god. Your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. I have no wishes left. You may leave now. Ling Xian clicked his tongue, genuinely unable to think of any other wishes. Very well. I shall take my leave. Barunga sighed in relief, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the sky. Candidate destroyer god. If there are no further instructions, I shall also take my leave. Nailu contemplated for a moment before speaking. Wait, tell the Grand Elder that there is no need to worry about the impending crisis facing Namek. A member of the Saiyan race will step in. Thunder rumbled. Nailu's body swayed. He understood that Namek would face danger in the future. Thank you, candidate destroyer god. Realizing the identity of the person before him, Nailu was overcome with joy, even if a crisis were to arise. With the promise of the candidate destroyer god, Namek would surely weather the storm. Nyla departed, leaving behind only the still-dazed Tai Si and the amused Ling Xian. Ling Xian chuckled. Tai Si, what's the matter? Tai Si, her nose tinged with emotion and her eyes reddened, gazed at Ling Xian. How could you make such a wish? You mean the wish to keep you forever youthful? Should I say it's because I couldn't think of any other wishes that I made this one? Ling Xian teased her. Tai Si, initially touched, became indignant upon hearing this. You scoundrel, Lewis. Ha ha. Ling Xian stepped closer, ruffling her hair gently, and said softly, the days of training are far too long. I want you to always be by my side. A surge of unusual emotions welled up within him, leading to an emotional outburst. Tai Si's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth. You really mean it? I'm not foolish. How could I not see your feelings? Ling Xian extended his hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. 6 months ago, upon awakening, he had noticed something was amiss with Tai Si. At first, he brushed it off. However, as he spent time with her in the universe, he observed that Tai Si was becoming increasingly clingy. Ling Xian was no fool. He could clearly see Tai Si's intentions, but he also realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had begun to care for her. Every time he saw Tai Si smile, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Conversely, whenever he saw her frown, he too would feel a sense of unease. So, do you like me? Tai Si asked shyly. Her head lowered. Silly girl. Didn't I already say? I just want to be with you forever. Ling Xian embraced her tightly, declaring earnestly, Tai Si, I like you. Lewis, I like you too. Tai Si beamed, her stunning smile seemingly freezing time itself. She wrapped her arms around Ling Xian's waist, looking up at him with a charming grin. Lewis, I'm so happy. I'm also very happy that I never expected the little sycophant I brought back years ago would become my wife. You silly Lewis, you're the sycophant. Tai Si pouted, playfully pinching his waist, then joyfully exclaimed, Lewis, does this mean I can maintain this appearance forever? Indeed. Ling Xian gazed at Tai Si, her cheeks exquisite, with long eyelashes that fluttered gently, imparting an air of bashful charm. Though she was undoubtedly a mature young woman, she exuded a youthful demeanor. Tai Si was truly beautiful. Tai Si. Ling Xian cradled her delicate face in his hands. As their eyes locked, Tai Si slowly closed her eyes. Half an hour later, Tai Si's face was flushed with a rosy hue as she touched her lips. Lewis, it's all your fault. They're swollen. It's truly not my fault. Ling Xian held Tai Si tightly in his embrace, softly whispering in her ear, it's all because Tai Si is simply too enchanting. You! Tai Si's heart raced. Ling Xian's sweet words had a profound effect. Leaving her weak at the knees, lowering her head, she shyly toyed with the hem of her garment, saying, Lewis, you're playing unfair. Previously, when she had intentionally revealed her legs and her bare to him, he would blush with embarrassment. Now, having confirmed their relationship, the once awkward Lewis had transformed into a seasoned veteran. Lewis, were you pretending? Didn't you notice how much I like you? Tai Si pouted, huffing in a playful manner. At first, I truly didn't see it, but later on, it became evident, Ling Xian said, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, that I never expected my Tai Si to be so bold. Inside the spacecraft, Tai Si often dashed out wrapped in just a towel, which sometimes slipped to the floor. The mere thought of it sent Ling Xian's heart racing uncontrollably. I'm not bold at all. I only act that way in front of you. Her head hung low. Her entire face resembled a perfectly ripe apple. Little did she know that in Ling Xian's heart, her accusation of unfairness was even more outrageous. He cupped her face again and leaned down. After a while, he said, "All right, my Tai Si, it's time for us to venture elsewhere." Ling Xian held Tai Si close and soared into the sky, feeling a newfound connection in this world, cradled in his arms. Tai Si felt blissful. She could finally be embraced by Ling Xian without hesitation. Upon returning to the landing site of the spaceship, the two departed Namek in their vessel. Meanwhile, Nailu returned to the residence of the Grand Elder. Relaying Ling Xian's words, the Grand Elder murmured, "So the candidate for the God of Destruction knows everything." Earth. The journey for Namek to Earth took another 3 months, and nearly a year had passed since Ling Xian left the realm of destruction. The spaceship landed on the West Capital Plains. "Lewis, what made you suddenly want to come to Earth?" "They're my kin here. I wanted to take a moment to see your parents," Ling Xian said as he flew Tai Si toward West Capital City. "You have relatives on Earth?" "Indeed." Ling Xian suddenly looked up at the sky, incredulity etched on his face, and not just one. Powerful auras emanated from the heavenly realm. Judging by their combat powers, the strongest seemed to possess around 80,000 battle power. One of the auras resembled Vegeta's. What was he doing on Earth at this time? Wasn't he supposed to invade Earth 2 years later? Ling Xian furrowed his brows in contemplation. Tai Si leaned against him, reaching up to caress his chiseled cheek. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm just taking you to the heavenly realm for some fun." "The heavenly realm? You'll find out once we arrive." In an instant, Ling Xian changed direction, soaring rapidly upwards in the heavenly realm. The sun shone brightly, and in the center of the temple square sat a figure resembling Bardock, none other than the recently matured Son Goku. Nearby, 4 gravity chambers stood, 3 of which were occupied by individuals training within the edge of the heavenly realm. A Namekian observed the lower realm, suddenly feeling restless, drenched in sweat. This pressure, what's happening? It's getting stronger. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from the lower realm, appearing in the heavenly realm, the powerful shockwave knocking the deity to the ground. Who are you?" The deity was taken aback, realizing the intruder's dimension was far superior. Could they be the Kai? The commotion also stirred Son Goku awake in the temple square. "Who are you?" Son Goku readied himself for battle, eyeing Ling Xian and Tai Si. Indeed, Kakarot was training in the heavenly realm at this time. He would continue for another 2 years before participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, followed by waiting for Chi-Chi to marry and give birth to Goten before Vegeta and his companions invaded Earth. Ling Xian mused inwardly. Son Goku exchanged glances with the deity. What's the matter with him? Why is he silent? Suddenly, Ling Xian pointed at the middle gravity chamber. "Kakarot, is Vegeta inside?" Kakarot, Son Goku, having matured since adulthood, now possessed a deeper understanding of his lineage. Upon hearing Ling Xian call him Kakarot, he instinctively responded, "You are a Saiyan." The deity also noticed the tail at Ling Xian's waist and sighed in relief. "Goku, it seems he belongs to your same race. In his view, since Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa appeared on Earth without malicious intent, this Saiyan should also be harmless." Son Goku observed Ling Xian's tail and asked, "Is Vegeta inside? Are you also here on the run?" Vegeta and his companions have been pursued by Frieza's army before fleeing to Earth on the run. Tai Si giggled behind her hand, knowing full well that no one could make Ling Xian flee. He wouldn't allow anyone else to escape either. Ling Xian paused, quickly recalling Whis' words about Vegeta and his companions being relentlessly pursued. He shook his head that I'm not here on the run. "Please bring Vegeta out. Just call me Lewis." "All right, I'll summon Vegeta right away." Son Goku approached the middle gravity chamber and pressed the communication button from outside. "Vegeta, a Saiyan named Lewis is here to see you." Who's that?" The communication device blared with a loud shout, followed by the gravity chamber opening, revealing a figure. He had a high hairline, a shiny forehead, and was clad in a tight training suit. Vegeta emerged. He tightly grasped Son Goku. Is Lewis here? Where is he? Before Son Goku could respond, Ling Xian spoke up. Vegeta, long time no see. Vegeta stared at the person behind Son Goku, his body jolting in surprise. It's really Lewis. Lewis, you finally returned. Chapter 21. Arrival on Earth. Vegeta was filled with excitement. Upon seeing Ling Xian, he immediately voiced his pent-up frustrations since the great escape from planet Vegeta. They had been thwarted by Frieza's army from returning to the galactic headquarters. Ultimately, out of sheer desperation, he and Raditz, along with Nappa, chose to seek assistance on Earth. After hearing everything, Ling Xian finally understood why Vegeta had come to Earth. The historical accuracy was indeed remarkable. Vegeta had arrived on Earth and was training alongside Son Goku in the other world. Lewis, our planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. You must avenge us Saiyans. Vegeta shouted, clenching his fists. All right, I understand about planet Vegeta. This grudge is yours to settle. I shall not intervene. Ling Xian waved his hand dismissively. Aren't you the candidate for the God of Destruction? With just a flick of your finger. You could obliterate Frieza. Why don't you take action? Vegeta roared directly. In the past, King Vegeta had posed a similar question to Ling Xian, who had coldly refused the king's plea. But now, I could indeed eliminate Frieza. But would you truly want me to do so? Ling Xian replied coolly. This time, he did not coldly reject Vegeta's request. The Saiyans had transformed since joining the Galactic Patrol. Those once fierce marauders had become protectors of the universe. Akin to the solid defense force of Universe 6. Vegeta fell silent. Ling Xian inquired again. Do you still wish for me to take action? If so, I shall immediately seek vengeance for our Saiyan race. Forget it. Vegeta's stoic face surprisingly broke into a smile. Let us handle it ourselves. As the prince of the Saiyan race, Vegeta was proud. He was unwilling to seek assistance from the candidate for the God of Destruction when facing his people's enemy. He desired to exact revenge with his own hands. Kakarot, will you join me in seeking vengeance? Vegeta turned to the dazed Son Goku. In the past, he would not have had the confidence to utter such words, especially since Frieza was the Cosmic Emperor. However, after arriving on Earth, he felt emboldened. The training methods on Earth, along with those gravity chambers moreover, there was one crucial individual, Son Goku himself. All right, I will accompany you. Son Goku said, scratching his head with a goofy grin. You fool, Vegeta remarked, both exasperated and amused by the simple-minded Son Goku. Ling Xian chuckled, finding Son Goku's personality endearing. Vegeta had changed, yet Son Goku remained the same. By the way, when do you plan to seek revenge? Ling Xian suddenly asked. Son Goku looked to Vegeta. Perhaps in 2 years I end that time, Kakarot, and I will surely surpass Frieza. Very well, I shall personally witness your vengeance when the time comes. Ling Xian chose not to remind Vegeta of Frieza's true strength. After all, one must face adversity to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Ling Xian took Tai's hand, preparing to turn away when he suddenly recalled something. Would you two like to learn some powerful techniques elsewhere? What techniques? Son Goku inquired. The King Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Ling Xian slowly revealed that if you wish to learn, I can arrange for North Kai to teach you. Excellent, Vegeta readily agreed, recognizing that a technique praised by a candidate for the God of Destruction must possess extraordinary merit. Then I want to learn too, Son Goku added with enthusiasm. Once both agreed, Ling Xian did not take them to North Kai immediately. Firstly, based on his observations, Vegeta's combat power was merely 70,000, while Son Goku seemed to be around 80,000. That Vegeta was still the perennial second. Secondly, their martial arts training was insufficient, particularly Son Goku's. Ling Xian, having received guidance from Whis, could readily discern that Son Goku's martial foundation was lacking. Only by fully embracing the teachings of that individual would he have a chance to achieve Ultra Instinct in the upcoming power tournament. That individual was none other than Bobo. Ling Xian suspected that Bobo might belong to the angel race, especially since Bobo had served the Earth's deity for a considerable time. Additionally, Bobo's demeanor resembled that of an angel, unfazed by joy or sorrow. Devoid of desires training young Son Goku, Bobo could achieve a perfect balance. He could also train Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans with equal proficiency. Ultimately, Ling Xian chose not to disturb Bobo for the time being. He took ties and left, allowing the four Saiyans to continue their training in the other world. Lewis, what was that place we just visited? Ties asked. That was the other world where the deity of Earth resides. Ling Xian explained. There's a deity on Earth? How come I never knew? Ties asked in surprise. You aren't the only one unaware. Many Earthlings are oblivious to this. Besides, you've been in the universe. So you had even less chance to learn about it, Ling Xian replied. That made sense. The two of them flew back to West City. Time flew by, and another year passed. During this year, Ling Xian had remained at Tai's home. With his handsome appearance, he quickly won over Bulma, while the Briefs couple had no objections, rather feeling relieved that Tai's now had a husband to look after her. After all, allowing a woman to venture alone into the universe was exceedingly perilous. Ling Xian, however, insisted that he would always protect Tai's and that she could do as she pleased. Bulma did not believe that Ling Xian, with his slender physique, could protect Tai's from harm in the universe, unless he possessed powers akin to Son Goku or Vegeta. It wasn't until Tai's revealed Ling Xian's true identity and had him demonstrate his prowess that Bulma realized she had misjudged him. After Ling Xian obliterated a nearby planet, Bulma discovered his noble lineage and incredible strength. This revelation immediately put the Briefs family at ease. Chapter 22. King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb on this day. 1 year later, in the other world, Ling Xian arrived alone. Inside the gravity chambers, only 3 were occupied. Son Goku sat cross-legged in the center of the Divine Hall's plaza. Greetings, Lord Candidate for the God of Destruction. The deity approached, bowing respectfully. Over the past year, he had come to understand Ling Xian's identity. And no need for excessive formalities, Ling Xian replied. Yes. Kakarot has been meditating for an extended period, while Sun Wukong has already engaged in his meditation for 6 months. The deity pondered briefly. 6 months, you say? Ling Xian stroked his chin, glancing towards the other 3 gravity chambers. It was evident that the training methods of Vegeta and his companions differed significantly from those of Sun Wukong. One was immersing himself in meditation to comprehend martial arts, while the others were employing the gravity chamber to enhance their strength, tailoring instruction to individual needs. Ling Xian regarded the interior of the temple with profound insight. It seemed to be the teachings of Bobo. I shall return later. Please inform me when Kakarot awakens. Ling Xian prepared to depart from the celestial realm. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal aura emanated from Sun Wukong, only to vanish moments later. This is the foundation for achieving the state of Zizai. Ling Xian observed Sun Wukong in the center of the temple square, raising an eyebrow slightly. Sun Wukong's current condition mirrored his own prior endeavors in mastering the realm of Zizai. However, unlike Sun Wukong, Ling Xian had attained a nascent form of Zizai through system rewards, and after 4 additional years of cultivation, had achieved the perfected state of Zizai. Sun Wukong truly embodies the essence of a protagonist in Dragon Ball. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Ling Xian reaffirmed his suspicions that Bobo was no ordinary being. Sun Wukong stood up and approached Ling Xian, smiling. Lewis, what brings you here? Have you forgotten what I told you? You said you were going to learn the Kaioshin. Sun Wukong beamed with joy. Go fetch Vegeta. What about Raditz and Nappa? They lack the requisite talent. There's no need to summon them. Off you go. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and said nothing more. He called for Vegeta, who appeared equally delighted. The Kaioshin, revered by the candidate destroyer, must indeed be remarkable. Ling Xian, accompanied by the 2, vanished from the celestial realm. The North Kai's planet lay in the underworld. For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to locate. However, Ling Xian was not ordinary. As a candidate destroyer, his dimensional prowess equaled that of the Kai, granting him knowledge of the underworld's whereabouts. Ling Xian led Sun Wukong and the others, traversing the barrier between the human realm and arriving before the King of Hell's palace. Halt! A spectral guard from the King of Hell emerged. You mortals dare to intrude upon the underworld. Seize them and return them to the mortal realm. Before he could finish, a terrified voice echoed from within the palace. Who is this Kai that has descended upon the King of Hell? A massive bull-headed figure resembling the Ox King rushed out, panic etched across its face. However, it quickly discerned that the newcomers were not the 5 familiar Kais, but rather a young man of equal dimensional standing. Accompanied by 2 mortals. You are the king of hell, correct? I have business with the North Kai. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. Ling Xian stated coolly, then soared toward Snake Way with Sun Wukong and the others. The king of hell, rendered speechless, remained perplexed about the identity of this new Kai as they traversed Snake Way. Sun Wukong and Vegeta fell silent. Hey, Vegeta, why are so many people afraid of Lewis? Isn't it obvious? Who wouldn't fear a candidate destroyer? Is a candidate destroyer really that powerful? With just a finger, he could obliterate you. Do you need to ask? Lewis, is what Vegeta said true? Sun Wukong gazed at Ling Xian with wide eyes. Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly. Surely, this fool isn't considering challenging me. Noticing Ling Xian's silence, Sun Wukong continued, Lewis, can you fight with me? Absolutely not. Ling Xian interjected firmly, and finding the pace too slow, he sees Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanishing from Snake Way in an instant. The next moment, they appeared at the end of Snake Way. Above them hovered a diminutive celestial body. Let us go. Ling Xian led the two to the North Kai's planet. Upon landing, a loud roar echoed as a large gorilla materialized before them. Beerus, stop bothering me. Ling Xian instantly recognized who it was and swatted it away with a single blow. Sun Wukong and Vegeta swallowed hard. Astonished by the display of rudeness, North Kai, come forth. Ling Xian's voice resonated across the entirety of the North Kai's planet. The North Kai, roused from slumber on the planet's far side, opened his eyes in fury. Who dares to disturb my rest? The North Kai, filled with rage, rushed for a minute before finally confronting Ling Xian. Who are you? Do you not know the etiquette of not interrupting someone is? The North Kai abruptly gasped, staring at Ling Xian. Who are you? How is your dimensional level so high? And what are these 2 mortals doing here? The North Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning the unusual presence of a being with the dimensional standing of Kai. Enough. North Kai. I am here to request that you teach these 2 the Kaioshin and Spirit Bomb techniques. How do you know I possess these techniques? And who are you? The North Kai furrowed his brow. Enough with the pleasantries. I demand you teach them. Ling Xian replied impatiently that I will consider teaching them, but you must first tell me a joke. The North Kai, bewildered by Ling Xian's identity, wondered when another Kai had emerged, particularly one who arrived with 2 mortals requesting instruction in the Kaioshin and Spirit Bomb techniques. However, sensing that the aura of this Kai was not malevolent, he deemed it acceptable to teach them. Ling Xian, feeling a vain throb on his forehead, decided to share a joke. North Kai, do you recognize this? Ling Xian raised his hand, revealing a purple energy sphere. Suddenly, a ferocious wind swept through, causing the entire North Kai's planet to tremble. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were jolted by this display of power. Faced with such might, they felt no inclination to resist. It was clear that a direct hit would spell their demise. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both thinking that Lewis was truly terrifying. How do you possess destructive energy? The North Kai stammered, memories of the devastation wrought by Beerus flooding back to him. Could it be? Has Lord Beerus perished? No, wait. You are the current destroyer. The North Kai's complexion turned ashen, his throat constricting as he swallowed repeatedly, trembling in fear. Far away in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus suddenly sneezed, wondering who was speaking ill of him. If Lord Beerus were to discover your disparaging remarks, do you truly believe your North Kai's planet would remain unscathed? It seems that Lord Beerus has not perished after all. The North Kai, prostrate on the ground as if shielding his planet, stammered, No, please, this is my last remaining planet. Very well, I have no interest in your North Kai's planet. Just ensure you properly instruct those 2, Ling Xian replied. Dispersing the destructive energy he had been wielding, Lord Beerus has not met his end, which must mean you are the current candidate for the god of destruction. The North Kai exclaimed in astonishment as he rose to his feet. Goodness, that lazy sloth has taken on a disciple, Ling Xian remarked. North Kai, is that agreeable? Daring not to oppose, the North Kai swallowed hard and responded, Rest assured, candidate god of destruction, I will surely teach them well. Very well, then they are entrusted to you. Ling Xian turned to Son Goku and his companions, saying, "Focus on your training. I shall take my leave for now. I will return to fetch you in a year." As Ling Xian prepared to depart, he turned once more to add, "By the way, the spirit bomb may not be suited for everyone. If you cannot master it, do not be disheartened. Just ensure you learn the Kaioshin technique, as it will serve you best until you can transform into a Super Saiyan. The spirit bomb appears to be a technique only those with a pure heart can learn." Ling Xian's words served as a precautionary measure for Vegeta, preventing him from feeling disheartened should he struggle with the spirit bomb. After concluding his instructions, Ling Xian departed. Chapter 23. Inciting Louis, Ling Xian returned to Earth, where he remained in the company of Tais. Soon, he received a communication from Whis, requesting him to bring Tais back to prepare a meal. However, Ling Xian was unwilling to comply. He jokingly asserted that Tais was his partner now, and she should no longer be tasked with cooking. This drew eye rolls from both Whis and Beerus, deeming him a rogue who prioritized romance over duty. At that moment, Tais suggested inviting Beerus and Whis to Earth instead, as her culinary skills were hardly superior. There were many who could cook better than her on the planet. Upon hearing this, both Beerus and Whis lit up with excitement. Yet, a pressing matter prevented them from immediately heading to Earth, and they remained tight-lipped about the reason. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus and Whis stood before the palace, gazing skyward. "Lord Beerus, are you truly not going to inform Louis about the other universe's candidate gods of destruction coming to the 7th universe? What purpose would that serve? Let us not forget those individuals are merely here to vex me. Now that I have taken on a candidate god of destruction, they will surely follow suit." Beerus replied through gritted teeth, "They will undoubtedly recruit individuals of godly strength, and with Louis's battle power of 1.5 billion, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not suffice. The thought alone is infuriating." Whis chuckled. "Who can blame them for wanting to mock you? Every god of destruction from other universes yearns to take a jab at you, even your own brother. Let them wait 2 more years. We shall see who ends up mocking whom. With Louis's physique, none could defeat him. Perhaps, Lord Beerus, you could turn the tables and mock them in return," Whis suggested with a smile. That Beerus's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, the candidate gods of destruction from other universes must possess godly power. If they were to engage Louis in battle and fail, I could certainly take my revenge. Currently, Louis only possessed a battle power of 1.5 billion. However, even that was beyond Whis's capabilities to overcome, let alone any candidate gods of destruction from other universes. Thankfully, Whis remained unaware of Beerus's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly remark that not even his father could contend with such a power. Beerus erupted into wild laughter. "Let us proceed to Earth. Surely those individuals will come seeking me." Gulp. Whis swallowed hard, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Excellent. Tais mentioned that Earth has a plethora of delectable cuisine. This is delightful. Then let us hurry." In the North Galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters, a piercing and sinister voice echoed throughout the premises. The hall fell silent, as all beings present feared provoking the wrath of the tyrannical emperor. Frieza crushed the wine glass in his hand, seething, "Curse Galactic Patrol! Why must you oppose me?" Frieza was unaware of the Saiyans' motivation for joining the Galactic Patrol. All he knew was that they had betrayed him. Betrayal was his greatest contempt, and thus he relentlessly commanded his army to hunt down the Saiyans. Initially, he experienced some success, eliminating a handful of them. However, as time passed, the Saiyans grew clever, fleeing back to the Galactic Patrol's headquarters whenever they encountered Frieza's forces, a place even he dared not invade. Adding to his woes was the incident 4 years prior, when a candidate god of destruction infiltrated his stronghold. Frieza could no longer pursue the Saiyans. Over the years, the Saiyans had only grown stronger. Particularly Bardock, whose power now surpassed that of the Jinyu force. If he did not intervene, Frieza's forces would be unable to contain them. Yet he also had to consider that candidate god of destruction. At that moment, a cosmic being entered the palace and approached Frieza hastily. "Lord Frieza, I have heard a legend." Frieza, still fuming, turned his attention. "Speak. I overheard an ancient race proclaim that by finding the legendary Dragon Balls, one could grant any wish." The prospect of fulfilling any wish caused Frieza's expression to shift dramatically. "Quickly, tell me more." I learned from an ancient race that seeking the Dragon Balls can indeed grant eternal life. If the ancient race spoke the truth, then it is possible. Frieza's excitement grew. Where are the Dragon Balls? The cosmic being wiped his brow nervously and replied, Lord Frieza, I only heard of this. I do not know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. As soon as those words left his lips, a chilling aura of murder enveloped the palace. Find out. You must discover where the Dragon Balls are. Once I attain eternal life and immense power, the Galactic Patrol as headquarters will finally be within my grasp. On Earth, Ling Xian reclined in Tai's backyard, savoring a drink and relishing the comfortable life. Tai's was absent, having gone shopping with Bulma. After all, the two sisters had not seen each other in many years. Their sisterly bond was profound, and now they spent every day together. At tea that moment, a radiant, multicolored light appeared before Ling Xian. Kid, are you enjoying life? Ah, is that not my Lord Beerus? Ling Xian opened his eyes and chuckled. Weren't you supposed to be busy? You didn't come to Earth when I summoned you, so why are you here now? His tone was laced with playful mockery. Beerus gritted his teeth, cursing the insolent brat. With a sly glint in his eye, Beerus teased, Youngster, I have both good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first? Whis, standing beside them, covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Ling Xian shut his eyes again. Lord Beerus, I have no desire to listen. Beerus's forehead twitched in irritation, while Whis burst into laughter, whether you wish to hear it or not. You shall, Beerus huffed. The good news is you are about to make a name for yourself. Ling Xian raised an eyebrow, reopening his eyes. And what is the bad news? The bad news is you will have to fight against the candidate destroyers from other universes. What? Ling Xian sprang up from his beach chair, staring intently at Beerus. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Beerus's words about making a name for oneself. This was a challenge to fight against the candidate destroyers of other universes. And with his immunity, he would naturally prevail. In this way, he would become renowned throughout the Omni King's universe. Lord Beerus, your scheme is rather clever, he exclaimed, laughing. Indeed. The weather is quite pleasant, Beerus remarked, whistling as he gazed at the sky. Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly. The reason he complimented Beerus's cunning was that if he were to battle against the other destroyers, he was already in an unbeatable position. This would allow Beerus to mock them in return, saying that even a being of divine caliber could not defeat a mere mortal. Beerus was unconcerned about inciting hatred, as he was already disliked by all the destroyers and had no need to worry about being hated even more. However, Beerus was now intent on dragging him into this affair. All right, you little rascal, since I am your master, tell me whether you will assist me with this task. Beerus patted Ling Xian on the shoulder, his face unflustered. That of course, I shall help. Ling Xian gritted his teeth in response. Although he feigned anger, his heart remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, one rises and falls together. He was already bound to the seventh universe. Moreover, in Ling Xian's eyes, Beerus and Whis were akin to both mentors and friends. If Beerus wished to retaliate with mockery, Ling Xian would naturally lend his support. With a slight smile, Ling Xian eagerly anticipated the opportunity to engage with the other candidate destroyers. Suddenly, Ling Xian furrowed his brow and asked, Lord Beerus, do other universes besides the 11th have candidate destroyers? Whis finally spoke up, chuckling. Long ago when Lord Beerus accepted you as a candidate destroyer, other destroyers followed suit. Ling Xian covered his eyes. He finally realized just how poor Beerus's reputation was. While others had prepared early on, they were merely waiting to mock him. Beerus scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, not expecting that regaining face would require his successor's involvement. Very well, Lord Beerus, when will they arrive in the 7th universe? In 1 year. 1 year. Ling Xian echoed. Indeed, do you have something to attend to? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Ling Xian shook his head. Vegeta and Son Goku had gone to the North Kai to learn the Kaioshin technique, and he would return to bring them back in a year. Also, in that year, these two were preparing to seek revenge on Frieza. Unexpectedly, the other universe's candidate destroyers would also descend upon the 7th universe in a year. There seemed to be a scheduling conflict. In the end, Ling Xian said little more, and Beerus and Whis settled on Earth. Upon their arrival, they quickly discovered that Tai was indeed correct. Earth was a veritable paradise for food. Even the most casual street snack was something they had never tasted before. Beerus and Whis lamented why they had not discovered this planet sooner. In addition to the culinary delights, Beerus and Whis soon noticed a unique feature of Earth. In the northern part of the planet stood a towering stone spire that reached the clouds, with a mysterious realm above it. They had ventured to the realm once, but found nothing amiss, only knowing that both the realm and the stone spire were ancient. Ultimately, Beerus and Whis could only leave it at that. Chapter 24. Son Goku and Vegeta master the Kaioshin technique, while Beerus and Whis indulged in the world of delectable cuisine. Ling Xian embarked on his training. This was his first foray into training since departing from the realm of destruction, and he focused his efforts on three aspects: strength, dimension, and rules. In terms of strength, his current power, measured in battle power, stood at 1.5 billion before transformation, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it escalated to 75 billion in terms of dimension. He was at the Kai level. However, regarding rules, he could only condense destructive energy into a fist-sized sphere that achieve breakthroughs in all three areas within a year seemed exceedingly unrealistic and less rewarded by the system, since the system had issued no sign-in tasks. Ling Xian could only concentrate on one aspect, striving for progress by the end of the year. After some contemplation, he decided that focusing on dimensions would be most beneficial. Several reasons informed this decision. Firstly, in terms of strength, Ling Xian had reached a bottleneck at his current stage, making further enhancement quite challenging. Even if he could improve, it would not be significant unless he broke through to Super Saiyan 2. Achieving such a breakthrough would amplify his original strength by 100 times, bringing it to 1.5 trillion battle power. However, it is important to note that Ling Xian had only recently achieved Super Saiyan 1, making further breakthroughs unrealistic. This was also why Ling Xian had chosen not to train after leaving the Destruction Realm, opting instead to accompany Tai Si. Secondly, in the domain of destructive rules, the size of the destructive energy sphere he could condense depended on his own strength. The capacity of the container determines how much water it can hold. Ling Xian's ability to condense a fist-sized destructive energy sphere was already at his limit. Attempting to condense a larger sphere was simply impossible. Moreover, it should be remembered that the other candidate destroyers who would be arriving also possessed mastery of destructive rules, even if Ling Xian managed to condense his destructive energy into a larger form. It would pale in comparison to those who had trained in destructive rules for thousands of years. Thirdly, the dimension aspect was different from the previous two. Ling Xian had already reached the Kai level in dimension. A subsequent breakthrough would elevate him to divine level. The divine level is where the destroyers and Kaioshins reside. Once Ling Xian breaks through to the divine level, his power would transform into divine power. It has been stated that divine power differs from mortal power. Under equivalent battle power, the threat posed by divine power is far greater. Additionally, achieving a breakthrough to the divine dimension would significantly extend his lifespan. However, even if Ling Xian were to make progress in dimensions, he would still be no match for the other candidate destroyers. Ling Xian had never considered that he could defeat others at present, yet he knew that they could not vanquish him either. The outcome was already predetermined as a stalemate. Weighing the three factors, Ling Xian opted to delve into dimensional cultivation. However, it is essential to note that cultivating in the dimension requires more than mere talent. It necessitates a substantial investment of time, as well as opportunities and luck. Hence, Ling Xian ascended to the heavenly realm once again in the heavenly temple. The deities were, as always, observing the lower realms. One deity wiped the cold sweat from his brow, remarking, "I never expected that the true god of destruction would also arrive on earth." A radiant beam descended from the lower realms, and the visitor was none other than Ling Xian. The deity, perplexed, inquired, "Lord candidate for god of destruction, do you require something?" Ling Xian smiled and replied, "I wish to borrow your time chamber. Would it be permissible?" The deity, swallowing hard, pondered the implications of a refusal, given the potential destruction of Earth. Despite his curiosity regarding how Ling Xian knew of the time chamber, he nodded, "Of course, there is no problem." "Then, please lead the way," Ling Xian requested. "Right this way," the deity responded, guiding Ling Xian through the temple's corridors. Along the way, the deity explained the precautions regarding the time chamber. Although Ling Xian was already aware of its intricacies, he listened attentively. Upon arriving at the entrance, the deity cautioned, "Lord Candidate for God of Destruction, please ensure you exit within 2 years. Otherwise, you may become eternally trapped inside." Understood, Ling Xian thought to himself, refraining from mentioning that with sufficient power, one could indeed break through the spatial barriers and return to reality. He then stepped into the time chamber. Meanwhile, in another universe, Ramusi exclaimed, "Have you selected your candidate yet? I decided long ago, over a decade ago. Xiangpa, how about you? Just because Beerus is your brother, you won't participate in this challenge. Will you?" "Humph, I would relish the opportunity to mock that skinny skeleton daily." "Very well, there's still a year left for them to train. Let us hope nothing goes awry." The 11 gods of destruction gathered together. Plotting to challenge Ling Xian, and on another front, the attendant angels convened. "Bardos, have you uncovered the origin of that holy aura from years past?" "Dear sister, I have found nothing." "What about the rest of you?" "We have not either. When we inquired with Whis, he claimed to know nothing. Perhaps he genuinely does not know. Well then, let us seize this opportunity to investigate the 7th universe thoroughly." Indeed, as time flowed, a year passed unnoticed that in the restaurant of the Tai Si family in Shidu, Tai Si offered, "Lewis, try this." She lifted a piece of meat to Ling Xian's mouth. Ling Xian smiled gently, opening his mouth to savor the morsel. After he finished, Tai Si tenderly wiped his lips with a napkin. Across the table, Whis and Beerus were engaged in a fierce struggle over the last chicken leg. "Whis, don't you dare steal it." "It's mine." "Lord Beerus, it's mine." Their squabble escalated to near combat. "I'm full. I'll visit King Kai of the North for a moment, and will return shortly," Ling Xian announced, taking Tai Si's hand as they left the hall. Upon witnessing this, the two in the restaurant paused. Seizing the moment, Beerus snatched the chicken leg from Whis's grasp, munching away while saying, "Whis, don't you find that kid a bit odd? A year ago, Lewis returned from that mysterious heavenly realm, and he seemed different." Whis pondered, "It appears there's indeed something unusual about the dimensional aspect." "Yes, I share that sentiment. It feels as if Lewis is on the verge of breaking through to the divine level." Beerus took another bite of the chicken leg, shaking his head. "You must be dreaming. Lewis is only trained for 16 years. How could he possibly break through to the divine level so swiftly?" At King Kai's planet, Ling Xian and Tai Si materialized in an instant. Suddenly, 2 overwhelming auras surged forth. Tai Si's formerly rosy complexion turned pale. "Do not be afraid." Ling Xian reassured her, enveloping her in a protective embrace as a violet radiance enveloped them. The destructive energy cocooned them, and the tumultuous waves clashed against it, disintegrating upon impact. "That startled me." Tai Si gasped, placing a hand over her heart. "Tenfold Kaioshin! Tenfold Kaioshin!" They shouted in unison, and the turbulent energy surged wildly, causing King Kai's planet to tremble as if on the brink of explosion. "You two, cease this at once." King Kai clung desperately to a crooked tree, his pets, a gorilla and a grasshopper, gripping his legs tightly. "Who are they? Their power is astounding." Tai Si, shielded, gasped in astonishment. "They are my kin. I never expected they would master the Kaioshin technique." Ling Xian held Tai Si close as the fierce energy waves crashed before them. Yet they ultimately could not penetrate the protective aura of destruction. After a moment, the 2 crimson auras dimmed as Sun Wukong and Vegeta deactivated their Kaioshin states. King Kai and his 2 pets, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. "It's Lewis," Sun Wukong exclaimed, noticing Ling Xian and, of course, Tai Si beside him. "Lewis, who is she?" "She is my wife," Ling Xian replied with a gentle smile, leading Tai Si closer. Tai Si, filled with joy, gazed affectionately at Ling Xian. He squeezed her small hand and turned to Vegeta, asking, "How is the Kaioshin?" Vegeta grinned broadly, declaring, "Impressive, truly impressive. Frieza is as good as finished." Oh, Ling Xian sensed the energies of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong arrived at King Kai's planet, he possessed a battle power of 80,000, while Vegeta was slightly behind at 70,000 now. Ling Xian sensed that Sun Wukong's power had reached approximately 200,000 AS for Vegeta. He remained slightly behind, boasting a power level of around 170,000 ha. It seems you are quite confident in your revenge plan. I will personally slay Frieza. Vegeta clenched his teeth, the image of the explosion of planet Vegeta vividly etched in his memory. Perhaps with his combat power of 170,000, he was still unable to defeat that cosmic tyrant. However, if he were transformed into a great ape, Frieza would undoubtedly be no match for him. At that moment, having met the candidate for the God of Destruction, King Kai of the North regained his strength and hurried over to pay his respects. He hoped to avoid any potential ire from the other party due to improper etiquette, which might lead to the destruction of his remaining planets. Ling Xian nodded at King Kai, then turned to Goku and the others, saying, "The year has come to an end, since you have both mastered the Kaioken. Let us return to Earth." Goku hesitated, almost speaking, "Kakarot, what troubles you? Why don't you inquire if we have learned Lord North Kai's other ultimate technique?" Goku grinned, a hint of boastfulness in his demeanor. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "I guess that Kakarot has mastered it, while I have not." Ling Xian burst into hearty laughter. "How dull." Vegeta huffed again. Goku placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder and smiled at Ling Xian, saying, "Haha, Lewis, you are truly clever." This further darkened Vegeta's expression, finally prompting him to speak. "What is so impressive about it?" "I sent it just a spirit bomb. It's hardly as formidable as the Kaioken." The word jealousy was practically stamped on his face. "Well, didn't I mention that this technique is not something everyone can learn? You need not take it to heart, Vegeta," Ling Xian interjected. "Yes, indeed, this technique can only be mastered by those with a pure heart." King Kai of the North quickly affirmed, this moment. Vegeta's face darkened even more, as if it were blacker than the bottom of a pot. Was this not a suggestion that his heart was impure? Ultimately, Ling Xian took Ties by the hand, leading the dejected Vegeta and the cheerful Goku away from King Kai's planet. Chapter 25. Ding! Please sign in before the deities. Upon returning to Earth, Goku went back to his home on the Baozi Mountain, while Vegeta resided at Bulma's house. Having just returned, neither of them intended to seek vengeance against Frieza immediately. They decided to rest first, in the backyard. Ties and Ling Xian sat on a swing, their heads lowered, shyly asking, "Lewis, could you please repeat what you said on King Kai's planet?" Ling Xian feigned ignorance, wearing a mischievous smile as he looked at her. "What did I say? I seem to have forgotten." Ties lifted her head, puffing up her cheeks like an angry little lion. Her eyes were exceptional, especially when they widened in irritation, making her look quite adorable, despite being an older sister. The eternal youth granted by the dragon made her appear like a young girl, truly captivating. Ling Xian felt his heart race. Ties grabbed Ling Xian's hand and lightly bit it, huffing, "Speak quickly, or I shall bite you to death." Ling Xian pursed his lips and gently ruffled her hair. "If you bite me to death, you won't have a husband anymore." "Lewis, I am so happy." Ties beamed, leaping to the ground before jumping into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him like a tree. The girl in his arms was soft, her fresh scent wafting into his nostrils, stirring an unusual feeling within him, a sweet happiness blossoming in his heart. He had come to the Dragon Ball world, always dreaming of being able to punch Beerus and kick Zeno. Who could have imagined he would meet Ties? There were many beautiful women in Dragon Ball, such as Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18. Yet Ties was uniquely enchanting. She was mature and intelligent, yet playful and adorable. Ling Xian's hands rested on Ties' back as he embraced her, realizing he now had something to cherish. How ironic it was that he had once asked her to protect him, only to find himself deceived. Suddenly, Ties' voice echoed softly. "What have I deceived you about?" "You've captured my heart." Ties raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with Ling Xian's reflection. Ling Xian clutched his chest, feeling as though he had been struck by a sweet arrow. He cradled her delicate face. "Sister Ties, how did you learn to tease?" Her long golden hair cascaded down her back, her fair and exquisite face framed by her slightly parted ruby lips. "I did not tease you, and I am not your sister. I am your wife." Ties playfully stuck out her tongue, appearing adorably innocent. Gentle breeze blew, yet it could not dissipate the heat rising within Ling Xian. His sister Tai's was simply too adorable. He gently bit her rosy lips. Tai's eyes widened. He kissed me. Her mind went blank, momentarily forgetting to resist. By the time she regained her senses, she reciprocated, her bold actions causing her ears to flush. After a moment, their lips parted. You. Tai's suddenly felt something amiss. Her face flushing as she playfully pinched Ling Xian's shirt. You kissed me. I am sorry. Ling Xian stammered, the dignity of the candidate for the god of destruction completely evaporating, leaving him looking foolish and dazed. He prepared to release Tai's. Puffed. Tai's covered her mouth, breaking into laughter, and then tightened her embrace around Ling Xian, still maintaining her tree-hugging stance. After all, you are my man. Ling Xian, held tightly by Tai's, felt the intensity of the moment escalating. The air thick with a heady mix of hormones. Their eyes met. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Ling Xian lowered his head while Tai's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes fluttering closed once more. Suddenly, buzz! A dazzling array of colorful lights appeared in the sky, a vast divine aura enveloping the entire earth. Mortals were oblivious, but Ling Xian sensed IT that moment. Ding! A mission has been issued. Please sign in before the deities. Reward, Divine Dimension. The Divine Dimension. Ling Xian was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. While in the realm of the gods of destruction, he had diligently practiced dimensional techniques. After 4 years of training, his progress had been minimal. Upon arriving on Earth, he continued to practice for over a year, and coupled with the decades spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he finally achieved a breakthrough. He was on the verge of entering the Divine Dimension. Yet he had always struggled to take that final step. Now, the system had issued this task. How delightful! Ling Xian refrained from kissing her, cradling Tai's face gently, saying, Sister Tai's, they are coming. Who is coming? Tai's opened her eyes. Pouting, kissing was such a delightful experience, and they had almost kissed again. How infuriating! It's the other universe's candidates for the god of destruction. They have come to find me. I TS them. Humph, they infuriate me. Tai's clenched her fists, genuinely upset that she hadn't gotten to kiss her little boy. I can't take it anymore. First, a kiss before anything else. Tai-Si lifted her head and pressed her lips against his. Still not satisfied, her tongue ventured in. After a while, it was done. Ling Xian gently brushed her small nose and said, Wait for me to finish with them. Then I will return to accompany Sister Tai-Si. Off you go, quickly. In the end, Ling Xian departed from the backyard. In the northern part of Earth, 11 colorful lights appeared, instantly revealing figures. Among them, the 11 figures with floating divine halos emanated a formidable aura, while the other 22 figures exuded a fierce presence. The god of destruction from the first universe, Ewan, spoke up. How could that fellow Beerus be on such a trash planet? The god of destruction from the 10th universe. Ramses mocked. Indeed, the 7th universe has begun to decline. The assembly of gods of destruction erupted in laughter. The 11 angels stood expressionless, their gazes fixated on the tall tower nestled within the northern forest of Earth. The remaining 11 figures were all candidate gods of destruction. At that moment, 2 figures emerged. Beerus coldly remarked, So you really came? The god of destruction from the 6th universe, Kampa, laughed heartily. Thin ribs, are you ready for a spar? Where's your successor? With that, Kampa pretended to look around. Your successor. Could it be that he is too afraid to come along? It seems Beerus is also frightened. Why doesn't he dare to bring his people? The god of destruction from the 4th universe, Katra, sneered. The assembly of gods of destruction felt emboldened. After all, how formidable could a mere child, a candidate god of destruction who had only trained for a few years, truly be? Beerus snorted. Laugh now, but we'll see if you can still laugh later. The god of destruction from the 2nd universe, Hellas, interjected. Who can't boast? Why not let your successor come out? Enough of this nonsense. Beerus, it was agreed that our successors would spar, so bring yours out now. The god of destruction from the 11th universe, Wei Mei, looked at Beerus with mockery. The gathering of candidate gods of destruction also revealed smiles, for they had received orders to ensure the 7th universe's successor would embarrass himself during this spar. That moment, A ripple in space heralded the arrival of a figure beside Beerus. It was none other than Ling Xian. Ding! Successfully signed him before the angels and gods of destruction. Reward: Divine Dimension. Buzz, a divine aura suddenly erupted from Ling Xian, marking his entry into the threshold. The power of mortal completely transformed into divine strength. After breaking through to the divine dimension, Ling Xian's lifespan became equal to that of the Kaioshin and gods of destruction that ate this moment. The angels and gods of destruction sensed Ling Xian's breakthrough, and the atmosphere erupted with excitement. What is this? The divine dimension? Who is this guy? How did he break through to the divine dimension? He can't be the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe, can he? That's impossible. Beerus has only trained a candidate god of destruction for a mere decade. How could a child achieve the divine dimension in such a short time? The assembly of gods of destruction stared at Ling Xian in shock. Not only were the other gods astonished, but even Beerus and Whis were left dumbfounded. Isn't this kid from the Kaioshin dimension? How did he break through in the blink of an eye? Chapter 26. The astonishment of the gods' greetings. Esteemed gods of destruction. Ling Xian scratched his nose, instantly recognizing the gods of destruction and angels present. However, there were also 11 other individuals beside him, their dimensions not very high, with the highest being at the king of hell level. Though their dimensions were low, the aura they emitted was exceptionally strong. These 11 individuals must be the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. Wait! Suddenly, Ling Xian spotted a familiar figure among these candidate gods of destruction. Toppo. In the anime, Toppo is the captain of the Pride Troopers from the 11th universe. He faced Vegeta during the Tournament of Power, and they both got eliminated simultaneously. Only a decade has passed, and he has already achieved this level. What immense talent! Having strong talent and dimensional training is meaningless. Don't you realize his power is... Wait! He actually possesses the aura of destruction. He has comprehended the rules of destruction. The god of destruction from the 8th universe, Jiren, remarked, "This kid's talent is truly terrifying." No wonder Beerus has taken him as a candidate god of destruction. The god of destruction from the 12th universe, Jean, incredulously stated, "Truly terrifying." In just over a decade, he has managed to elevate his dimensional training to the divine level. And he has even grasped the rules of destruction. Kampa shook his head frantically. "We were mistaken. I knew it. How could Thin Ribs joke about candidate gods of destruction?" The other gods of destruction wore equally astonished expressions. As for the angels, they were even more astonished, gazing at Ling Xian. Ling Xian radiated an aura that was faint yet palpable. The gods of destruction might not have noticed it at first. But this was the level of an angel. How could the angels not recognize it? The state of liberation. How old could the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe be? At most, he was around 20 years old. This kid must have started cultivating from the womb. No, even that would only add a year. This child is simply terrifying. So, weren't you just saying to bring Luis over? What do you think of my successor? Beerus placed a hand on Ling Xian's shoulder, laughing heartily as he surveyed the incredulous expressions of the gathered deities. Years of frustration evaporated in an instant, leaving him utterly content. Don't get too smug. Don't think that just because your successor has exceptional talent, he will prevail in this spar. Katra glared at Beerus and Ling Xian, his face dark. Beerus had enmity with him and was stronger, making Katra the one who wished to see the 7th universes decline the most. For a long time, the 7th universe had been deteriorating, and it could be destroyed by the Omni King at any moment. He was genuinely pleased, but unexpectedly, he saw signs of resurrection for the 7th universe in this kid before him. True, this spar would not be won merely based on talent. It would also depend on true strength. Wei Mei patted her companion Toppo. Toppo stepped forward. Boom! The aura of destruction soared, the ground cracked, and the forest vanished. So powerful. His mastery of the rules of destruction is formidable. He is a worthy adversary. The assembly of candidate gods of destruction exclaimed. Earth trembled increasingly, on the verge of collapsing under Toppo's destructive aura. Ling Xian remained expressionless beside Beerus, watching as Toppo wreaked havoc on the planet. Kid, are you seeking death? At long last, Beerus spoke up. Earth was a culinary gem he had painstakingly discovered. Any who dared to threaten his planet would be deemed his enemies. An aura of murderous intent radiated from Beerus, and he vanished in an instant. Wei Mei, standing beside Topo, suddenly felt a constriction in his breath, as if a primordial beast had set its gaze upon him. The destructive energy emanating from him dissipated abruptly. "Stop!" Wei Mei exclaimed in shock, bewildered by Beerus's sudden aggression, that he swiftly intervened, positioning himself in front of Topo, muscles taut as he clenched his fists with all his might. With a surge forward, a purple fist materialized in the void. Colliding with Wei Mei's own, the earth trembled. The planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, causing a portion of the North Galaxy to be forcibly indented. All the angels quickly sprang into action to protect their respective candidates for destruction. While with feigned involvement to shield Ling Xian in the vast expanse of the cosmos, "Beerus, have you lost your mind?" Ewan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Destruction gods must not engage in combat. Do you wish to be erased by the Omni King?" Hellas shouted that a multitude of destruction gods stepped forth to chastise Beerus, yet none dared to confront him directly. Even Kampa could only muster verbal jabs, fully aware of Beerus' wrath at that moment. Wei Mei retreated to Topo's side, stammering, "Be Beerus. If it is a fight you desire, then I shall oblige." Despite his bravado, the hand that had clashed with Beerus trembled uncontrollably. Topo, observing this, felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed intently at Beerus. The destruction god of the seventh universe was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the mighty Wei Mei struggled against a single blow. The other candidates for destruction displayed expressions of incredulity, realizing that disparities existed even among the gods of destruction. Beerus disregarded the assembled deities and turned to Whis, commanding, "Restore the earth." At once. Whis replied, waving his staff to reverse time by 2 minutes, returning Earth to its undamaged state. Ling Xian smirked, enjoying the spectacle, thinking why destroy Earth when one could simply jest. Yet, he mused, Beerus was indeed formidable. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate this time," Beerus remarked, casting a cold glance at Topo, behind Wei. "May that I warn you, should anyone dare to harm my Earth, I shall obliterate you." A shiver ran through the candidates for destruction at the intensity of his murderous intent, while Topo's back was slick with cold sweat, clearly intimidated. "Enough chatter, skinny bones. Are you ready? Let us commence our sparring," Kampa declared, stepping forward, for he was the only one bold enough to confront Beerus in his ire, being his own brother. "Why the rush?" Beerus's icy demeanor melted into a playful smile, as if the preceding events had never transpired. "Lewis, you may decide when to engage them," he said, "in a few days, perhaps. After all, the esteemed gods of destruction have traveled great distances to the seventh universe and deserve a moment to rest first." Ling Xian finally interjected. The other gods of destruction smiled, with Jean taunting, "Beerus, look at your successor. He knows how to consider others, unlike you." "Che, if you're dissatisfied, I can always engage in a brawl," Beerus retorted before vanishing with Whis. Only Ling Xian remained, accompanying the assembled deities. "Esteemed gods of destruction, please follow me," he beckoned as he soared into the sky. The gods exchanged glances before trailing behind him, with the other candidates closely following, their eyes fixed on Ling Xian, whose talent was truly astonishing. However, talent did not equate to strength. They felt confident in their abilities for the upcoming sparring. The angels trailed at the rear, astonished by the remarkable potential displayed by the candidates for destruction of the seventh universe. Indeed, that young man named Lewis seems to have grasped the perfect state of effortless mastery. It is no wonder Beerus selected him as a candidate. The seventh universe is on the rise. The angels remarked, at that moment. Batos furrowed her brow. "Sister, have you noticed that towering structure in the center of the forest? A colossal tower loomed above the northern forests of Earth." The angels shuddered, having now recognized its presence. Ancient and adorned with enigmatic markings, they all turned to Kes. With a grave expression, Kes replied, "I have seen it. That tower is exceedingly ancient, and I cannot discern its origin. This planet is indeed extraordinary." Upon hearing this, the angels stared in shock. If even their eldest sister could not identify the tower, it must be something remarkable. Let us allow these young ones to finish their sparring before we inquire further with Whis about that divine aura from years past. And whether he knows the origin of that tower, Kes said, her delicate brows knitting together. Chapter 27. Sparring with the candidate for destruction, unaware of the angel's astonishment, Ling Xian arranged lodgings for the deities through ties. Following Beerus's earlier warning, the gods of destruction and their candidates refrained from causing chaos on Earth. Beerus was pleased with their behavior, yet Kampa, unable to contain himself, came to mock Beerus. However, he would have to wait 2 days for that opportunity. Thus, Kampa urged Bados to present her favorite delicacy, the East Bird Egg, to taunt, asserting that the seventh universe could not possibly possess such delectable treats. Initially, Beerus believed it to be a culinary delight, but upon tasting it, he couldn't help but retort, "What rubbish is this?" With a wave of his hand, Beerus summoned instant noodles for everyone. Angels, gods of destruction, and candidates alike received a bowl each. What on earth is this? It's absolutely delicious, Beerus exclaimed, savoring every noodle and broth that I've finished. Is there more? In response, Beerus burst into laughter, while Kampa shrank away, indulging in his noodles, fearing to utter another word. Days passed, with the deities reveling in Earth's cuisine. Nearly forgetting the purpose of their visit in Taiza's backyard, Katra observed the destruction gods relishing ice cream, pudding, and desserts, exclaiming, "Have you all forgotten our purpose for being here? What was it again? Ah yes, we came to spar with Beerus' successor." In an instant, the 10 gods of destruction reacted. Kampa strode up to Beerus, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "How dare you, Beerus, luring us with delicacies? Do you think you can simply pass this off?" "Not a chance." Hellas took a bite of pudding, revealing a look of delight. "Beerus, you have truly gone too far." Lamsey sipped on a chill beer and burped contentedly. Thank goodness for that old Radis reminder. "Otherwise, I might have forgotten." Quitella remained silent. The other gods of destruction launched a verbal assault on Beerus. Rolling his eyes, Beerus retorted, "So you all forgot, and now blame me. Enough of your prattle. Let us begin our sparring today." I originally intended to treat you to some fine delicacies, but now you choose to insult me while feasting. Who's afraid of whom? My Lewis is already in an invincible position, if you wish for mockery. Then let it come. Whis, summon Lewis at once. With Whis's assistance, Ling Xian appeared in an instant. "Lord Beerus, what is it?" "They are eager for mockery. Let us commence without delay." "No problem, but I would like 2 individuals to witness the battle of the candidate gods of destruction." Ling Xian requested Whis to locate Vegeta and Son Goku, only to find out that Vegeta had left Earth with Son Goku, Raditz, and Nappa. Where are they off to? It seems they are headed towards Namek. Ling Xian was taken aback. What is happening? Piccolo isn't dead, nor is the Supreme Kai. Why are they going to Namek? It turned out that during the 3 years Vegeta spent on Earth, he had developed a relationship with Bulma. Knowing about Bulma's sister's connection to Galactic Patrol Mijako, he contacted the Galactic Patrol headquarters through Tights. Far away at the Galactic headquarters, King Vegeta finally received news of his son. He sent a message to Vegeta. Frieza has discovered the legend of the Dragon Balls on Namek and is heading there. If Frieza obtains the Dragon Balls, the Saiyans are doomed. Therefore, King Vegeta led all the young Saiyans into action. Over 1,500 Saiyans surged towards Namek. In an instant, the 7th universe was thrown into an uproar. One was the cosmic Emperor Frieza, and the other was the rising Saiyan race. The collision of these 2 great powers was imminent. Upon learning this information, Vegeta immediately took Son Goku and others and departed from Earth. Through Whis's narration, Ling Xian grasped the whole story. The blood within him surged with excitement. The Saiyan race was about to confront Frieza. Just the thought of it thrilled him. He longed to witness the grand spectacle. But he was unable to leave. "Lewis, what are you thinking?" Beerus spoke up. "Lord Beerus, please begin. After the battle, I must head to Namek." Ling Xian restrained his excitement. Beerus nodded and turned to Whis. "Whis, set up the void battlefield." Whis smiled. "Sister, lend a hand." In the corner of the courtyard, Kusu slowly set down her ice cream and soared into the sky with Whis. They arrived in a void, and both waved their staffs simultaneously. Buzz, 2 beams of rainbow light emerged from the staffs, permeating the void. Instantly, The void transformed into a battlefield spanning 100,000 square meters. The angels, gods of destruction, and candidate gods of destruction flew into the arena. Ling Xian was the last to step into the battlefield, and the outside of the battlefield froze instantly. The god of destruction from Universe 5, Iraq, inquired, "How do you wish to spar this time?" The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, replied, "It matters not how you choose to spar, as long as you leave Lewis to me and my Universe 11, the god of destruction from Universe 6. Compa fumed, "What nonsense! Lewis can only be reserved for my Universe 6. The gods of destruction engaged in a lively debate, each eager to spar with Lewis. After all, Lewis had yet to mature. Defeating him would provide ample opportunity to mock Beerus. Otherwise, once Lewis grew stronger, the chance for such sparring would be lost. Hold on, esteemed ones. Why not let your heirs join together?" Ling Xian, not wanting to waste time, just wished to conclude this farce swiftly and rushed to Namek. Upon hearing this, the 11 candidate gods of destruction were infuriated. How audacious! Do not presume that your talent makes you invincible. You think you could defeat any candidate god of destruction present. Do you truly believe yourself to be a genuine god of destruction? Indeed, your strength is lacking. Learning to be as arrogant as Lord Beerus so quickly, Beerus, he felt the urge to strike. Quitella flew over, standing before Ling Xian, patting his chest and coldly stating, "Kid, you are quite arrogant." Beerus's demeanor had always irked him, and now this brat mirrored Beerus's attitude. Ling Xian narrowed his eyes. "Lord Quitella, do you hold a grudge against me?" His tone was calm, yet to Quitella, it rang with provocation. The other gods of destruction looked on with amusement. This lad was truly daring. He showed no fear of Quitella's wrath. Beerus nodded, not perceiving any issue with Ling Xian. Even if there were, he found it quite commendable. Quitella despised him, and naturally, Ling Xian felt no fondness for Quitella either. "Kid, do you know who you are speaking to?" Quitella exuded an aura of menace, causing the candidate gods of destruction present to tremble. "Lord Beerus, let them join. I am in a hurry." Ling Xian abruptly turned away, disregarding Quitella. Quitella's fury surged. He had been dismissed by a mere brat. Raising his hand, he gathered a sphere of destructive energy. Buzz! The atmosphere of the void battlefield grew tumultuous. "Quitella, you have gone too far." Beerus appeared behind Ling Xian in an instant, facing Quitella with an expression devoid of emotion. "You have crossed the line." Vermaud, watching the unfolding scene, felt his mouth twitch. Just days ago, his universe's topo had merely damaged a small portion of Earth, and Quitella was about to annihilate him. This is excessive. Even a protector shouldn't be this protective. The deities present were equally speechless. "Humph. If he seeks death, then I shall oblige." Quitella retracted his hand and turned to the candidate gods of destruction from his universe, saying, "Troy, you and the other candidate gods from different universes, go and eliminate that brat for me." "Understood." The candidate god of destruction from Universe 4, Troy, nodded. The other candidate gods of destruction looked to their respective gods, who also nodded in agreement. Thus, all the candidate gods of destruction soared into the air. Witnessing this, the angels were left in astonishment. Bados glanced at the calm Whis. Perplexed, "Whis, has your candidate god of destruction lost his mind?" The other angels shared the same bewilderment. Lewis wouldn't think that mastering the perfect state of tranquility rendered him invincible. Would he? To dare provoke Quitella and challenge 11 candidate gods of destruction simultaneously. Such audacity could only be described as madness or folly. Faced with the inquiries of his siblings, Weiss merely smiled and remained silent. Kesi, tilting her little head in contemplation, mused, could it be that he is emboldened by confidence? Apart from madness, that is the only possibility I can conceive. The fourth universe angel, Conic chuckled, this lad possesses remarkable talent. Having transcended dimensions to reach the divine realm, yet he still falls short in terms of power. Can this truly be termed confidence? The other angels, including Bados, shared a similar sentiment. Very well, as you continue to observe, the truth shall unfold. Weiss remarked, Ling Xian's uniqueness could not possibly be concealed. Ultimately, it would become known to all that it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to reveal the matter to everyone. Moreover, Since even the Grand Priest is aware of it and has entrusted the nurturing of Ling Xian to him, there can be no doubt about the outcome. Chapter 28. Indifference in the Sky. It was 1v11. Ling Xian regarded the 11 opponents before him with a calm demeanor. Among them, Topo was the one he was most familiar with. Topo was formidable. To be able to hold his own against the deep blue state of Vegeta in the anime was no small feat. As for the other candidate destroyers, he had neither seen nor heard of them. Ling Xian was unaware of which among them was the strongest, but he was certain that none of the candidate destroyers could be defeated by his current strength. This was beyond question. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Troy furrowed his brow. He had been selected as a candidate destroyer by Katra over a decade ago, with the intention of defeating the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe one day. Now, that day had finally arrived. I essayed a crime to be audacious. Ling Xian's lips curled slightly upward. You shall have your moment of regret. What has emboldened you to challenge all 11 of us simultaneously? The candidate destroyers shook their heads in disbelief. Unfazed, Ling Xian replied, Enough chatter. Let us commence. If you seek an early demise, I shall oblige. Upon noticing Quitra's glance from afar, Troy braced himself for battle, as did the other candidate destroyers. At that moment, Topo shook his head and retreated, asserting, to besiege is not a righteous act. It contradicts my principles. You may proceed. Che, what are you posturing for? Pay him no mind. Let us advance. The sparring began. The atmosphere in the void battlefield grew tense. The 10 candidate destroyers transformed into violet beams of light. Slicing through the emptiness, the torrent of destructive energy surged towards Ling Xian in the distance. Destroyer Jin shook his head. This lad is doomed. I wonder how he dares to take on 1 against 11. Katra laughed heartily. Beerus, your warriors are rather dim-witted. Ramses remained non-committal. They may be somewhat foolish. Yet their talent is commendable, and their courage is praiseworthy. If only they were from my universe. Beerus glared at Ramses, his anger boiling. You, fat elephant, are you out of your mind? And you, scrawny cat, are courting death. Ramses's ire flared. He detested being referred to as a fat elephant. If you wish to brawl, then so be it. Beerus approached Ramses, his gaze chillingly cold. Ramses was taken aback and hastily fell silent. Facing Beerus alone was daunting. He would prefer to battle alongside others rather than confront Beerus alone. Suddenly, all right, it is time to begin. Upon hearing this announcement, all the destroyers turned their attention to the distant void. With a whoosh, 10 violet beams of light surged towards Ling Xian. Although Ling Xian knew he would not be harmed, the thought of being besieged by 10 candidate destroyers made his scalp tingle. Submitting without a fight is not in my nature. Ling Xian clenched his fists, drawing forth his internal power. Boom! His battle power erupted to 1.5 billion in an instant, followed by a transformation of his aura into a golden blaze. Ling Xian's hair shimmered in alternating shades of gold and black, flickering incessantly. Boom! The heavens trembled. Super Saiyan, a battle power of 75 billion. Under normal circumstances, it would be 75 billion, but having recently transcended to the divine realm, his power had transformed into divine energy, his current strength. It was no longer feasible to measure him solely by battle power, in Weiss's words. Ling Xian's power had yet to reach the first level of divine realm. But it was not far off. A tidal wave of energy surged outward, halting the advance of the 10 candidate destroyers rushing towards him. What is this? Such formidable power! No wonder he dares to challenge all 11 of us at once. Yet it is still insufficient. This power is far from the first level of divine realm. Onward! Troy led the charge, with the other candidate destroyers following closely behind. The sky was instantly enveloped in violet light. Troy appeared before Ling Xian, the second level of divine realm's power coalescing in his hand as he launched a punch. Ling Xian raised his hand to block. What tremendous strength! Although Ling Xian felt no pain. The sheer force sent him flying sideways. Merely upon contact, Ling Xian displayed signs of defeat. Topo furrowed his brow. Was this the caliber of the candidate destroyers from the 7th universe? Did he not intend to take on 1 against 11? He could not withstand a single punch. The other destroyers in the distance, witnessing this, clutched their stomachs in laughter. Beerus, What kind of nonsense is this in your universe? Did you think dyeing your hair gold would make you impressive? You can't even withstand a single punch from Troy. How utterly laughable. Did he truly believe himself to be a master of the 5th level of Divine Realm? It turns out he is so inept. This brash demeanor mirrors your own. Beerus, what a waste of such genuine talent. Listening to the mockery from the candidate destroyers, Beerus's face flushed slightly. His plan had never been for Lewis to defeat the other candidate destroyers. Rather, he intended for Lewis to endure until the end of the battle, and no one could defeat Lewis. This way, he could retort, a group of 2nd-level Divine Realm candidate destroyers could not even best a little fellow who has yet to reach divine power. Beerus understood that any words spoken at this moment would be futile, so he quietly awaited the final outcome. Once the results were in, it would be his moment to speak. Observing Beerus's silence, the other destroyers intensified their taunts in stark contrast to the reactions of the other destroyers. The angels were left dumbfounded upon witnessing Ling Xian being struck by a punch. Why is he? This young man from your universe has managed to remain unscathed under Troy's full-force strike. Surely this cannot be true. In the face of their siblings' inquiries, Weiss merely replied, "You shall soon find out." The assembly of angels then realized that the young man named Lewis was indeed audacious beyond measure. What utter rubbish! How dare he act so arrogantly? After striking Ling Xian, Troy crossed his arms and hovered in midair, roaring with laughter. Ling Xian, subjected to an overwhelming force, saw his substitute destroyer attire shatter instantaneously, propelling him far into the distance. The other substitute destroyers flickered into action, obeying their master's command, unwilling to let Ling Xian escape, and they all pursued him relentlessly. Each summoned a destructive energy orb. The heavens and earth dimmed. This was not merely a spar. It was a matter of life and death. You think you can be so reckless? Prepare to die. The substitute destroyers hurled 10 destructive energy orbs, imbued with immense power, toward Ling Xian, in onslaught like no other. Ling Xian, flung against the barrier of the void battlefield, was momentarily halted, staring at the incoming destructive energy. Once I break through to the realm of gods, I will annihilate you all. He gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, the golden aura surrounding him vanished. In the distance, the destroyers assumed Lewis had given up and contemplated whether to command their heir to stand down. After all, this was the heir of Beerus. Truly killing Lewis would be disastrous. Only Katra wore a maniacal expression, unconcerned with Beerus's potential wrath. Lewis's talent was simply too formidable if he were allowed to mature. Universe 4 would soon find itself overshadowed by Universe 7.0. He bore a grudge against Beerus and must eliminate Lewis. He exchanged a glance with Troy. Suddenly, in the distance, as the golden aura around Ling Xian dissipated, his hair returned to its original black. Yet, in the next moment, Ling Xian emanated an ethereal aura, a silver radiance ascending toward the heavens. Centered around Ling Xian, the silver energy wave surged, the perfect state of freedom. Boom! The tremendous force surged like a stampede of 1,000 horses, disrupting the magnetic field and warping space. The entire void battlefield was enveloped in silver energy waves, akin to an ocean, and Ling Xian, in perfect synchronization with his movements, evaded the 10 destructive energy orbs. This scene fell upon the eyes of the destroyers, who had previously mocked Beerus, now rendered utterly speechless. After a brief pause, the destroyers erupted in chaos. Impossible! The state of freedom. How could this boy possibly achieve the state of freedom? Beerus, tell me this is not true. All the destroyers were engulfed in disbelief. It was terrifying. The state of freedom was a realm of angelic caliber, inherently challenging to comprehend. It could be said that nearly none present could grasp it. Even if there were, only the mightiest destroyer, Beerus, might have a chance. Yet, unbeknownst to the destroyers, Beerus himself had also not comprehended this realm. He was still a step away from grasping the essence of the state of freedom. Beerus laughed joyously, finding delight in the expressions of those who had ridiculed him for over a decade. Now looking utterly foolish, so, how does it feel to mock me for taking on a young child as a substitute destroyer? Do not get too smug. As I've said, sheer talent amounts to nothing. Only true strength is truly formidable. Katra ground his teeth in frustration, consumed by envy. Even he had not grasped the state of freedom, while this young man had attained a level of angelic prowess. Such talent was incredibly enviable. How wonderful it would be if he were there at this moment. Katra forgot how he had previously mocked Beerus. Yes, even if one possesses the state of freedom. What of it? Xiang Pa clenched his fists. Which of the substitute destroyers present possesses strength not at the second level of the godly realm? In a 1 versus 10 confrontation, even with the state of freedom, victory was impossible. Stamina was his greatest concern. Now, let us bring that boy down, yelled Hellas and the other destroyers. If Ling Xian were allowed to endure, they could not mock Beerus any longer and would instead face ridicule themselves. 11 against 10, and yet still unable to prevail. Given Beerus's nature, he would undoubtedly keep this incident alive in his memory. What a disgrace! Hearing the commands from the destroyers, the stunned substitute destroyers unleashed all their power in unison. Boom! The void battlefield quaked as if the world were ending, an explosion of purple light blinding in its intensity. Fortunately, the void battlefield was crafted by angels, sparing Earth from even the slightest tremor. 10 beams of purple light sliced through the sky, hurtling toward him, and Ling Xian twisted his body, charging forward. Having withstood Weiss's full force strike, he had no fear of these 10 beings at the second level of the godly realm. Ling Xian swiftly entangled with the silver light. Bang, bang! The tremendous force stirred the air, generating a ferocious whirlwind. With every punch and kick, Ling Xian, utilizing the state of freedom, effortlessly weaved between the 10 substitute destroyers, occasionally landing strikes on them. This left the substitute destroyers in disbelief. Was the state of freedom truly so formidable? Could it genuinely allow one to face 10 opponents, and to do so unscathed amidst their assault? The destroyers were astonished, but the angels' expressions began to shift. Soon, their eyes widened in shock as they turned to Weiss. Weiss rubbed his nose. "Why are you all looking at me?" Kes, with a grave expression, spoke. "Weiss, is it possible that this Lewis can completely ignore damage?" The angels stared intently at Weiss. They had long known that Ling Xian would attain the state of freedom, and an impeccable one at that. Hence, they were not surprised when he entered this state. Yet, when Ling Xian struck back, they sensed something amiss. Ling Xian did not merely evade the substitute destroyer's attacks due to the state of freedom. He was being hit, yet could disregard the damage entirely. "Huh, did you not see? Why still inquire of me?" Weiss replied with a faint smile. "Boom. It is true. He can indeed disregard attacks." The multitude of angels swallowed hard, their disbelief palpable as they swiftly turned their gaze towards the distant battle. Chapter 29. The Departure of the Destruction Gods from Earth. What in the world is this? Is there truly someone capable of such feats? Yet the scene before them unequivocally confirmed that such a person indeed existed. The angels widened their eyes in astonishment. The conflict raged on. Ling Xian, wielding the mastery of perfect tranquility, evaded the onslaught of the prospective destruction gods with the grace of an eel, slipping effortlessly between their attacks. Even when struck, he seemed to disregard their efforts entirely. The candidates for destruction quickly realized this, their surprise palpable. Their attacks, aimed squarely at Ling Xian, inflicted no harm whatsoever. As time ticked by, Ling Xian's stamina began to falter. After all, facing 10 opponents alone proved an insurmountable challenge. His energy could not sustain the state of tranquility for long, and once that state waned, he would be rendered incapable of even resisting his contenders. "Ha! He is exhausted. Attack now!" The prospective destruction god from the 4th universe, Troy, laughed heartily. How infuriating! After all his efforts to land a blow on this fellow, it turned out to have no effect at all. It was clear that Beerus had bestowed some hidden advantage upon this individual. No wonder he dared to confront 10 opponents single-handedly. The other candidates echoed Troy's sentiments, as they could conceive of no other explanation. Once his stamina is depleted, let us see how he continues to ignore our attacks. With a collective roar, the candidates charged towards Ling Xian. Ling Xian spiraled through the void, utterly drained of strength. What a frustrating predicament. He cast a glance at Beerus in the distance. Damn it, to preserve his dignity, he would have to endure a bit longer under this barrage. How vexing! Resigned, he ceased to resist. allowing the attacks from the other prospective destruction gods to rain down upon him. The candidates, witnessing this, erupted in jubilation, their unleashed power intensifying. Boom! Boom! Ling Xian's figure was wholly engulfed in a dense cloud of smoke. Just as the 10 candidates believed they had succeeded in vanquishing him, within the smoke, their assaults struck him, only to reveal a faint glimmer of white light emanating from his form. Immunity, immune to all negative effects. While his attire was reduced to tatters, he remained unharmed. In the distance, preparations were underway. As Ling Xian's silhouette was shrouded in smoke, Beerus, upon witnessing this, raised his voice, ready to unleash a torrent of mockery. The sight of Beerus elicited a moment of confusion among the destruction gods. Xiangpa furrowed his brow. Skinny skeleton, are you not the least bit sorrowful that your disciple has perished? The destruction god from the 9th universe. Sidra scoffed. Beerus, have you lost your mind? Can you not see that your disciple is dead? The destruction god from the 10th universe, Vermaud, shook his head. This only goes to show that one should not be overly arrogant. It is a pity to lose such a gifted talent. The other destruction gods joined in the derision, particularly Quitella, who laughed uproariously. His long-standing grudge against Beerus made witnessing the demise of his rival's heir all the more delightful. However, Quitella's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by Beerus' booming guffaws. How is this possible? Quitella's pupils constricted sharply. The destruction god from the 12th universe, Jean, pointed skyward. Beerus, how can he possibly still be alive? As the smoke gradually dissipated, it unveiled a figure with a bare torso. Huh? Beerus roared with laughter, taunting the assemblage of destruction gods. Could it be that even with 10 of you attacking, you still cannot defeat him? The faces of the destruction gods were painted with disbelief. Beerus approached Quitella, poking him in the chest with a sneer. Trash, did you truly think that 10 of you together could vanquish my heir? You. Quitella clenched his fists, fury boiling within him, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Beerus moved on to the destruction god Ewan. You furball, do you think you are worthy to mock me? Following that, Beerus approached Xiangpa, lightly patting his face. Fat pig, your heir is rather underwhelming too. One taunt after another. Beerus confronted Vermaud, your prospective destruction god. Forget it, since he is not making a move, I'll one-team mock you. Huh, this is too amusing. A bunch of useless beings preparing for over a decade merely to mock my decisions. Did you witness my foresight? Beerus clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Did you see the brilliance of my vision? Truly a collection of ignorant fools. It's laughable that you would dare approach me. And there are even 11 of you. Ha ha! As Beerus continued to laugh, the faces of the destruction gods grew increasingly flushed. For indeed, he spoke the truth. They had dedicated years to the singular goal of triumphing over the candidate from the 7th universe today, only to mock Beerus in the process. Who could have anticipated that Lewis would possess such extraordinary resilience, able to withstand the assaults of 10 second-tier gods without sustaining any damage? What a disgrace. At that moment, the 11 destruction gods wished fervently to find a hole in the ground to vanish into. They could only hope that their own heir would triumph over Ling Xian in the impending melee. Yet, no matter how they attacked, their efforts yielded no results. Ling Xian remained impervious to their onslaught, untouched by any harm. What in the world was happening? After some time, the candidates continued their relentless assault on Ling Xian. Yet he remained unscathed. Ultimately, the 10 prospective destruction gods, exhausted, plummeted from the sky. All right, Lord Beerus, since our sparring session has concluded, I shall take my leave. In the skies above, Ling Xian prepared to instantaneously travel to Namek, but suddenly turned to face the destruction gods below. This time, as you seek trouble with the 7th universe, be prepared for me to return the favor upon your universe. With that, Ling Xian fixed his gaze on Quitella, a cold smile gracing his lips. While the other candidates have shown restraint, your universe Troy sought to eliminate me with lethal intent. Very well, very well. And with that, Ling Xian vanished without a trace, leaving a bewildered assembly of destruction gods and angels in his wake. Regaining his composure, Quitella's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Beerus, exclaiming, Beerus, Do your people wish to court death? Having already been incensed by Beerus' taunts, he was further incensed by the audacity of this worthless being, whose power had yet to even reach the realm of divinity, to threaten him. Longing for death, Beerus let out a cold snort. You just ordered your men to kill. You'd best pray that Lewis does not reach our level of prowess. Otherwise, your demise is assured. He is well aware of the Saiyans' innate desire for retribution. Ling Xian will undoubtedly seek vengeance against Quitella in the future. I am doomed, ha ha ha. How amusing. Had I not just given you face? He would never have left my sight. Quitella's visage contorted with rage, nearly bursting with indignation at being threatened by such a worthless individual. The other gods of destruction were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the feud between the two. Wanting to question Beerus about Lewis and why he could disregard the attacks of a candidate god of destruction. But then a voice interrupted. Lord Quitella, we must depart. The Angel of Universe 4. Namek hurriedly brought Troy to Quitella's side, and the three vanished in an instant. What is happening? The other gods of destruction felt a wave of tension. Why did Namek leave with such a grave expression? Lord Wei Mei, we too shall take our leave. Lord Xiang Pa, we are departing. Lord Hellas. All the attendant angels hastily escorted their respective gods of destruction away from Universe 7. Only Beerus and Whis remained in the void of the battlefield. Beerus was in high spirits, turning to Whis. You articulated Lewis's disregard quite well. Indeed, Whis replied nonchalantly, but I only mentioned Lewis's indifference. I refrained from revealing the divine aura in my father's prior words to me. Quite right, quite right. That young lad Lewis, Beerus was about to continue when Whis interjected. Lord Beerus, they also inquired about the tower in the northern part of Earth. And what did you say? I told them I had no knowledge. Chapter 30, Prelude to the Battle on Namek in the Cosmic Expanse. A starship emblazoned with the Galactic Patrol insignia sped through the stars. Within the ship's hull, King Vegeta sat in the highest seat, gazing down at the 15 Saiyans before him, solemnly declaring, I never anticipated the existence of such miraculous artifacts as the Dragon Balls. We cannot allow Frieza to acquire them. King Vegeta, this may be our opportunity for revenge. Bibidi stepped forth to assert. He dared to say so because the combat prowess of these 16 Saiyans had exceeded 100,000 with such formidable strength. They could surely vanquish Frieza. No, I have a premonition. Even in our grade 8 forms, we would still fall short against Frieza. King Vegeta, we must tread carefully. A Saiyan resembling son Goku stepped forward. This Saiyan was none other than Bardock. Bardock looked upon King Vegeta, astonished that he would lead the Saiyans to ally with the Galactic Patrol. However, it was precisely for this reason that the Saiyans experienced a transformative shift, and no longer were they Frieza-esque lackeys. The Saiyans had become protectors of the cosmos. Their combat abilities soared to new heights. All these changes stemmed from King Vegeta's initial decision. Bardock, I share your sentiments. Frieza surely possesses more than just a combat power of 50,000. King Vegeta frowned. But if we remain passive, once Frieza acquires the Dragon Balls, our race will be doomed. Among the crowd, Theodore stepped forward. King Vegeta is correct. If we endure any longer, once Frieza secures the Dragon Balls, he will eliminate us Saiyans without delay. King Vegeta turned to Bardock. Bardock, you are now our strongest warrior. Once we reach Namek, we shall rely upon you. The combat prowess of all 16 Saiyans had surpassed 100,000, with Bardock being the mightiest at 150,000. They vowed to defend the honor of the Saiyan race. Bardock cast a resolute glance at King Vegeta. Had it been the King of Ur, he would have never heeded his commands. Yet now, King Vegeta had changed. Not only had King Vegeta transformed, but every Saiyan had as well. The Saiyans no longer brimmed with hostility. The violent genes within them seemed to gradually fade away. Perhaps it was for this reason that their combat abilities surged to such terrifying levels. The hall fell into a sudden silence. The impending battle weighed heavily on the Saiyans, their faces marked with solemnity. Clearly affected by the recent words of King Vegeta and Bardos, do not fret. At that moment, King Vegeta spoke up. The Saiyans in the hall looked up expectantly that in fact, we have a very powerful kin among us. A powerful kin? The Saiyans furrowed their brows that if such a formidable warrior existed, how had they previously been hunted by Frieza? He simply does not concern himself with us. King Vegeta recalled the image of Ling Xian he had encountered for years ago at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Shaking his head, "Never mind him. What I wish to discuss is that I have news of Vegeta. Where is Prince Vegeta?" The Saiyans erupted in joyous exclamations. Even Bardock was equally thrilled. After all, Vegeta was an elite warrior of the Saiyan race, possessing an innate combat strength of 1,000. Should he return to partake in this battle, their chances of victory would significantly increase. "Bardock, not only do I have news of my son, but I also have news of Kakarot." King Vegeta relayed everything Vegeta had previously confided in him. Vegeta's power had surged to 170,000. Son Goku's power had skyrocketed to 200,000. Radit's power had reached 80,000. And Ba's power had exceeded 100,000. Currently, the four were en route to Namek. "Excellent, excellent!" Bardock exclaimed thrice with fervor. He could hardly believe that his second son had been found by Vegeta and had become the foremost warrior of the Saiyans. Theodore, Bibidi, and the other Saiyans shared in the elation. With their inclusion, they would surely eradicate Frieza's forces in one fell swoop. In the cosmic void, alongside the Saiyan starship heading towards Namek, another large vessel was also en route to the same destination. Inside the ship, Frieza lounged in a baby carriage, laughing maniacally. "Once I procure the Dragon Balls, I shall annihilate the Saiyans without hesitation. What candidate gods of destruction? What god of destruction, Beerus? I shall eliminate them all. The universe shall yield only one ruler, and that is I, Frieza." Frieza believed the eternal dragon could grant any wish, unaware that before the gods of destruction, the dragon was but a mere trifle. "Lord Frieza, reports from our subordinates indicate that the Saiyan race is also heading towards Namek. They are likely attempting to thwart our acquisition of the Dragon Balls," Jinyu announced. Frieza scoffed. "So what if they come? As long as it is not that candidate god of destruction from 4 years ago, no matter how many Saiyans arrive, they will all perish." Jinyu's expression turned to one of dread, but their strongest Saiyan already possesses a battle power of 150,000. If he were to transform into a great ape state. Jinyu had not finished speaking when Frieza coldly interjected, "You don't truly believe that my transformation back then was my full strength, do you?" With a thunderous roar, a tremendous power erupted from him, causing the entire spaceship to tremble. "Increase speed. I must reach Namek swiftly." "Yes." Jinyu, drenched in cold sweat, dared not utter another word. Two colossal spaceships soared towards Namek. As the entire universe's factions closely monitored the movements of the Saiyans and Frieza, the impending battle was on the verge of erupting. This confrontation would herald a significant reshuffling of power across the cosmos. The malevolent organizations allied with Frieza hoped for his victory, while the righteous organizations standing with the Galactic Patrol wished for the triumph of the Saiyan race. Amidst the unnoticed expanse of stars, a medium-sized spacecraft glided silently by, within which sat 4 Saiyans, their destination also named Kesi, in the North Galaxy. On Namek, Ling Xian had just concluded a battle, his upper body bare, as he hurried to Namek. He paid no mind to how to retort against Beerus or how Beerus would explain the immunity to the gods of destruction. Ling Xian's sole focus was on the impending great battle on Namek. "Where are they?" Ling Xian surveyed his surroundings, sensing for any signs of an invasion on Namek. There were no fluctuations of battle. With a thought, he vanished in an instant. The Grand Elder sat in a massive chair, his face etched with concern that a great calamity is upon us. Can Namek truly weather this storm? As the Grand Elder murmured to himself, a figure suddenly materialized before him. "Grand Elder, long time no see." Ling Xian waved casually. "Who are you?" The Grand Elder gasped in surprise, looking down to find Ling Xian familiar, as though he had seen him before. The candidate god of destruction. The Grand Elder finally recognized the young man before him as the candidate god of destruction from 4 years prior. He hastily offered his respectful greetings. "I have seen the candidate god of destruction." Ling Xian's clothing was tattered, and he was unaware of what had transpired. However, such matters were beyond the purview of the Grand Elder of Namek. The Ling Xian before him bore a resemblance to 4 years ago, yet the dimensional aura surrounding him seemed markedly different. Hiss! Has he broken through again? There's no need for such formalities. Ling Xian waved his hand dismissively. The Grand Elder, regaining his composure, quickly implored, "Candidate God of Destruction, our Namek is about to face a great calamity. Can you? I will fulfill the promise I made back then." "Rest assured," Ling Xian assured him. During his previous departure from Namek, he had instructed Neru to convey a message to the Grand Elder that he would assist Namek in overcoming the impending disaster. "Thank you, Candidate God of Destruction." The Grand Elder's voice was frail, yet it was evident he felt a great sense of relief. "But be why the way. Grand Elder, have those invading Namek yet to arrive?" Ling Xian inquired. "Currently, we have not observed anyone descending upon Namek." "Not yet. Am I being too impatient?" Ling Xian chuckled at his tattered attire. Had he known, he would have listened to Beerus's jests about the other gods of destruction before coming here. Nevertheless, having arrived, Ling Xian had no intention of returning to Earth, that he feared that if he left Namek just as Frieza's forces arrived, it would spell disaster for Namek. "I will remain on Namek. You need not worry." Grand Elder. With that, Ling Xian exited the Grand Elder's chamber. Chapter 31. The Saiyan clan versus Frieza's legion. A month had passed. In the northern part of Namek, a bare-chested figure sat by the lake, meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, a malevolent aura manifested overhead. The winds howled, creating an atmosphere of immense tension. Have they arrived? Ling Xian opened his eyes to find a gigantic spaceship hovering in the atmosphere. Boom! Another engine roared to life as yet another spaceship appeared in the atmosphere. The newly arrived vessel bore the insignia of the Galactic Patrol. Have King Vegeta and the others also arrived? Ling Xian raised his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. How fascinating! The battle between the Saiyans and Frieza's forces is exhilarating to contemplate. He promptly returned to the Grand Elder's side. The atmosphere on Namek was thick with apprehension, as all Namekians gathered in the Grand Elder's village, sensing the impending storm. Upon seeing Ling Xian, the Grand Elder sighed in relief. "Candidate God of Destruction, you've come." Ling Xian nodded, ensure that all Namekians are gathered to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the imminent battle. "I have already gathered our people in this village," the Grand Elder responded. "That will suffice. With me here, you need not worry." Ling Xian ascended into the air, circling above, observing the two spaceships in the atmosphere. The doors of Frieza's battleship opened. Frieza emerged, riding in a baby carriage, exuding an icy aura. "Come, I wish to see just how strong the Saiyans have become." Yes. Members of the Ginyu Force and Frieza's legion swiftly exited the spacecraft. A total of 2,000 warriors from Frieza's forces had arrived this time. The Saiyan battleship doors opened. Frieza was nearby. He must not be allowed to obtain the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta flew at the forefront, followed closely by Bardock, Baruto, and Theodore among other Saiyans. This time, the Saiyans had dispatched 1,500 warriors, nearly the entirety of their race, to eye in the sky. As both factions emerged from their ships, they collided with one another. "Ha ha! King Vegeta, how dare you lead your people away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Who gave you the audacity?" As Frieza descended from his warship, he beheld a group of Saiyans soaring down from above, with King Vegeta leading the charge. At that moment, Ginyu approached Frieza and whispered, "Lord Frieza, should we not destroy the Saiyan spacecraft? They cannot survive in the cosmos, and if deprived of their galactic vessels, they will be ensnared on Namek." Frieza, fixated on the distant figure of King Vegeta, did not turn his head and replied, "If you destroy the Saiyan's ship, they will retaliate by destroying ours. There is no need for haste. Their demise is inevitable." Ginyu nodded in agreement. At that juncture, the voice of King Vegeta echoed from the sky. "Frieza, even with death looming, you dare to engage in verbal sparring." King Vegeta, accompanied by 1,500 Saiyans, hurtled towards Frieza's direction. "Humph. Do you truly believe that a mere increase in strength over these years allows you to stand against me? Traitor, prepare for my wrath. Your betrayal cannot truly be deemed a betrayal. You have sown much evil and will ultimately reap the consequences. We Saiyans align ourselves with the prevailing tide." The air crackled with tension as the verbal clash continued. heightening the atmosphere even before combat commenced. King Vegeta and his Saiyan entourage finally arrived before Frieza's legion. The Saiyans, upon seeing the tyrant who once ruled over them, gritted their teeth in fury. The two factions stood in stark opposition. King Vegeta, speak. What compels you to betray me? I wish to understand your true motives, Frieza demanded, hovering in the void, his gaze icy upon King Vegeta. The true motive? The words stirred confusion among the Saiyans. They themselves were uncertain why King Vegeta had made that fateful decision years prior. All they knew was that a distinguished guest had arrived at King Vegeta's palace, followed by an inexplicable explosion that had led to the King's proclamation of allegiance to the Galactic Patrol. This decision had altered the fate of the Saiyan race. You wish to know the reason for my betrayal? King Vegeta chuckled softly. Speak frankly. It was a command from one you cannot afford to provoke. Should I refuse, it would mean the end of my entire race. Gasps of astonishment rippled through both Frieza's ranks and the Saiyan assembly. Who could be such a formidable presence that even Frieza, the Emperor of the Cosmos, would fear? In that moment, Frieza recalled the Saiyan who had infiltrated his headquarters 5 years prior. There was no one else, but that candidate destroyer. It was not that there were no other beings beyond his reach. He was also wary of the fabled Majin Buu and the true destroyer. In truth, it was Beerus who had commanded King Vegeta, but Frieza could never fathom such a possibility. As Beerus' agent, why would he instruct the Saiyans to betray him? King Vegeta, who is that person? Frieza ground his teeth in frustration. Did you not surmise? King Vegeta retorted. Indeed, it was that very individual. Though he claimed not to intervene in Saiyan affairs, he secretly aided them. Frieza seethed with rage. He could no longer trust the words of that candidate destroyer. Confusion washed over King Vegeta as he pondered Frieza's assertion that Beerus would not assist the Saiyans. One believed it was Ling Xian who had aided them, while the other questioned Beerus's motives. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. King Vegeta shook his head. Frieza, even without that individual's orders, we Saiyans would find a way to escape your grasp. Frieza clenched his fists. Why? At that moment, Bardock stepped forward. Frieza, do you truly believe we are ignorant of your schemes? Bardock, the mightiest of the Saiyans, with a power level of 150,000, met Frieza's gaze with steely resolve. Frieza scrutinized Bardock closely. Impressive strength. It is hard to fathom how your kind has evolved to such heights in just a few short years. Pray tell, what do I have to fear? Frieza was not in a hurry to strike. He was keen to learn why this group of Saiyans was so eager to break free from his control. Ha ha! Have you not always feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock's eyes glimmered with fierce determination as he looked at Frieza and laughed heartily. Super Saiyan, the aliens of Frieza's faction were oblivious to its significance. But the Saiyans erupted into fervent chatter. Is the legend of the Super Saiyan true? No wonder Frieza fears us. Fortunate that Vegeta made that decision in advance. Otherwise, we would have fallen to Frieza eventually. Frieza fell silent, taken aback that these Saiyan monkeys were aware of his long-standing fear of the Super Saiyan. Yet Bardock was correct. Once he had used the Saiyans, he would undoubtedly obliterate them. They had indeed escaped his wrath above the village of the Elder. Ling Xian hovered, observing the standoff between Frieza and the Saiyans from a distance. Kakarot and Vegeta had yet to arrive. Ling Xian scrutinized the surroundings, noting the absence of Vegeta's group. Surely, they Haven T engaged in battle with Frieza's legion before their arrival in the distance. The expressions of both factions grew increasingly wary. The atmosphere thickened with tension, poised for confrontation. Jinyu, attack. Since they dared to emerge from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, seize this opportunity to eliminate them. Frieza's voice was laced with fury. Understood. Jinyu transformed into a streak of purple light. Darting towards the Saiyans, Shidwa, slay Jinyu. King Vegeta commanded with a sweeping gesture. Understood. Shidwa soared from the crowd, charging at Jinyu. The two engaged in rapid combat, waves of energy colliding and creating earth-shattering explosions as they clashed. The battle intensified, with both warriors sustaining injuries. Observing the fierce exchange, Frieza furrowed his brow and activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 110,000. Power level 120,000. The 120,000 power level undoubtedly belonged to Jinyu. But Frieza was astonished to discover that the Saiyan named Shidwa possessed a power level of 110,000, inferior to Jinyu yet not falling behind. Curse be it, how have the Saiyans suddenly become so formidable? The cursed substitute destroyer. It must be his doing. Frieza gritted his teeth, consumed by an intense agitation within. He attributed all the blame to Ling Xian. Yet the reality was that Ling Xian had never aided the Saiyan race. Haha, we'll have a slightly lower battle power. We are a warrior race, and we only grow stronger through combat. King Vegeta clenched his fists, exclaiming with fervor, "Just wait, Jinyu is doomed." Such a scene was exhilarating. After all, he was the captain of the Jinyu force. The Saiyans truly had the ability to confront him. The emotions of all the Saiyans were stirred, brimming with excitement. The ensuing battle unfolded as King Vegeta had predicted. Theodore became increasingly fierce, quickly suppressing Jinyu, whose injuries worsened by the moment. Witnessing this, Frieza's breath quickened. He knew the Saiyans were a combative race, but he had not anticipated their ferocity. He pressed the button on his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power. 125,000. Battle power. 90,000. Frieza stared at the data, his chest heaving. Damn it. Jinyu, continually sustaining injuries, had seen his battle power plummet to 90,000. Meanwhile, Theodore grew stronger with each skirmish, increasing his power by an additional 15,000. King Vegeta, you have truly provoked me. Frieza soared from his hovercraft, words still unspoken. Suddenly, Jinyu shouted exchange. A white glow enveloped Jinyu in the sky, swiftly covering Theodore as he prepared to strike. Die. Bardock had sensed something amiss long ago. He concentrated a shockwave aimed at Jinyu. Boom! Jinyu was struck, his body distorted under the searing heat, unable to even scream before melting away in Bardock's shockwave. Cursed be the sneak attack! Frieza seethed with rage. We are sworn enemies. Who cares about fair play? Vegeta wasted no words, gesturing grandly. All of you, attack. This time, we will eradicate Frieza's forces. The Saiyan leader issued the command, and the 1,500 figures behind King Vegeta erupted in a blaze of white energy. Charging towards Frieza's legion, the two sides quickly became entangled in combat. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed throughout Namek. The winds howled, mountains crumbled, and riverbeds collapsed. It was as if the twilight of the gods had descended, plunging Namek into chaos and darkness. In the Elder's village, the battlefield was not far from here, and the residual shockwaves of the clash between the Saiyans and Frieza's forces soon reached them. The calamity foretold by the Elder had arrived. My heavens, is this the power that mortals can wield? Our Namek is doomed. The Namekians fell into an abyss of panic. That moment, a purple light burst forth in the sky. As the incoming shockwaves collided with the purple radiance, they swiftly dissipated. What is happening? That's right, the Elder spoke of a powerful ally coming to aid us. It must be that formidable being. Ling Xian's actions to protect the Namekians went unnoticed by Frieza and King Vegeta. Ling Xian had broken through to the Divine Dimension days prior, his power transformed into divine strength. Mortals cannot sense the presence of deities, and naturally, the scouters created by mortals are powerless to detect them. Chapter 32. Transformation into Great Ape on King Vegeta's side. The Saiyans and Frieza's forces clashed. Only Bardock and King Vegeta remained still, their gazes fixed upon Frieza. Frieza, surrender. Your subordinates stand no chance against us Saiyans. Bardock declared coldly. Frieza hovered in midair, glancing at his continually falling subordinates. Each Saiyan before him possessed a power level exceeding 8,000, with a dozen boasting over 100,000 watching from the sidelines. The members of the Jinyu force were swiftly dispatched in mere moments. Other soldiers of Frieza's army found it challenging to resist. It was a one-sided slaughter. You rely solely on that substitute destroyer, do you not? Frieza dismissed his subordinates with a murderous glare. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, that substitute destroyer shall perish as well. King Vegeta furrowed his brow. What does Lewis have to do with this? Bardock was even more puzzled. Who is this substitute destroyer? Boom! Frieza unleashed his power, causing Namek to tremble. The terrifying force made King Vegeta shudder. Frieza indeed possessed the rumored battle power of 50,000. Bardock, be cautious. All right, King Vegeta, be ready to gather the artificial moon at any moment. We certainly cannot defeat Frieza in our regular forms. Bardock sprang into action, darting in front of Frieza and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The air exploded instantly, the tremendous force shattering the ground below, sending water from the lake gushing upwards. The two battling factions abruptly turned their heads. The grand battle was about to commence. Frieza was struck in the chest, remarking nonchalantly, "Is this all for a battle power of 150,000? Humph. Bardock ignored Frieza's provocation. Having chosen to confront Frieza head-on, he was mentally prepared. He quickly retreated, gathering a formidable shockwave aimed at Frieza. Simultaneously, King Vegeta joined the fray. With King Vegeta at 120,000 battle power and Bardock at 150,000, the two launched a simultaneous assault on Frieza. The heavens and earth dimmed. In the distance, Ling Xian shook his head. Compared to Bardock and King Vegeta, Frieza was still far too powerful, had a battle power of over 100,000, stood before 50,000 like an insurmountable chasm, leaving no hope for victory. Indeed, after only a brief skirmish, Bardock and King Vegeta were struck and plummeted towards the ground. King Vegeta, Bardock. After defeating their opponents, Beerus and Theodore charged towards Frieza. Other Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100,000 did the same. After crashing to the ground, Bardock and the others spat out blood and soared back in the sky. In an instant, 16 Saiyans, each with a battle power above 100,000, surrounded Frieza. Boom! The magnetic field of heaven and earth became chaotic as bolts of lightning streaked across the clouds. The Namekians, witnessing this, felt as though they were staring into the abyss of the apocalypse, but thankfully, a purple shield protected them. Die. Above the heavens, Bardock swiftly maneuvered his body, channeling all his strength into a shockwave that surged forth like a celestial wolf, hurtling towards Frieza. Trash, do you really think you can harm me? Frieza remarked indifferently after easily deflecting Bardock's assault. Raising his hand, he struck downwards with force. In an instant, Bardock's shockwave was redirected. Perish! Taking advantage of this brief opening, the other Saiyans launched a simultaneous attack. Within mere seconds, thousands of energy blasts rained down upon Frieza. Boom! Boom! The area where Frieza stood erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, akin to being bombarded by thousands of nuclear warheads. Smoke billowed and flames erupted. Buzz! The very fabric of space trembled at that moment. They must be dead now, a power level of just 50,000, and with all 16 of us attacking, he surely must be finished. Beerus and Theodore gasped for breath. Panting heavily, no, it can't be. King Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips, his voice grave. Frieza is not so easily defeated. Bardock clenched his fists. Indeed, if it were that simple, he wouldn't have maintained his position as the Emperor of the Universe for so long. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. The thick smoke in the air began to dissipate, revealing a colossal figure. Bardock's pupils constricted. King Vegeta used the artificial moon. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of purple light sliced through the sky. Beerus and the other Saiyans, suspended in midair, were caught off guard and struck directly. Puffed, 16 Saiyans clutched their abdomens, blood spilling from their mouths. How? Is this possible? Theodore's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha. King Vegeta, do you truly comprehend my real power? Frieza unlocked his first transformation, his power level skyrocketing to 1,000,000. With a sinister grin, Frieza proclaimed, I now possess a power level of 1,000,000. Let us see how you can contend with me. 1,000,000 power level. Bardock felt a pang in his heart. He had anticipated that Frieza's true strength exceeded 50,000, but he had not expected it to reach as high as 1,000,000. This is troublesome. Bardock's panic was not unfounded. They could transform into great apes to confront Frieza. However, not every Saiyan could retain their sanity in such a form. Bardock himself was incapable. An irrational great ape stood no chance against Frieza. This was indisputable. Among the Saiyans present, only King Vegeta, Beerus, and Theodore were classified as elite warriors with power levels exceeding 10. Frieza roared, raising both hands high to generate an energy sphere 2 meters in diameter. He intended to obliterate the Saiyan race in one fell swoop. Everyone, don't look at the sky. Bibber, Theodore, look up quickly. An artificial moon soared into the heavens, as King Vegeta had been preparing to summon it even before the battle commenced. Ling Xian observed the clash between King Vegeta and Frieza with clarity. The Saiyans had truly grown immensely over the past decade. Frieza's army was no match for them. Seeing King Vegeta hurl a dazzling orb into the sky, he wondered, transforming into great apes? In the distant horizon, Ling Xian sensed his tail twitching uncontrollably. He dared not glance towards King Vegeta. Suddenly, Ling Xian shot his gaze upward, sensing 4 familiar auras approaching from outside Namek. Kakarot, Vegeta, you have finally arrived? Outside Namek, a medium-sized spaceship breached the atmosphere. Vegeta, can you feel that? What a tremendous energy. Goku clenched his fists, his blood boiling within him. I can sense it. Such a vile aura must be Frieza's. During their years on Earth, Vegeta and his companions had also learned to control and sense energy. Vegeta gazed through the transparent glass of the spaceship down towards the ground. This energy is terrifying. It must exceed 1 million power levels. I wonder how my father and the others are faring. 1 million power level. Raditz gasped in shock. Can we really defeat Frieza? Nappa gritted his teeth. So what if it's 1 million power level? If we transform into great apes, we too can achieve a power level of 1 million. Just as Nappa finished speaking, 3 ferocious auras suddenly appeared beneath Namek. Raditz, accelerate now. It must be my father transforming into a great ape. An artificial moon hung in the sky above Namek. Roar, roar, roar. 3 terrifying roars echoed across the battlefield. Bibber, Theodore, and King Vegeta transformed into great apes, their power levels exceeding 1 million. The other Saiyans dared not look at the moon, for they were not elite warriors and could not maintain their sanity in great ape form. Bardock was equally apprehensive. Unable to look up, his gaze fixed firmly on Frieza ahead. You can transform, but we Saiyans can do the same. Unbeknownst to Bardock, Frieza's transformation was not a mere metamorphosis, but an unlocking of forms. Frieza, prepare to perish. King Vegeta successfully transformed into a great ape while retaining his sanity. He, along with Bibbert and Theodore, simultaneously charged at Frieza. The sky crackled with lightning. The winds howled fiercely. In the heavens, the 3 great apes collided with Frieza. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, the sheer strength of the 3 great apes was undeniable, each punch reverberating through the air. However, the great apes were noticeably slower than Frieza, who easily dodged their attacks. Thankfully, it was 3 against 1. With Bardock occasionally launching surprise attacks, King Vegeta's side managed to hold their ground. Damn Saiyan monkeys! Frieza dodged a punch and retreated 100 meters, his fists clenched in rage that if he were only facing a single great ape with a power level of 1 million, he wouldn't be concerned. He could even handle 2 simultaneously. But now, facing 3 great apes of equal power level was quite the predicament. Frieza glanced around. All of his subordinates had perished, while none of the Saiyans had fallen. With only a few sustaining injuries, Frieza surrendered. In the form of a giant ape, King Vegeta soared before Frieza, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. Bibidi, Theodore, and Bardock circled nearby, forming a strategy for a coordinated assault. Bardock, you were right. I indeed harbor a deep-seated apprehension towards you, Saiyans, Frieza remarked coldly. His eyes trained on Bardock. It appears my caution was well-founded. Therefore, I shall no longer conceal my strength that I will eliminate you, and subsequently seek the Dragon Balls to exact revenge upon your substitute god of destruction. Chapter 33. Frieza's ultimate state. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the sky as a spacecraft descended from above. Concurrently, 4 figures sped towards them. Who is it? Frieza squinted. Frieza, long time no see. Vegeta had materialized in an instant. Goku followed closely behind, having been fixated on Frieza until he unexpectedly laid eyes on Bardock, leaving him momentarily stunned. Bardock, too, was taken aback, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A peculiar sensation welled up within Goku. Ever since he reached adulthood, he had come to terms with his extraterrestrial origins and knowledge of his brother Raditz. According to Raditz, he had a pair of parents that is that you. Father? Goku inquired, flying to Bardock's side, his mouth agape. Kakarot, you've returned. Bardock pressed his lips together, overwhelmed with words he wished to share with his second son. Yet in this moment of recognition, he found himself at a loss for speech. Yes, Goku smiled, realizing that his brother had not been mistaken. He bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, save for the two scars adorning Bardock's face. Meanwhile, on another front, Vegeta exclaimed, "Despite the relentless pursuit of my army, you remain unscathed. Ha ha! Thanks to you, Frieza. Had it not been for your actions, I would not possess such power today." Vegeta's battle power surged to an astounding 170,000, eliciting sheer elation from the giant ape-formed King Vegeta. Vegeta, what is your current battle power? As a father, King Vegeta reveled in his son's strength. Father, I currently possess a battle power of 170,000, and if I unleash my full potential, we can reach 1.7 million. Vegeta laughed heartily. The elder Saiyan was overjoyed. A full power of 1.7 million must surely pertain to his transformation into a giant ape. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's reference to full power was actually in relation to the Kaioshin technique, which far surpassed the giant ape form. The Kaioshin not only amplified physical strength and speed, but also maintained agility, qualities beyond the capacity of the giant ape state. Is 1.7 million battle power, truly formidable. Frieza hovered in the void, arms crossed. As if the fury within him had dissipated, he resolved to unleash his full might. Apart from the substitute god of destruction, Beerus, and Majin Buu, no one in this universe could rival him. 1.7 million battle power is not impressive. That is the most ludicrous statement I have ever heard. Vegeta twisted his neck, responding coldly. Frieza, you now face 5 formidable warriors, 3 of whom are million battle power giant apes, including myself and Kakarot. Are you prepared for death? Wait, Bardock interjected as he flew forward, clutching his wounded abdomen. Frieza, did you not just claim you would no longer conceal your strength? Is this not your full power? What? Vegeta gasped, turning sharply to Frieza. King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore all directed their gazes at Frieza, while other Saiyans who had concluded their battles also focused intently on him. Frieza revealed a mocking expression, seemingly affirming Bardock's words. Impossible! You still have power hidden away. I refuse to believe it. The 1,500 Saiyans behind King Vegeta erupted in disbelief. Allow me to be candid. This transformation I currently exhibit is merely the first form I have unlocked. I have the capacity to unlock 2 more transformations. Frieza clenched his fists, his face contorted with malice. With each transformation I unlock, I grow stronger than the last. My ultimate state boasts a battle power of 60 million. Frieza, however, had not revealed the entire truth. He possessed an even more potent transformation with a staggering 120 million battle power, but it was excessively taxing on his stamina. This was why he withheld the truth. Vegeta, are you prepared for death? Frieza echoed Vegeta's earlier words. Following this, he summoned the power within him, ready to unleash a cataclysm. Stop him. Regardless of whether he lies, we must halt him, Vegeta cried in terror. Kakarot, hurry! 10 times Kaioshin. A crimson light erupted from Vegeta as his battle power surged to 1.7 million. Father, you are gravely injured. Take this Senzu Bean, and it will restore your strength. Goku pressed the Senzu Bean into Bardock's hand, who similarly erupted with a red glow. The pressure of 2 million battle power caused the sky to hum ominously. Without hesitation, Bardock consumed the Senzu Bean, feeling a surge of energy. Not only have my injuries healed, but my strength has increased as well. Bardock laughed heartily, marveling at the miraculous nature of the bean. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. He, like the others, began to unleash his own power. In an instant, the 3 apes charged toward Frieza. Other Saiyans wished to assist but received orders to retreat, forced to withdraw to safety. Raditz and Nappa found themselves in a similar predicament, their powers insufficient, barely reaching 100,000 battle power, thus compelled to fall back. Planet Namek trembled violently. The ground cracked, and magma erupted, resembling the apocalypse. Heavens, is this strength truly attainable by mortals? Will our Namek not explode? The Namekians within the Grand Elder's village were engulfed in panic. Ling Xian descended before the Grand Elder's abode, addressing Nail. Have the Grand Elder prepared to summon the dragon, for Namek may very well face destruction. Nail replied urgently, substitute God of Destruction with your strength. You should be able to avert this calamity. Why do you not intervene? Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from within the dwelling. Nail, await the orders of the substitute God of Destruction. Yes, Nehru gritted his teeth and ultimately set out to gather the Dragon Balls. Ling Xian soared into the sky, casting a glance at the Namekians in the village below. I could intervene, but Kakarot might not be able to transform. I apologize. For now, I must temporarily sacrifice your Namek. I shall compensate you. Ling Xian mused to himself, then turned his gaze to the distance. The three Saiyans attempted to thwart Frieza's transformation, but before they could approach him, a powerful wave of energy sent them tumbling. They unleashed energy blasts, but it was as if Frieza was shielded by an invisible wall, rendering their attacks ineffective. It was clear that they could not interrupt Frieza's transformation. It seemed that Frieza was on the verge of achieving his ultimate form. Ling Xian observed the fierce battle with keen interest. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly the strongest among the three Saiyans, both in combat power and skill. As for Bardock and the three giant apes, their fighting style and energy manipulation were woefully inadequate. However, one could clearly see that Vegeta had become significantly more adept in his control over Ki, indicating a shared lineage with Sun Wukong. Yet, there remained a distinct difference in their combat styles. Vegeta was more aggressive, while Sun Wukong exhibited a fluid grace, as though he fought without desire and with unwavering resolve. Boom! A tempestuous aura surged forth. The ultimate transformation was imminent. Ling Xian watched as Frieza's form began to shrink, becoming increasingly diminutive, yet his power swelled exponentially. As Frieza attained his ultimate state, his power level surged to an astounding 60 million. The sheer magnitude of his power erupted forth, compressing the air and producing a sizzling sound. Frieza resembled a primordial behemoth, instilling a profound terror in those who beheld him. The distant Saiyans were struck pale with fear. Frieza was indeed formidable. Kakarot, it all hinges on your ability to transform this time. You are our only hope. Ling Xian remained concealed, still guarding the Namekians above the Elder's village. In the horizon, Frieza had transformed into a figure even shorter than Vegeta. Yet his power was terrifying. The inadvertently unleashed energy disrupted the very fabric of space. Gulp, Bardock, facing Frieza, swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the terrifying presence. 60 million power level. King Vegeta, in a frenzy, shook his giant head. How could this be? How could anyone possess such overwhelming power? Do we still have a chance? Bibbert and Theodore gaped in shock. Vegeta, too, was rendered speechless. He had painstakingly cultivated his strength to 170,000, capable of reaching 1.7 million with a tenfold Kaioken. He had thought this would be his path to vengeance. Yet, who could have anticipated that Frieza possessed 60 million power? Especially since he could sense that Frieza spoke the truth. Frieza truly held that power. Victory was impossible. Vegeta, his eyes grew vacant. Before the battle even commenced, he had lost all will to fight, muttering to himself in despair. Suddenly, Kakarot, what are you doing? Bardock shouted. Sun Wukong surged forward, his eyes alight with determination as he regarded Frieza. What an impressive opponent. Fighting you will surely be exhilarating. This scene unfolded before Ling Xian, who chuckled softly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's reactions were starkly contrasting. Sun Wukong remained the same unyielding warrior, undeterred in the face of a formidable foe, while Vegeta, having not yet endured his share of tribulations, was still prone to hesitation. Soon, Sun Wukong engaged Frieza in combat. Bardock kept his distance. In his base form, his power was merely a fraction of Frieza's. To confront him would only lead to his demise. Thus, Bardock chose to remain hidden. King Vegeta and the three giant apes charged forward, joining Sun Wukong in their assault on Frieza. Only Vegeta remained suspended in the air. Despite having the potential for 1.7 million power with the Kaioken, he appeared to have lost his spirit, devoid of any inclination to resist. Boom! The three giant apes were struck by a shockwave. Emitting agonizing roars, they crashed violently to the ground, creating three massive craters. Ah, foolish Saiyan monkeys, let us see how you meet your end. Frieza reveled in delight, casually striking Sun Wukong, causing him to spit blood. Once he finds the Dragon Balls, the universe will belong to him. Damn it! Bardock, witnessing his son's torment from afar, felt his rage boil over. Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, will you merely stand by and watch? If not for the overwhelming disparity in power, Bardock would have already charged in. Yet Vegeta remained unmoved. Vegeta, you are a disgrace. Our Saiyan race has severed ties with Frieza. What does it matter if he wields 60 million power? In the face of our enemy, you cower. Disgrace. As a Prince of the Saiyans, do you honor your title? Bardock's fury reached its zenith. He could no longer contain himself and prepared to gaze upon the moon above. A flicker of light ignited in Vegeta's hollow eyes as he murmured, I am worthless. Bardock, you seek death. Vegeta's eyes rekindled with fervor as he clenched his fists. I shall settle the score with you later. Without looking at Bardock, Vegeta shouted, Tenfold Kaioken. His body erupted in a crimson glow. Charging upwards, Bardock, initially intending to transform into a giant ape, hesitated upon witnessing Vegeta's actions. However, the concern in his eyes deepened. As the reality of Frieza's overwhelming strength loomed large, there was no hope for the Saiyans. Chapter 34. Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan. Above the Elder's village, Vegeta is no longer timid. Ling Xian found Vegeta's renewed resolve amusing. However, even should you advance, Vegeta, it would be futile. In the distance, the three giant apes soared aloft once more, converging with Sun Wukong and Vegeta to assail Frieza. Just as Ling Xian had predicted, the Saiyans found themselves bereft of any hope of victory in this battle. Frieza had unlocked his ultimate form, boasting an astonishing combat power of 60 million. A level of prowess that was utterly outrageous. With a mere flick of his hand, Goku and his companions were left spitting blood. It appeared that Frieza was toying with them, not exerting his full strength. This was a battle devoid of hope, unless Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan. Ling Xian shook his head. I've had my fun. Now you shall all perish. Frieza cackled madly, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, he transformed into a brilliant purple beam. Slicing through the heavens below, the three warriors trembled violently. Boom! Babert and Theodore exploded instantly. A gaping hole appeared in the colossal body of King Vegeta. Splutter! King Vegeta spewed forth blood. Plummeting into the void, Father! Vegeta's abdomen soaked in blood, his insides shattered beyond recognition. How? Powerful! I stand no chance. Goku fared no better. His entire body was broken. Shortly thereafter, both Goku and Vegeta fell from the sky. Kakarot, in the distance, Bardock swooped in, catching King Vegeta, followed by Goku and Vegeta. Oh, Frieza! I forgot there were some stragglers left. Now you shall all die. Frieza fixed his gaze upon Bardock and the 1,500 Saiyans in the distance. He raised his hand, gathering a colossal energy sphere 2 meters in diameter, and hurled it with all his might. The sky was enveloped in a purple glow. The group of Saiyans led by King Vegeta found themselves completely immobilized by the overwhelming pressure. This was a massacre of their entire race. Bardock, the only one left with any fighting spirit, could not afford to hesitate any longer. After setting down Goku and Vegeta, he gazed up at the artificial moon in the sky. Roar! A frenzied giant ape rampaged, unleashing laser beams that inadvertently ignited Frieza's energy sphere in midair. The lasers occasionally grazed the area where Frieza was positioned. The Saiyan monkeys were utterly revolting. Frieza dodged the lasers and charged toward the transformed Bardock. Above the Elder's village, how could this be? Ling Xian observed the distant scene, his expression turning grave. According to the anime's plot, Goku was supposed to transform into a Super Saiyan during this journey to Namek. Yet now, the Saiyans brought by King Vegeta, including Goku, were on the brink of death. Was there no opportunity left? Ling Xian realized that if he did not act soon, the the Saiyan race would be extinguished. However, a scene unfolding in the distance made him halt. He saw Frieza flying towards Bardock. "Ha! Frieza, are you seeking your own demise?" Ling Xian laughed heartily. He had believed that Goku had no chance to transform, especially since he had not brought the bald-headed Krillin along. Yet Frieza's actions would undoubtedly plunge him into a bottomless abyss. Ling Xian glanced at Goku below, witnessing him stuffing a Senzu bean into his mouth. Should Bardock perish, Goku would surely go berserk. Indeed, Frieza began to mercilessly torment Bardock. First, he shattered Bardock's limbs in a giant ape form, then stuffed an energy sphere into Bardock's mouth. Boom! Bardock's head was obliterated. The iconic moment was about to unfold. No! A tremendous force erupted from Goku. He revived from the brink of death. His power soared to 5 million. Seeing his father killed by Frieza ignited an all-consuming rage within Goku's mind. The violent instincts within him surged, his back ablaze. "Ah! Father! Frieza! You have slain my father! I will have your life!" Thunder rumbled across the sky as debris uncontrollably levitated around Goku. The aura surrounding him and his hair flickered. One golden, one black. The flickering intensified. What was happening? After killing Bardock, Frieza was taken aback by this overwhelming power. "You're not dead yet." Frieza stared in disbelief at the power radiating from Goku. He distinctly remembered rendering Goku nearly lifeless. Ow! How can this be the Super Saiyan? Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Vegeta managed to utter weakly, "Kakarot must kill Frieza." With that, Vegeta drew his last breath. Beside him lay King Vegeta, having reverted to his humanoid form. But he too had lost his life? Vegeta! Goku clenched his fists, veins bulging. The golden auras ceased to flicker. Goku's hair turned a stable golden hue. Super Saiyan. "Frieza, I will ensure your demise." Boom! A flash of golden light surged forth, striking Frieza in the abdomen, causing him to violently expel blood and be flung thousands of meters away. And oh, it's impossible. What form is this? Super Saiyan. How can it be a Super Saiyan? Above the Elder's village, Ling Xian trembled with excitement. Finally witnessing this monumental scene, it was exhilarating. Goku had succeeded in transforming, and without a doubt, Frieza was doomed. Ling Xian vanished in an instant, finally departing from the Elder's village. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from the battle between Goku and Frieza, Raditz knelt on the ground, his heart-wrenching cries echoing, "My father is dead. Frieza, I will kill you." Raditz rose and soared into the sky. "Raditz, wait! Vegeta has also been slain. I must avenge him." That bot charged upward. "I too shall avenge our leader. I will go." The 1,500 Saiyans on the ground were consumed by an overwhelming hatred. They despised their own weakness. They lamented why they had allowed King Vegeta and Bardock to face Frieza alone while they cowered in the shadows. A multitude of Saiyans prepared to ascend into the skies with the intent to confront Frieza. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "All right, everyone halt." Ling Xian materialized in midair, halting their advance. "Who are you?" Grisai stepped forward, the most formidable warrior among the assembled Saiyans, boasting a battle power of 90,000. With King Vegeta, Bardock, and Bibbert absent, Grisai stood as the highest authority in this gathering. "Lewis, how did you arrive on Namek?" Raditz and Nappa emerged from the crowd, their faces alight with joy. "Lewis, Frieza has slain Vegeta. You must avenge him." Nappa lamented upon witnessing Lewis's arrival, while others may have been unaware of Ling Xuan's identity. Raditz and Nappa, having constantly been by Vegeta's side, were well aware that Ling Xian was the candidate for the God of Destruction, no less, the disciple of the universe's mightiest. His presence here meant doom for Frieza. Upon hearing Lewis's name, Grisai suddenly recalled something. Lewis is a superior warrior of the Saiyan clan, but he perished over a decade ago while on a mission. Ling Xian, taken aback, replied, "I am not dead." With a wry smile, he continued, "Now, heed my words. First, we must leave Namek." Grisai retorted coldly, "Listen to you? Who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, Ling Xian conjured a sphere of destructive energy and held it threateningly before Grisai's eyes. "Bardock's son, Kakarot, has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, that he is currently battling Frieza, and Namek will soon erupt. I will escort you away from this planet. Raditz urgently inquired, Lewis, has Kakarot truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? Lingxian nodded. Indeed, Frieza is doomed. As for Bardock and the others, they can still be revived with the Dragon Balls, so do not worry. Lingxian turned his gaze to Grisai. Do you have any objections now? And no objections. Grisai swallowed hard, feeling that should he be struck by that purple energy, he would be utterly annihilated. The other Saiyans, upon hearing that Kakarot had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and was engaged in battle with Frieza, erupted in joyous cheers. They had come to Namek to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls. If they could defeat Frieza, the Dragon Balls would be theirs to use, meaning King Vegeta and the others could indeed be resurrected. The Saiyans were saved. Hold hands. Namek is on the verge of explosion. Quickly, I will take you away from here. In an instant, Lingxian used instant transmission to transport the Saiyans back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He then returned to Namek. Chapter 35. The demise of Frieza at this moment. The scene on Namek was utterly terrifying. Thunder roared. Winds howled. Mountains crumbled. Magma surged. Various planet-level disasters unfolded on Namek, resembling a hellish nightmare, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Boom! Boom! Two figures dashed through the sky, their collision generating a powerful vortex that created a vacuum in the void. Countless air currents rushed toward this area, and a hurricane with a diameter of a kilometer suddenly materialized. Frieza, die! Son Goku seemed to transcend the speed of light, appearing before Frieza in the next moment, delivering a fierce kick. The void seemed poised to explode. Frieza was struck in the abdomen, bending over as torrents of blood gushed from his mouth. The overwhelming force sent Frieza hurtling into the sky. Frieza, return my father's life. Son Goku glowed with golden radiance, resembling a streak of gold slicing through the void as he ascended into the air. Clenching his fists, he fashioned them into a massive hammer and brought it crashing down upon the airborne Frieza. Boom! The sheer power surged through Son Goku's hands, penetrating Frieza's back, causing him to spew blood once more, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Frieza plummeted towards the ground, creating a deep crater with a diameter of 100 meters. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's power surged to 200 million. In contrast to Frieza's 60 million. The outcome was inevitable. Frieza stood no chance, enduring relentless punishment, while Son Goku continued to mercilessly assault Frieza. Lingxian found himself back in the Elder's village. The entire village was enveloped in a purple glow, the residual forces from the battle outside threatening to dismantle it. However, as Son Goku and Frieza clashed, the situation on Namek deteriorated further. The ground where the Elder resided had already begun to fracture. Lord Candidate for the God of Destruction, Naru hurried to Lingxian, anxiously asking, Our Namek is about to explode. What should we do? I apologize. I had promised to help you through this crisis, and had I intervened, Namek could have been spared this fate. However, due to certain circumstances, I truly regret this, Lingxian expressed with deep remorse. Prepare to summon the Eternal Dragon. Naru glanced at Lingxian, clenching his fists in frustration. Naru, obey the commands of the Candidate for the God of Destruction, came the Elder's voice from within the house. Yes, Naru gritted his teeth, compelled to follow Lingxuan's orders. The Dragon Balls were placed on the ground as Naru prepared to summon the Eternal Dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged toward them. It was Frieza's power. Lingxian could distinctly sense that Frieza had unleashed his full might, approximately 120 million battle power. However, this power quickly waned. Clearly, 120 million battle power was utterly insufficient against 200 million. In truth, had Frieza utilized his full strength from the outset, he might have stood a chance, as Son Goku had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and had yet to fully control his newfound power. Alas, Frieza's hubris led him to underestimate the Super Saiyan's prowess. And by the time Son Goku became adept at harnessing his strength, Frieza found himself with no opportunities left. Boom! Namek trembled even more violently, as if on the brink of explosion. Lingxian felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have brought Whis along. thus avoiding the need to rely on another's Dragon Balls and sparing himself this guilt. Summon the Eternal Dragon. Ling Xian urged Naru. Naru nodded, addressing the Dragon Balls on the ground. A wish for. A golden light shot skyward, coiling and spiraling in midair. I have come to see you, Lord Candidate for the God of Destruction. The Eternal Dragon greeted respectfully. Ling Xian nodded and hastily instructed Naru. Wish for Namek to be restored to its state from a day ago. Time was of the essence, and Namek trembled increasingly violently. In Ling Xian's perception, the nefarious Frieza, much like in the anime, unleashed a planet-destroying attack. In merely 5 minutes, Namek was destined to explode. Naru recited in the Namekian tongue. This wish was quite simple. In the sky, Porunga's eyes glimmered momentarily, followed by a transformation of Namek. The magma retreated to the Earth's core. The shattered mountains and rivers reformed. The howling winds ceased. The thunder quieted. Namek reverted to its state from a day prior. Naru, I shall first eliminate Frieza, and then I will return to make my remaining wishes. With that, Ling Xian vanished in an instant, leaving only Naru and the astonished Porunga in the sky. In midair, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, gazing at the changes occurring on Namek, momentarily stunned. Wasn't Namek struck by Frieza's planet-destroying attack, destined to explode in 5 minutes? How could this be? Sun Wukong, why is this happening? On the ground, Frieza lay gravely injured, his tail severed, bloodied and on the brink of death. Sun Wukong understood Frieza's intent, yet he was equally perplexed as to why Namek had been restored. Just as he was preparing to finish off Frieza, suddenly, whoosh, Ling Xian materialized before Frieza. In the sky, Sun Wukong recognized Ling Xian. Lewis, what brings you here? Descending from the heavens, Sun Wukong approached Ling Xian. Ling Xian turned to regard the main character of Dragon Ball. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed, in Super Saiyan form, possessing a staggering battle power of 200 million, I have been waiting here to witness your transformation into a Super Saiyan. You've been here all along? Sun Wukong seized his shoulders, fury evident. If you are here, why do you not intervene? With your strength, you could easily vanquish Frieza. Ling Xian's power and identity had long been conveyed to him through Vegeta's words. In the universe, few could match Ling Xian's prowess. I will explain later. Ling Xian gestured towards the nearly lifeless Frieza on the ground. Kakarot, will you spare this fiend? Sun Wukong glared at Frieza, gritting his teeth. No, I will not let him go. He killed my father and Vegeta. He must die. Ling Xian was taken aback. He had never seen Sun Wukong harbor such murderous intent towards Frieza. In the anime, did Sun Wukong not grant Frieza a chance at the last moment? It seemed the butterfly effect had influenced events. Allow me to deal with him. Ling Xian waved his hand and conjured a sphere of destructive energy. Buzz! The earth trembled. Frieza, continuously spitting blood, could only stare in silence at the prospective destroyer god, yet his eyes were filled with unbridled hatred. If looks could kill, Ling Xian would have perished countless times at Frieza's gaze. Ling Xian raised his hand, pausing the destructive energy momentarily. Forget it. Shaking his head, Ling Xian dissipated the destructive energy and instead unleashed a Kamehameha wave, reducing Frieza to ashes. Although Frieza was detestable, he might prove useful in the future. Much like in the anime's Tournament of Power. Thus, Ling Xian refrained from annihilating him. After Frieza's demise, Sun Wukong's mood plummeted. Lewis, had you intervened, my father and Vegeta would not have perished. Ling Xian turned to Sun Wukong. Smiling, is death not reversible? Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he shook Ling Xian excitedly. I almost forgot. This is wonderful. Now my father and Vegeta can be revived. Let us go. I have already summoned the Eternal Dragon. Follow me. Ling Xian utilized instant transmission, whisking Sun Wukong away. They soon returned to the village of the Grand Elder. Above them circled a peculiar green dragon, visibly sweating as if it were struggling to Oh, you have any more wishes? Speak quickly, as I can hardly contain myself. With a whoosh, Ling Xian and Sun Wukong appeared. Upon seeing Porunga, Sun Wukong was startled. This is the Namekian dragon. It can resurrect your father, so do not worry. Ling Xian turned to Porunga. Porunga, revive Bardock. Nairu, upon witnessing Ling Xian's return, swiftly recited the wish in Namekian.I in the sky. Purunga's form grew increasingly transparent. I apologize, but the wish cannot be granted as Bardock's body has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face turned pale. Lewis, this is bad. When I fought Frieza, the ground erupted with lava, consuming my father and Vegeta's bodies. They cannot be revived, can they? Is that so? Ling Xian furrowed his brow and spoke. Purunga, restore the bodies of the Saiyans slain by Frieza on Namek. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback before seizing Ling Xian's shoulders, laughing heartily. Lewis, you are brilliant. Since the Namekian dragon cannot revive the dead without their bodies, we can first restore Bardock and the others, and then bring them back to life. Your wish has been granted, O prospective god of destruction. As Purunga's voice faded, 5 corpses appeared on the ground. Bardock, Vegeta, King Vegeta, Beppard, and Theodore. Lewis, their bodies have been restored. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, hold your tongue. Ling Xian felt an ominous premonition. Sensing something amiss, his pupils constricting, he soared into the air and turned to Nairu, shouting, Nairu, wish for everyone on Namek, including these 5 corpses, to be transported to Earth quickly. Ling Xian's urgency was palpable. Nairu was startled. He did not comprehend what was occurring, yet complied nonetheless. However, before Nairu could finish the wish, a massive destructive energy sphere, 1,000 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in the sky. This destructive energy resembled a purple sun, plummeting from the heavens. Boom! The void shattered, transforming into countless fragments of space that cascaded downwards, while the breach in the void swiftly healed itself. If this destructive energy were to fall upon Namek, the surrounding million-mile star region would likely collapse. Ling Xian could indeed flee and take Sun Wukong and Nyla with him. However, the Namekians would undoubtedly meet their demise. Ling Xian already felt remorse towards the Namekians. Allowing their destruction to unfold before his eyes was utterly unacceptable. And no matter what, he was unwilling to allow it. Damn it, Katra, just wait. If Ling Xian's senses were correct, it was indeed Quitra's doing. Suddenly, an explosion of golden flames erupted from him, his hair instantaneously turning golden. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, he teleported beneath the plummeting sphere of destructive energy. With a resounding boom, the destructive energy released an aura of devastation, creating a vacuum in the air above, immune to all negative effects. Ling Xian was instantly cleansed of any harm, although he sustained no damage. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of halting the descent of the destructive energy sphere. Pressured downwards, Ling Xian's body rapidly descended towards the surface of Namek. As he cut through the air, flames ignited around him, accelerating his descent. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, the body of the Wave Rider vanished without a trace, and in that instant, all beings on Namek, including the 5 corpses on the ground, disappeared as well. Buzz! When the destructive energy struck Namek, the surrounding million-mile star region collapsed in an instant, forming a void-like black hole. Outside the million-mile star region, Katra, do you truly fear that Beerus will come after you for this? Angel Konik hovered in the starry sky, staff in hand, glancing at Katra beside him. Katra, gazing at the void black hole, replied coldly, what if Beerus knows? Lord Zeno has decreed that the gods of destruction are not to engage in conflict. Beerus would not dare to take action against me. Otherwise, Lord Zeno would surely erase him. Moreover, I have already incurred a grudge against that brat. I cannot allow such a talented genius to escape, lest he seek revenge in the future. The image of Ling Xian sparring with the candidate for the god of destruction left a profound impression on him. At around 20 years of age, he had already broken through to the divine dimension and comprehended destructive energy, attaining an angelic level of mastery. Katra turned to Konik and said, did you not inquire with Whis about that young man? Konik squinted his eyes and remarked, Whis mentioned that this is Lewis's innate ability, allowing him to ignore all damage. Ignore all damage. Katra chuckled softly. Do you truly believe that Lewis could escape from the destructive energy I just unleashed? Konik fell silent, Feeling that Lewis might indeed escape, but was afraid to voice it lest Katra take offense, he still recalled his elder sister's words when she departed the seventh universe. Lewis is quite special. He is not someone I can see through. And then there was that divine aura that swept across Lord Zeno's universe, along with that mysterious Earth. After stating this, his elder sister had gone to the Zeno Palace to seek clarity from their father. With the other angels following suit, he alone remained behind, as Katra required him to remain hidden in the seventh universe to extinguish its hope. "We must leave quickly, otherwise Beerus will arrive," Katra said nonchalantly. "Understood." Konik waved his staff, taking Katra away from the scene. The next moment, two figures indeed appeared. "Katra, you scoundrel!" Beerus roared in fury, his overwhelming pressure causing the entire North Galaxy to tremble. "Whis, restore this place." "Yes," Whis waved his staff. And the surrounding void black hole suddenly reverted, with the damaged Namek restored to its former state. "That let's go. That brat Lewis should have returned to Earth by now." The two vanished. Chapter 37. Bestowing Spiritual Fruits on Earth. In the Eastern Plains, Ling Xian, Sun Wukong, and all the Namekians were teleported to this location. The elder sat on the ground, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a bewildered expression. "Lord Candidate for God of Destruction. What has transpired?" Sun Wukong gulped. "What was that attack? It was terrifying." Nyla wiped the sweat from his brow. "That was truly frightening." The other Namekians who had been transferred here shared their trepidation. "Elder, I am deeply sorry. I have implicated you all." Ling Xian gritted his teeth. He had already broken through to the divine dimension and could sense the presence of the gods. That destructive energy sphere was thrown by Katra. Damn it, no wonder Beerus despises that filthy rat. He is truly insidious. "Wait here. I will find someone to restore your Namek, and then bring you back." Objects struck by destructive energy cannot be restored by an ordinary dragon. Only the Super Dragon Balls or the Time Angel's reversal can achieve such a feat. Seizing the moment before 2 minutes had passed, Ling Xian vanished in a flash. Soon, Ling Xian located Whis, who had just returned from the vicinity of Namek. He asked Whis for assistance in restoring Namek, but Whis replied that it had already been restored. Ling Xian then returned to the elder. Nailu hurriedly inquired, "Lord Candidate for God of Destruction, what is the status?" "Your Namek has been restored." Ling Xian smiled, turning to the elder. "Elder, I shall now send you back." "Thank you, Lord Candidate for God of Destruction." The elder took the hands of the Namekians, and Ling Xian used instant transmission to bring them back to Namek. Upon their arrival, Namek appeared untouched by any destruction. The Namekians stared wide-eyed, pondering whether this candidate for God of Destruction had utilized the Dragon Balls again. "Elder, to express my apologies, I would like to present you with something." Ling Xian retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and opened one of them. With a bang, a 200-cubic warehouse appeared, filled with grayish-blue fruits. The elder asked in confusion, "Lord Candidate for God of Destruction, what are these?" "These fruits are called spiritual fruits, meant for gods. They can extend a person's lifespan. In truth, aside from prolonging life, spiritual fruits can also greatly enhance one's power. Though the increase in power is limited and pales in comparison to the extension of lifespan." Ling Xian said apologetically, "I was unable to fulfill my previous promise to you. Consider this my compensation." The spiritual fruits are the sustenance of deities, flourishing in the realms where these divine beings reside. The destruction of the divine realm is abundant, and Ling Xian has consumed these fruits since childhood. "It is unacceptable," the elder, filled with mild trepidation, implored, as the prospective destroyer god, "I beseech you to retract this. It is simply not permissible." Ling Xian replied with a calm demeanor, "Very well. What I have given will not be taken back." In the anime, the elder departed from this world after the catastrophic explosion on Namek due to the depletion of his lifespan. The elder, warm and amiable, treated others with kindness. Ling Xian, having benefited from his generosity, could not turn a blind eye to this. Moreover, these spiritual fruits truly hold little significance for him. "Neru, remember to ensure the elder consumes these spiritual fruits. After devouring the entirety of this warehouse's bounty, he should gain several hundred years of life. Neru was momentarily stunned, then erupted into ecstatic joy. The other Namekians shared in this excitement. The elder is like a father to them, and given his advanced age, It is not an exaggeration to say he could depart at any moment, that in truth, they possessed the Dragon Balls, and with a wish, they could restore the Elder's youth. However, that would defy nature. The Elder would undoubtedly disallow such an act. If consuming these fruits could extend his lifespan, it would be entirely different from wishing upon the Dragon Balls, and the Elder would surely accept it. Ling Xian handed Nera the remaining 2 universal capsules and then departed from Namek. On Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's home, Bulma gazed sorrowfully at Vegeta's lifeless body lying on the ground. "Oh, how could you have died?" Vegeta, Bulma, clutched Goku's collar, exclaiming, "Goku, who killed Vegeta? Why didn't you protect him?" "Bulma, I am truly sorry." Goku gritted his teeth. "It was my failure to safeguard him, but rest assured, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect both Vegeta and my father." Yes, we still have the Dragon Balls." Bulma suddenly remembered, preparing to retrieve the Dragon Radar. In a flash, Ling Xian appeared before them. Taze, nearby, hurried over, examining him for injuries, and breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he was unharmed. "Where have you been for the past month?" "You scared me." "Do not worry. You are well aware of my constitution," Ling Xian replied, enveloping Taze in his embrace, savoring her warmth and heartbeat. It had been a month since he last saw Taze, and he had missed her dearly. That moment, Bulma approached, saying, "Brother-in-law, you must avenge Vegeta." Ling Xian released Taze and reassured her, "Do not fret. Vegeta will be fine, and the one responsible for his death has already been dealt with." Ling Xian turned to Whis, who was lounging on a beach chair. "Whis, please revive these 5 individuals to spare me the trouble of finding the Dragon Balls." "That I can do that," Whis replied. Bulma was taken aback. Even Taze was perplexed. She knew Whis possessed vast knowledge and strength, yet he could resurrect a person. "You truly are a bother," Whis said as he rose from his chair and waved his staff. With a hum, a beam of divine light swept over the 5 corpses. Suddenly, "Where is this?" the Frieza race members murmured, their eyes fluttering open. Bulma wept tears of joy, embracing the now-revived Vegeta. "Vegeta!" Goku and Taze stood in stunned disbelief. They really did not need to summon Shenron to bring someone back to life. Ling Xian smiled faintly. Resurrecting the deceased was hardly a feat. In the anime's Tournament of Power, Whis had directly revived Frieza in his soul state. "Lewis, once you have handled your matters, return to the realm of destruction," Whis stated before vanishing. Upon witnessing Whis's departure, Ling Xian noticed that Beerus was nowhere to be found. Where is Beerus? Has he returned to the realm of destruction? On the ground, Vegeta awoke, looking somewhat dazed as he gazed at Bulma, who was holding him. "Wasn't I dead? It was brother-in-law who would resurrect you," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes red. Just then, Bardock, King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore also regained consciousness. "We are not dead. Wait, I distinctly remember Frieza obliterating us." Suddenly, King Vegeta spotted Ling Xian, and his pupils widened in shock. "Lewis, did you save us?" King Vegeta shook his head. "No, you mentioned that you would not intervene with the Saiyans. How can we possibly be saved by you? Who is he?" At this moment, Bardock and Bibidi struggled to believe in their own resurrection. They were still uncertain as to who this individual was. King Vegeta approached Ling Xian, fixating his gaze upon him without turning his head. "Bardock, I previously mentioned that there exists another powerful Saiyan. However, that warrior has never intervened on our behalf." "Indeed, you did mention that." Bardock nodded in acknowledgement, suddenly trembling. "Could it be that this person is that powerful warrior?" "Wait, he has a tail. He truly is a Saiyan," Bibidi and Theodore exclaimed. "King Vegeta, could this be the powerful warrior you spoke of? Why have we never encountered him before?" Vegeta interjected. "You have seen him. Have you forgotten that over a decade ago, there was a superior warrior among our Saiyan clan named Lewis?" The trio of Bibidi finally realized. Indeed, there was a superior warrior named Lewis. However, King Vegeta had stated that Lewis had perished while on a mission that in truth, he had not died. He had left planet Vegeta long ago. He had been taken under the wing of the most powerful deity in the universe. Now that he appeared here, it was highly likely he was the one who saved them. Upon hearing this, Bardock, Theodore, and Bibidi gasped in awe. Taken under the wing of the most powerful deity in the universe? With such status, Why did he not come to aid us Saiyans? Nearby, Taze, Bulma, and Goku began to grasp the magnitude of Ling Xian's past experiences. Chapter 38. Beerus has gone to universe for upon hearing this. Vegeta's expression turned peculiar. Lewis has not neglected the Saiyans. Did he not enlist Dr. Briefs to assist Goku in constructing a gravity chamber? And did he not take Goku to learn instant transmission from King Kai? Ling Xian stood before everyone, gazed at by their curious eyes, yet remained silent. His countenance was calm as he addressed them. I understand that you harbor many questions, so allow me to explain why I have not intervened with the Saiyans. Frieza serves as the emissary of Lord Beerus, and during the period of Lord Beerus's slumber, is Frieza who wreaks havoc upon the planets. However, your presence has emboldened Frieza's army, causing their influence to spread at an alarming rate and resulting in an ever-increasing number of destroyed worlds. This has inflicted a significant blow to the stability of the universe, which is why you have long since incurred the wrath of Lord Beerus. It is only due to my intervention that Lord Beerus has refrained from annihilating you. As for my reasons for disregarding your plight, Ling Xian paused and declared, I am the candidate for the God of Destruction. His voice was calm, yet to the ears of the gathered crowd, it resonated like thunder. Indeed, the candidate for the God of Destruction is the heir to the God of Destruction, and the will of the God of Destruction must undoubtedly be adhered to. Moreover, deities are devoid of compassion, and Lewis cannot excessively interfere with the affairs of the mortal realm. King Vegeta was filled with shame, realizing he had wronged Lewis. Their revival is certainly thanks to Lewis's assistance, and in due course, they will undoubtedly face the ire of Beerus. Initially, when Bardock and the others learned that Lewis was a formidable warrior among the Saiyans and did not concern himself with their kin, they were incensed. However, after hearing the explanation, their faces flushed with embarrassment, leaving them utterly mortified. It was not that others neglected the Saiyans. Rather, it was their obligation to uphold their divine responsibilities. What the others were contemplating remained a mystery to Ling Xian. Had he known, he would have surely laughed aloud. Though his words were rooted in truth, they were largely driven by a simple desire to remain uninvolved. Nevertheless, the Saiyans of today are no longer the same as before. Ling Xian stated, Very well, since you have all been revived, I must first return to the realm of destruction. Upon discovering that Whis was absent from the scene, Ling Xian speculated that Beerus might have ventured to Universe 4. He needed to hurry back to investigate. King Vegeta anxiously inquired, Lewis, what is the current status of the other Saiyans? You can ask Kakarot about that. With that, Ling Xian vanished alongside Tais. The crowd turned their attention to Son Goku. Son Goku recounted the events on Namek, that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Saiyans were sent back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters by Ling Xian. Frieza was slain by Ling Xian. They were revived by Whis after hearing all of this. Several Saiyans swallowed hard. Super Saiyan Kakarot, is what you said true? You truly transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was no wonder the crowd was so agitated. After all, the Super Saiyan was a legend among the Saiyan race. Frieza had targeted the Saiyans precisely because he feared the emergence of their legendary transformation. Now, upon hearing this news, it was impossible for any Saiyan not to be stirred. Furthermore, if this were true, did it not imply that they too could transform into Super Saiyans? The faces of the crowd were nearly pressed against their own. Son Goku felt somewhat uncomfortable and took a step back. He scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Lewis the State called Super Saiyan. I'm not sure if it applies to me. Seeing his foolish demeanor, the crowd was left speechless. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, transform for us to see, quickly. He recalled that just before his demise, he seemed to have glimpsed a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure. Bardock suppressed his excitement. Yes, Kakarot. If you transform, we will know for sure. All right, you all step aside. I will give it a try. Son Goku moved to the side, and King Vegeta and the others quickly made way. Bulma was also intrigued by this so-called Super Saiyan. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Son Goku. However, after a while Son Goku showed no signs of transformation. Kakarot, what's wrong? I seem unable to transform. Son Goku looked over, confusion etched on his face. Vegeta remarked, Did you not transform before? Why can you not now? King Vegeta suggested, Perhaps you were just too nervous. Try again. Bardock and Bibbert nodded in agreement. urging Son Goku to give it another shot. Alright, I'll try again. Son Goku made another attempt, yet still nothing happened. Now even he was left dumbfounded. On Namek, he had transformed in a fit of rage upon witnessing his father's murder. Why was it not possible now? Bardock questioned. You are not deceiving us. Are you? King Vegeta and Theodore regarded Son Goku with skepticism. Son Goku furrowed his brow. I'm not deceiving you. I did defeat Frieza. Bardock incredulously stated. You defeated Frieza? Indeed. Why do you all find it hard to believe? Son Goku felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed everyone was questioning him. Yet, when he had transformed, everyone had been dead. Now, unable to transform, and with Ling Xian leaving so hastily, he truly found himself at a loss for explanation. At that moment, Vegeta stepped forward, earnestly declaring, Kakarot, I believe you. He paused momentarily before continuing. I saw a golden figure just before my demise. I cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing this, the others were first taken aback, then erupted in jubilance. We struck it rich. We struck it rich. Bardock and King Vegeta embraced, their faces alight with excitement. The legend of the Saiyans is indeed true. This means they will surely be able to transform in the future. In the realm of destruction, with a swift motion, two figures appeared by the lakeside. Tais leaped off Ling Xian and inquired, puzzled. Lewis, why have you returned here? I have come to find Lord Beerus. Ling Xian approached the Palace of Destruction, only to find it empty. Could it be that he truly went to Universe 4 to confront Quitella? Whis! Ling Xian called out, his voice echoing through the palace. After his voice faded, Whis did not respond. Lord Beerus, please do not act recklessly. Ling Xian's expression turned urgent. This moment. He was certain that it was Beerus who had instructed Whis to take him to Universe 4. Quitella had ambushed him, and Beerus must be seeking revenge on his behalf. However, the Grand Minister has decreed that gods of destruction must not engage in combat, should Beerus and Quitella clash. It would be a grave transgression. No, I must go and stop him. Ling Xian paced anxiously within the palace. Though Beerus often appeared to be impatient with him, Ling Xian understood that he genuinely cared. He felt deeply moved by Beerus' willingness to stand up for him this time. Lewis, what troubles you? I am contemplating how to reach the 4th universe. Leaving the 7th universe, to venture to the 4th is not a straightforward endeavor. Barriers exist between the universes, and it is nearly impossible for mortals to breach them. Despite having ascended to the divine level, Ling Xuan's current strength had yet to attain the realm of the gods. Breaking through the cosmic barriers is indeed a formidable challenge. Other universes, such as Tai, have been privy to the structure of the cosmos for quite some time. It turns out there are not merely 1, but 11 universes in existence. Lewis, why not inquire with the old Supreme Kai? Tai recalled Ling Xian mentioning that the 7th universe harbored an ancient Supreme Kai who must possess vast knowledge. Perhaps the old Supreme Kai knows how to leave the 7th universe. Indeed, Ling Xian exclaimed with elation, lifting Tai and planting a fervent kiss on her rosy lips. Tai, wait for me here. I shall make a swift visit to the Supreme Kai's realm. He gently set her down and vanished in an instant. Hurry back, Tai called out to the empty air, before reluctantly exiting the palace. She was uncertain of the events unfolding, but Ling Xuan's anxious expression indicated the urgency of the matter. She hoped he would resolve it smoothly. Chapter 39. The Cosmic Traversal Cube. The Supreme Kai's Realm. Verdant lawns and towering trees. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Under a great tree sat 3 individuals. Do you comprehend the role of a Supreme Kai? I do, Ancestor. Then are you still afraid of Majin Buu? Not anymore. Lexin grinned at the old Supreme K. It was a revelation that a destroyer existed in the universe. Henceforth, there would be no need to fear Majin Buu. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a swift motion. Jebbet, seated beside Aoxin, recoiled, trembling in dread at the sight of this individual. Ling Xian, having noticed Jebbet, was too preoccupied to acknowledge him. Old Supreme Kai, I urgently seek your counsel. Lewis, what brings you here? The old Supreme Kai was taken aback. Ling Xian briefly recounted the events of their previous sparring session, culminating with the revelation of Beerus' intention to travel to the 4th universe. What? Quitella ambushed you. The old Supreme Kai erupted in fury. Exen, startled by the old Supreme Kai's booming voice, couldn't he help but feel concerned upon hearing that Ling Xian had been attacked. Lewis, you weren't harmed. Were you? I'm fine. Ling Xian, gazing earnestly at the old Supreme Kai, urgently inquired, how can I reach the fourth universe? If we do not stop Lord Beerus, it may lead to disaster. Do not fret. That scrawny skeleton knows the consequences of confronting a destroyer. He is not foolish enough to act rashly. The old Supreme Kai gritted his teeth. That wretched rat truly oversteps his bounds. Beerus handled this splendidly. Please, old Supreme Kai, save your admonishments for later, Ling Xian said with a wry smile. Do you have a means for me to leave the seventh universe? Ling Xian felt profoundly touched by the concern shown by both the old Supreme Kai and Beerus for the first time. He felt a sense of belonging to the seventh universe. There are two methods to exit the seventh universe. The old Supreme Kai, regaining his composure, continued. The first is to utilize immense power to shatter the cosmic barriers. However, achieving this requires the strength of a god, which you currently lack. The second is to use the cosmic traversal cube. Ling Xian and Exen were momentarily taken aback. Soon, Ling Xian recalled something and said, You mean the traversal cube in Whis' possession? The old Supreme Kai regarded Ling Xian with a peculiar expression. I never imagined Whis would disclose that to you. Indeed, it is that very cube. Ling Xian clicked his tongue. In truth, Whis had not mentioned this to him. He recalled from his previous life anime that Whis used the cosmic traversal cube to transport everyone to the power tournament. But old Supreme Kai, Whis is not here, and we do not possess the traversal cube. Ling Xian shook his head. The old Supreme Kai haughtily lifted his chin. Did I ever claim I did not possess it? You did. Ling Xian exclaimed joyfully. How could you have the cosmic traversal cube? Why do you concern yourself with that? I have it. Do you want it or not? The old Supreme Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. He had acquired the traversal cube previously to seek dates in other universes. I want it. Old Supreme Kai, please lend it to me. I shall provide it to you. The old Supreme Kai waved his hand, opening a portal to another dimension, for which a purple cube emerged. Fortunately, you have transcended to the divine level. By infusing your divine power into the traversal cube, you will unlock its maximum speed. The old Supreme Kai paused, then added, Never mind, I shall accompany you. The audacity of that wretched rat to ambush the candidate destroyer of his universe was infuriating. He too wished to confront them. While he may not match a destroyer, he certainly could hold his own against the Supreme Kai there. You are coming along. That is splendid. Ling Xian felt relieved, knowing that with the old Supreme Kai by his side, there would be no need for concern about breaching the cosmic barriers. Exen, remain here and watch over the seventh universe. We shall return swiftly. Yes? Exen nodded. Soon, Ling Xian and the old Supreme Kai vanished from the Supreme Kai's realm aboard the cosmic traversal cube. Within the cube, Ling Xian felt somewhat agitated. The old Supreme Kai noticed his expression. Lewis, do not fret too much. That scrawny skeleton is quite astute. He won T-act recklessly. Ling Xian nodded slightly, in his previous haste. He had forgotten the nature of Beerus. That it was evident that Beerus would not be easily deceived by Katra. His agitation stemmed from recalling his departure from the God of Destruction realm and the words he had exchanged with Tai Si, in which he promised to return soon. Now, embarking on a journey to another universe, he could not ascertain how long it would take. He hoped it would be swift, for otherwise Tai Si would undoubtedly grow concerned. Prepare to traverse the barrier. Remain vigilant. The voice of the old Supreme Kai resonated in his ears. Ling Xian snapped back to attention and gazed ahead, where a shimmering barrier stood before him. He augmented the output of his divine energy. Whoosh! The cosmic travel cube transformed into a violet beam of light, promptly piercing through the barrier. Soon, they arrived in a realm of utter darkness. He surveyed the surroundings. He noticed 11 colossal spheres floating before him. Ling Xian turned back. It appeared that the seventh universe was indeed a similar sphere. The third sphere on the left is the fourth universe. Simply move in that direction. Understood. A notification chimed. Task issued. Please sign in at the fourth universe. Reward. Erase your prototype. Suddenly, the cosmic travel cube came to a halt. Lewis, what troubles you? In nothing, I shall proceed at once. Chapter 40. Sign in successful. Reward. Erasure prototype. Fourth universe at a beam of light traversed the barrier. Ding. Sign in task completed. Reward. Erasure prototype. Buzz. Within the cube, Ling Xian's body trembled as a force of erasure burgeoned within him. The old Supreme Kai beside him slumped in terror. Ling Xian, taken aback, inquired, Old Supreme Kai, what troubles you? The old Supreme Kai, trembling, stammered, What was that aura you just emitted? If he had not misperceived, a trace of erasure power had radiated from Ling Xian just moments ago. Gulp. The old Supreme Kai swallowed hard. The power of erasure was a technique exclusive to the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Why would this lad possess it? Ling Xian, unable to provide an explanation, resorted to feigning ignorance. The old Supreme Kai shakily regained his footing, fixated on Ling Xian with an increasingly peculiar gaze. Disregard. Erasure. Perfect Zizai realm. This lad. No wonder Weiss remarked on his uniqueness. He harbors numerous secrets. The old Supreme Kai recalled the divine aura Weiss had mentioned years prior, certain it was linked to the young man before him. Lewis. The old Supreme Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from questioning further. Ling Xian, relieved by the old Supreme Kai's silence, thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had not pressed for explanations. It would have been quite difficult to account for. Old Supreme Kai. Shall we seek out Lord Beerus? Very well. Lord Beerus should be in the God of Destruction realm of the fourth universe. The old Supreme Kai looked up. Weiss. Splash. A radiant light manifested within the cube. Weiss appeared, momentarily taken aback. Lewis, did I not instruct you to return to the God of Destruction realm? Why are you here? Ling Xian rolled his eyes. If I do not come, will Lord Beerus not engage in combat with Katra? The old Supreme Kai queried. Weiss, that slender fellow has not caused any trouble, has he? Ling Xian held his breath, anxious to hear news of a confrontation between Beerus and Katra. Weiss shook his head, chuckling. Though Lord Beerus can be rather arrogant, his cowardly nature is well known to you, Old Supreme Kai. Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth, recalling how Beerus, out of fear, had been sealed away for several million years. Then what is Lord Beerus currently occupied with? Ling Xian was perplexed. Was Beerus not meant to stand up for him? Haha, once you reach the God of Destruction realm in the fourth universe, you shall find out. The Omni King's palace, aside from Konik and Weiss, all the angels had gathered here. The 10th universe angel, Kesi, observed the Grand Priest and respectfully asked, Father, are you aware of the happenings in the 7th universe? The Grand Priest regarded his progeny and replied with a smile, What concerns you? The 6th universe angel, Bardos, interjected. Over a decade ago, an immensely sacred aura emerged from the 7th universe, just a few days ago. We ventured to the 7th universe to investigate this matter. We discovered that the candidate God of Destruction from the 7th universe is remarkably unique. He grasped the principles of destruction in just over a decade. The 5th universe angel? Kukatel chimed in. Moreover, he has comprehended the perfect Zizai realm, and most importantly, he can disregard any attack. Upon this revelation, all the angels collectively held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. They suspected Ling Xian's identity. No ordinary individual could possess such talent. Each of the angels present had undergone countless trials before achieving their current status. If one were to argue that exceptional talent allowed for the comprehension of the perfect Zizai realm, that could be accepted. However, the ability to disregard attacks transcended mere talent. So you wish to inquire about Lewis's identity? The Grand Priest chuckled. Kesi frowned. Father, your expression suggests you are aware of his identity. The other angels gazed intently at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest clasped his hands and stepped forward, his voice laden with astonishment. Indeed, when that sacred aura manifested over a decade ago, I conducted my own investigation. That aura was undoubtedly emitted by the candidate God of Destruction from the 7th universe. Wow! The angels erupted in astonishment, utterly shocked. That sacred aura had swept through the entirety of the Omni King universe. Detectable from every corner that it was akin to the primordial essence of creation, profound and pure, resplendent and divine. In the eyes of the angels, only their Father or the Omni King could unleash such power. They never anticipated that it would emanate from the candidate god of destruction of the seventh universe that I asked for the ability to disregard attacks. I have personally tested it. And how did that go? The angels swallowed hard, each clenching their fists, palms slick with sweat. They yearned for an answer, yet deep down, they already sensed the truth. The Grand Priest had personally intervened over a decade ago to test. They had subsequently brought the candidate god of destruction from their universe to spar with Lewis. This indicated that Lewis had withstood the Grand Priest's scrutiny. Do you not already possess the answer? The High Priest inquired with a chuckle. Indeed, he has withstood my tests. He can truly disregard any assault. The thunderous shockwave rippled through the atmosphere. The assembled angels were left dumbfounded, although they had mentally prepared themselves. The High Priest's affirmation still left them in a state of astonishment. After all, their father was the foremost being beneath the Omni King. Father, do you know his identity? Kesi asked urgently. Yes, he cannot possibly be from the Dark Demon realm. Can he? Campili questioned. That young man bears no aura of darkness. It is impossible for him to be from the Dark Demon realm. Indeed, if he were truly from the Dark Demon realm, Wiss would have certainly detected it and would not have accepted him as a candidate for the God of Destruction. The angels exchanged words, each contributing to the discourse. Enough. The High Priest waved his hand at in truth, I have formed some conjectures, and I have subtly probed the inclinations of the Omni King. The High Priest fell silent, refraining from further speech. However, his expression conveyed to the angels that their father had likely surmised Lewis's identity, and it was possibly connected to the Omni King. The angels exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Regardless of what he does, do not interfere. The High Priest gazed earnestly at the angels. You comprehend my words. The angels felt a tightening in their chests, and hurriedly responded, yes. Suddenly, a faint aura of annihilation emanated from the fourth universe. The other angels showed little reaction. However, Kesi's pupils constricted sharply as she turned to look deep within the Omni King's palace, glancing back at her father. Father! Enough! Do not concern yourself. At that moment, the High Priest cast his gaze towards the fourth universe. A slight smirk playing on his lips, the other angels appeared perplexed, bewildered by the peculiar behavior of their elder sister and father. Chapter 41. The Annihilation Test of Quitera in the Fourth Universe. The realm of destruction gods. The environment here closely resembles that of the seventh universe's realm of destruction gods. Lakes, forests, mountains, the land is similarly tinted in shades of purple. You dead rat, haven tea you eaten? Put some muscle into it. By the lakeside, Beerus reclined in a chair, crossing his legs with a look of indulgence. Behind him, Quitera gritted his teeth, pressing down harder on Beerus's shoulders. Hiss! Beerus sprang up, cursing vehemently. Are you exerting such force because you have a grievance against me, or what? Crack! Quitera clenched his fists, rage swelling within him, his chest heaving with agitation. You scrawny cat, if you have the guts. Come and fight me. Fight? Beerus laughed heartily. Fighting is hardly the affair of a cultured gentleman like myself. You! Quitera ground his teeth. Nearby, Troy stood frozen, not daring to breathe, fearful that his slightest exhale might draw the attention of the two deities. At that moment, whoosh, a stream of seven-colored light descended from the heavens. The old Kaioshin hurried to Beerus's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Beerus, you haven't caused any trouble, have you? The old Kaioshin's gaze roamed up and down, making Beerus feel uneasy. Old fool, if you keep looking at me like that, do you believe I want to seal you again? The old Kaioshin promptly averted his gaze. Nonetheless, he noted that Beerus appeared to be in fine condition, showing no signs of having engaged in combat. Ling Xian approached Beerus, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Before he could finish, Beerus's fist collided with Ling Xian's chest. With a resounding boom, the heavens trembled. Naturally, Ling Xian was unharmed, while Quitera's eyelids twitched violently. Goodness, this kid truly hasn't he perished. Moreover, is his body forged of iron. The force of the fifth layer of divine realm struck him, and he emerged unscathed. Witnessing this, Konnik swallowed hard, realizing that Wiss's claim of invulnerability was indeed true. Enough, as a grown man. Why are you so sentimental? Ignoring Quitera and the others, Beerus patted Ling Xian's chest, his expression turning serious. You are my heir. Without my permission, No one shall lay a hand on you. Beerus understood the reason behind Ling Xian's expression, yet defending his disciple was only natural. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will ensure they suffer greatly. As he spoke, a murderous glint flashed in Beerus's eyes as he glanced at Quitera. Beerus, will you never cease? I merely launched a surprise attack on your disciple. Quitera roared, clenching his fists. Ling Xian and the old Kaioshin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. What had Beerus done to elicit such fury from this scrawny rat? Whis' lips curled into a smirk as he relayed to the old Kaioshin and Ling Xian the events of the past few days. It turned out that upon discovering Quitera's ambush on Ling Xian, Beerus had been furious, nearly unable to restrain himself from storming into the fourth universe. However, Beerus was inherently cowardly. Should he take action, it would only play into Quitera's hands. Thus, Beerus resorted to cunning. You sought to ambush my heir in my seventh universe? Very well, I shall repay you in kind. Afterwards brought him to the fourth universe. Beerus similarly ambushed the fourth universe's candidate for God of Destruction, Troid. It was only thanks to the timely arrival of the Angel Conic, utilizing time reversal, that Troy was restored. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Following Troy's revival, Beerus certainly did not relent. He lay in wait near the realm of destruction in the fourth universe. Whenever Troy dared to emerge, he would ensure Troy's demise. But that was not the end. Beerus also periodically wreaked havoc on certain star regions of the fourth universe. He was confident that even if Quitera were infuriated, he would not dare retaliate against him. If Quitera truly could not restrain himself and acted against him, it would serve Beerus well. After all, bringing the matter before the Omni King would justify his actions. You, Quitera, ambushed my disciple. Thus, it is not excessive for me to wreak havoc upon your universe, is it? Consequently, within the span of 2 days, Beerus had rendered one of the galaxies in the fourth universe incapacitated. After this, his gaze shifted to another galaxy within the fourth universe. At that moment, Quitera could no longer endure it. Engaging Beerus in battle was out of the question. After all, whoever struck first would meet their end. Quitera recognized his own culpability and could only implore Beerus for a means to be spared. Upon achieving his objective, Beerus demanded that Quitera serve him as a servant for 3 days. Quitera felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, yet he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, his universe would remain under Beerus's constant scrutiny. Thus, the scene that Ling Xian encountered upon arriving in the fourth universe was born. Ha ha! Ling Xian could not contain himself and burst into laughter. The old Kaioshin similarly covered his mouth, though he wished Ling Xian would not be so audacious as to laugh out loud. How outrageous! Quitera's ears burned with embarrassment, and Ling Xian's laughter pinned him firmly against the wall of shame. When had a mere candidate for a destroyer ever been qualified to mock him? How outrageous! Ling Xian's gaze was sharp as he stepped forward, coming face to face with Quitera, their eyes merely 10 centimeters apart. Their glances locked, and both could sense the murderous intent in the other's eyes. Are you envious of my talent? Ling Xian taunted. Is it that your universe lacks someone of my caliber, prompting you to resort to sneak attacks? Do you even know who you are speaking to? Quitera's expression darkened. The inhabitants of Universe 7 are truly despicable. Gazing at this young man's smug face, he could hardly suppress the urge to eliminate him. Who are you speaking to? Hearing this, Beerus was engulfed in a destructive aura, taking a step forward, causing the entire fourth universe to tremble. Whis and Conic stood upright, prepared to intervene. The devastation caused by the clash of 2 destroyers was simply too overwhelming. Leave this to me, Lord Beerus, Ling Xian said with a gentle wave of his hand. Beerus glanced at Ling Xian, but ultimately chose to dissipate his destructive aura. That I know you are eager to kill me. After all, eliminating me would extinguish the future hope of Universe 7. However, Ling Xian smiled wickedly. You cannot kill me that I can disregard any harm in this world. Boom! The old Kaioshin, Quitera, Conic, and Trolla trembled, their minds struck by a fierce impact. Despite having heard about this matter long ago, hearing Ling Xian affirm it personally was still shocking. That they're truly someone who can ignore any attack. I just learned a new technique, and I would like to test it on you. Ling Xian grinned at Quitera, his smile exceedingly sinister as he raised his hand. Erase. Chapter 42. Quitera wet himself buzz. A radiant white light erupted from Ling Xian's hand. An unparalleled might seemed capable of erasing all matter in existence. Except for the two angels, everyone else crumpled to the ground. Their eyes bulged wide, mouths agape, faces ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was as though they had encountered a ghost. Fear, unease, panic, helplessness. The expressions of Whis and Conic were equally exaggerated. Their mouths agape, hearts racing wildly. Erase, erase. This was a technique only the Grand Minister and the Omni King could wield. Why does Ling Xian possess this ability? Quitera collapsed to the ground, a cold sweat trickling down his back. His voice trembling as he stammered. Why you? How do you possess the technique of the Omni King? This technique was all too familiar to Quitera. Long ago, the Omni King's universe had originally contained 18 universes, yet now only 12 remained. The vanished 8 universes had been erased by this very technique. The familiar scene, the familiar aura. Upon witnessing this, Quitera felt like a mouse confronted by a cat, engulfed in terror and despair. And one can escape from erasure. Whis stared in disbelief. Luis, when did you learn this technique? Whis knew Ling Xian's talent was exceptional, having comprehended the destructive rules of a destroyer level in just over a decade, achieving the perfect realm of an angel. But erasure was no ordinary technique. No, erasure was not merely a technique. It was a confluence of rules: destruction, time, space, light, darkness. Various rules amalgamated into a single principle. Such a principle could only be comprehended by those of the Grand Minister level or higher. Ling Xian had actually accomplished this. The old Kaioshin sat on the ground, silent, intently watching Ling Xian as though he truly had not misperceived earlier. That aura was indeed the aura of erasure. Ling Xian did not glance at Whis. Instead, he looked down from above at the crumpled Quitera, sneering, Quitera, do you know who you are speaking to? Quitera had previously uttered the same words to Ling Xian, who now returned them verbatim to Quitera, caught in the white glow. Felt his scalp tingle, fear rendering him speechless. The murderous intent was palpable. The realm of the destroyers felt like a 1,000-layered ice house, chilling to the bone. Beerus was also taken aback by this scene. Hastily interjecting, Luis, don't go overboard. Ling Xian's display was simply too unbelievable. The supreme erasure. Should Ling Xian strike, Quitera would be utterly obliterated from this world. Perhaps only the legendary Super Dragon could resurrect him. The consequences of killing a destroyer were immense. Although Beerus loathed this wretched mouse, he dared not act against a destroyer. It was not that Beerus could not kill Quitera. If he truly wished to eliminate this pest, it would be quite simple. After all, Beerus' title as the foremost destroyer of the Omni King's universe was not without merit. Whis swiftly appeared before Ling Xian, urging, Luis, please reconsider. Conic, still in shock, wondered how it was possible for someone to wield such a technique. Mr. Luis, please show mercy. Conic finally snapped back to reality and exclaimed he should have advised Quitera to refrain from attacking Ling Xian much earlier. Yet, he retained a sliver of doubt, questioning how anyone could truly ignore all harm. Moreover, it was merely a sneak attack on a candidate destroyer. No matter how furious Beerus might be, he likely wouldn't act recklessly. Conic's speculation was correct. Beerus indeed did not dare to act recklessly. However, the candidate destroyer of Universe 7 was about to go rogue. He had kicked a steel plate. In that moment, everyone, including the old Kaioshin, urged Ling Xian to relent. Ling Xian raised his right hand. Undeterred, a mocking look in his eyes as he regarded Quitera. Even the Grand Minister cannot kill me. You still dare to threaten me with death. The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, as if it might crystallize. No, don't. Quitera's pupils constricted sharply. The onlookers were filled with dread. Ling Xian genuinely intended to kill Quitera. Luis, don't. In the midst of their panicked gazes, Ling Xian swung his right hand. The heavens trembled. The white light burst forth, illuminating the sky as if it were midday, dazzling to the point of blinding to that moment. Enough, Mr. Luis. Please spare Lord Quitera's life. A melodious and clear voice resonated throughout the realm of destroyers, but a small angelic girl appeared in the air. Waving her wand, causing the white light unleashed by Ling Xian to abruptly dissipate. However, the little girl's hand trembled uncontrollably as she gripped the wand, though it eventually steadied. Puff! Suddenly, Ling Xian half kneeled on the ground and violently coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Quatella, who lay limp on the ground, witnessed this, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, a golden opportunity. Yet in the next moment, that murderous intent swiftly vanished. Quatella realized that Ling Xian could disregard any attack. He certainly could not kill him. Luis, what has happened? Beerus and the old Kai hurried to Ling Xian's side, assisting him to his feet, their faces etched with concern. And aren't you able to ignore any attack? Ling Xian appeared like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly wilted. Sister, what have you done to Luis? Weiss glanced up at the girl in the sky, urgently inquiring. The one who had arrived was none other than the eldest daughter of the Grand Priest. Kesi. Kesi furrowed her brow slightly. I have not harmed Mr. Luis. With his ability to ignore damage, he should not have sustained any injury. Upon finishing her words, Kesi waved her staff, casting a healing spell upon Ling Xian. Kesi wore a grave expression. Despite releasing a healing spell, Ling Xian had yet to recover. After casting it 10 more times, Ling Xian's complexion finally returned to normal. I am fine. Ling Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Freeing himself from the support of the old Kai and Beerus, the old Kai wished to inquire about the erasure, but instead he expressed concern. Luis, aren't you immune to harm? Beerus quickly added, could it be that Miss Kesi injured you? Kesi retorted, I have already stated that I did not lay a hand on him. Ling Xian shook his head at Kesi in the sky, saying, I was not injured by Miss Kesi. Then why? Weiss began to ask, why are you hurt? Ling Xian directly interrupted Weiss's inquiry, saying nonchalantly, Weiss, let us return to the 7th universe. He said nothing further, and the aura of killing intent dissipated. The others were taken aback. Did he not just declare his intention to kill Quatella? How had everything suddenly become inconsequential? Meanwhile, the prostrate Quatella sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped death. Wait? Kesi in the sky fixed her gaze intently on Ling Xian. Mr. Luis, what is your relationship with the Omni King? Chapter 43. Ling Xian's identity. Kesi did not pose this question publicly, but transmitted it discreetly. Ling Xian furrowed his brow. Why would Kesi ask such a thing? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Was not the erasure the technique of the Omni King? Kesi likely connected the dots, prompting her inquiry. Ling Xian remained silent, shaking his head to indicate that he had no relation to the Omni King. Seeing this, Kesi frowned and transmitted, How could that be? My father clearly stated. Before she could finish, Kesi halted her transmission, casting a deep glance at Ling Xian before vanishing from sight. The Grand Priest had told Ling Xian that he need not concern himself with anything. But killing a god of destruction was another matter entirely. Her presence here was to prevent Ling Xian from doing so. With her task accomplished, having successfully stopped Ling Xian, Kesi disappeared. Ling Xian stood frozen in place. Realizing that Kesi had alluded to the Grand Priest, it seemed that the Grand Priest was aware of his true identity. Yet was he not merely an ordinary Saiyan? Ling Xian felt a wave of uncertainty. System, do I have any connection to the Omni King? Ling Xian pondered, feeling a compulsion to ask the system for the first time. An electronic voice echoed in his mind. No, you are merely an ordinary Saiyan. You have no relation to the Omni King. The person the Grand Priest referred to is someone else, not you. Who is that someone else? The system fell silent. Ling Xian's mouth twitched violently. It had stirred his curiosity only to leave him hanging. You deceitful system. Ling Xian chose not to press further. He had not anticipated that the system would actually respond to his inquiry this time. Fortunately, the system's answer reassured him that he had no connection to the Omni King. Ling Xian's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Ultimately, under Weiss's guidance, Ling Xian departed from the 4th universe, in the realm of the god of destruction of the 4th universe. Only Quatella, Troy, and Conic remained. Quatella rose from the ground. Clenching his fists, his expression dark and brooding, he fixed his gaze on the spot where Ling Xian had vanished, remaining silent. Lord Quatella, perhaps you should find an opportunity to apologize to Mr. Luis, Conic suggested. He was filled with numerous questions. Previously, His siblings had visited the Omni King's palace, yet he had not gone. Surely something had transpired. Otherwise, his elder sister would not have arrived so promptly. Moreover, her demeanor towards Luis was quite peculiar, especially the expression she bore when departing. All right, Quatella tightened his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Konik naturally noticed Quatella's expression, but chose to disregard it. Quatella had indeed endured a considerable amount of humiliation in recent days. First, he had been cornered by Beerus in his own home. Then, he had been forced to act as Beerus's servant for 2 days. Now, he had been thoroughly trampled by a substitute god of destruction. If it were him, Konik would also find it intolerable that he opted to ignore Quatella's demeanor, believing it would do him good to vent his frustrations. Lord Quatella, I shall seek out my elder sister. Ew. Take your time to vent. Konik abruptly vanished from sight. After a while, Konik had departed, yet Quatella remained motionless, still fixated on the spot where Ling Xian had disappeared. I want you dead. Within the cosmic travel cube, that old rat's expression was truly hilarious. It nearly made me die laughing. Ha ha ha. Beerus exclaimed, joyfully dancing around, his face alight with mirth to ha ha. Let that old rat ambush our substitute god of destruction. The old Kai glanced at Beerus, saying, Skinny Ribs, you did quite well this time. Skinny Ribs, Beerus glared at the old Kai, his nostrils flaring in indignation. Oh no. The old Kai covered his mouth, having inadvertently revealed his thoughts about Beerus. Beerus huffed, forget it, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. The old Kai patted his chest, turned to Ling Xian. Luis, when did you learn the erasure technique? As soon as these words were spoken, Beerus and Weiss turned to stare at Ling Xian, the atmosphere within the cosmic travel cube growing heavy. Ling Xian rubbed his nose and replied, I just learned it not long ago. Weiss shook his head. Erasure is not merely a technique. It is a collective embodiment of rules, which the Grand Priest has termed law. A person must comprehend a myriad of rules to utilize it, ultimately merging them into a cohesive understanding. Weiss gazed at Ling Xian and remarked, even among us angels, many individuals spend their entire lives unable to achieve this. Do you understand? Ling Xian looked at Weiss, intending to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. Enough, Beerus interjected, stepping in front of Ling Xian before turning to meet his gaze. Lewis, will you pose a threat to the 7th universe? Beerus's tone was exceedingly serious, and his expression grave. The old Supreme Kai had never witnessed Beerus in such a manner. The 7th universe is my home, Ling Xian declared without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Beerus smiled. The old Supreme Kai joined in the laughter. Weiss, initially taken aback, soon followed suit. They had received their answer and were thoroughly satisfied with IT in high spirits. Beerus inquired, by the way, Lewis, why did you cough up blood just now? The old Supreme Kai looked puzzled. Aren't you capable of disregarding any harm? How could you possibly bleed? Do you believe that with my current power, I can withstand erasure? Ling Xian retorted, I was merely putting on a brave front, forcing myself to the point of bleeding. Indeed, without even reaching the power of the divine realm, it was impossible to endure erasure. Weiss nodded, finally grasping the crux of the matter. Clearly, Ling Xian had suffered a backlash. It was not someone else who had harmed him, and no wonder he had bled so profusely. No wonder his elder sister had to cast healing spells consecutively for over 10 times to restore him. Beerus and the old Supreme Kai also came to this realization, chuckling behind their hands. You never intended to kill Katra. You were merely trying to scare him, weren't you? The murderous intent Ling Xian had radiated earlier had startled them. They had believed he genuinely intended to slay Katra. Why are you bringing this up now that you know? Ling Xian rolled his eyes, thinking that it was no simple task to eliminate a destroyer who had touched the 5th tier of the divine realm. However, Beerus was wrong. Ling Xian had indeed harbored a desire to kill Katra from the very beginning. He was not merely trying to intimidate Katra. Had it not been for Kesi's intervention, he might have actually killed that old rat. Hearing Ling Xian's response, everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere within the cube became jovial. Soon, the universe-traversing cube swiftly returned to the 7th universe. I could see this moment. Weiss, has your elder sister's power reached the level of a high priest? Chapter 44, Kesi's Power. Power levels. 5th tier of the divine realm. 3rd tier of the angel realm. High Priest Realm, and Xeno Realm. Ling Xian was aware that the candidate destroyers were all at the second tier of the Divine Realm. As for the destroyers, aside from Beerus, who was at the 5th tier of the Divine Realm, the others were at the 4th tier to AS for the Angels. Ling Xian was still uncertain about their levels. Ling Xian fixed his gaze firmly on Whis. The old Supreme Kai and Beerus also turned their attention to Whis, and the atmosphere within the cube grew somewhat delicate. This was primarily due to Kesi having caught Ling Xian's erasure with her bare hands. The image was simply too shocking. Why do you ask this? Whis, feeling a bit helpless under their scrutiny, responded, I sense that Miss Kesi's power is quite extraordinary. Others were unsure of the situation, but Ling Xian knew that the erasure he had just conjured was sufficient to kill Katra. That power might even be beyond what an angel could endure. The fact that Kesi was able to interrupt him was a testament to her remarkable strength. Whis fell silent. The atmosphere within the cube became even more nuanced. Noticing Whis's lack of response, Beerus swallowed hard. Whis, could it be that your elder sister's power has truly reached the level of a high priest? The old Supreme Kai, aware of the immense strength of a high priest, thought that if this were true, the Xeno universe would be flourishing. I don't know. After a moment, Whis finally spoke up. Please don't look at me like that. I genuinely have no idea. Whis did not meet the gaze of the three, but instead looked out into the pitch-black void beyond the cube, saying, all I know is that my elder sister is the strongest among all of us siblings, and I can no longer sense her current power. Perhaps she has already attained that level. Boom! This revelation was utterly shocking. Each encounter today had been more astounding than the last. Beerus and the old Supreme Kai were left dumbfounded. Ling Xian was equally taken aback. That little one must have reached the level of a high priest, which explained why she could stop his attack. Back in the 10th universe, Kesi suddenly sneezed. She was unaware that someone was referring to her as a little one behind her back at that moment. She noticed Kanika approaching her side. The traversing cube flew into the 7th universe. Whis first took the old Supreme Kai back to the Kaioshin realm, then returned to the Destroyer realm. Upon returning, the old Supreme Kai was pursued by Ashin, who was eager to know what had transpired. Ashin was anxious. His name was now linked with Beerus, and if Beerus acted recklessly, Xeno would blame Beerus, and he would be unable to escape the consequences. The old Supreme Kai slowly began recounting the events that had occurred in the 4th universe. Upon hearing this, Ashin became exhilarated. Oh, Ling Xian is this powerful. Ling Xian is the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. The stronger he becomes, the more beneficial it is for the 7th universe. In the Destroyer realm, it has been nearly a day. Why hasn't Lewis returned yet? Tai sighed, sitting by the lake with a pensive expression. When Ling Xian had departed, he appeared quite anxious, suggesting that something must have occurred. Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by a familiar sound. Tais, I'm back. Tai spun around, her face lighting up with joy. Lewis. Ling Xian suddenly appeared before Tais, wrapping her tightly in his strong arms. Everything has been resolved, hasn't it? Yes, it has. Ling Xian ruffled Tais' little head, inhaling her gentle fragrance, which brought him a sense of reassurance. That's good. Tais beamed with a silly smile. Ling Xian's sturdy chest provided her comfort. Being held like this was an experience she had never felt during her travels through the universe. Suddenly, she noticed Beerus and Whis staring at her intently. Tais' face flushed bright red, her ears burning, as she buried her little head deep into Ling Xian's embrace. Noticing Tais' reaction, Ling Xian glanced at Beerus and Whis, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. All right, enough of staring at my wife. She's shy now. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Humph, who wants to watch your lovey-dovey antics? Tais, I'm hungry. Beerus gazed at Tais with a pitiable expression. Having not savored her culinary creations for 2 or 3 days, his longing was palpable. Whis, observing from the side, nodded vigorously. Tais, I too am feeling quite famished. Tais emerged from Ling Xian's embrace, her delicate face still flushed, reminiscent of a ripe apple. I shall prepare something for you both, she declared bashfully before departing. Witnessing Tais' shy demeanor, Ling Xian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in that moment. Lord Beerus, you wouldn't dare venture to Earth for a meal, would you? Relying on Tais to cook for you every day, how shameless. Ling Xian remarked. You are my disciple. There's no shame in that, Beerus chuckled. I never anticipated you would truly win ties over. Whis smirked knowingly from the sidelines. Beerus scoffed, who doesn't know that? Ling Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at their antics. Suddenly, Beerus's tone shifted, a note of seriousness creeping in. Lewis, do exercise caution. Katra is not one to be trifled with. He may very well seek to cause you trouble. Beerus recounted how he had humiliated Katra by making him a servant for 2 days. And though Katra had refrained from retaliating, it was due to the legitimacy of Beerus's actions as long-standing adversaries. Beerus had a keen insight into Quitra's character. He had prepared himself for potential repercussions. Ling Xian dismissed the concern. With my abilities, combined with my power to erase, that old rat would likely be rendered speechless with fear. He wouldn't dare trouble me. Beerus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of Ling Xian's words. Had Ling Xian aimed his erasure at him, Beerus knew he would have been paralyzed with terror, never daring to confront Ling Xian afterward. The group returned to the realm of the gods of destruction, where the atmosphere grew lively once more in the days that followed. Beerus's daily routine underwent some changes. He indulged in feasting, while his other hours were spent vanishing with Whis. Ling Xian and Tais found this peculiar and inquired about Beerus's activities. Lewis, you may not fear Katra, but I am wary of any potential retaliation against our 7th universe, he confessed. Ultimately, Beerus was apprehensive about Katra, causing chaos in the 7th universe, prompting him to patrol the cosmos daily with Whis. Ling Xian pondered this reasoning. He remained unafraid since no one could harm him. But the 7th universe was a different matter altogether. Its vastness meant that if trouble were to arise, neither Beerus nor Whis could always arrive in time. Beerus understood this predicament, yet he felt he had no alternative course of action. Seeing this, Ling Xian felt a pang of sympathy and proposed to Beerus, would you like me to eradicate Katra in the 4th universe? That way, you needn't toil so hard. Both Beerus and Whis were taken aback, hastily declining. They no longer doubted Ling Xian's power, though they recalled his earlier words about exaggerating his strength. However, if Ling Xian could indeed execute such a feat, Katra would undoubtedly perish. The death of a god of destruction would also mean the demise of the Supreme Kai. The god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are the very foundation of a universe. Their deaths would lead to catastrophic consequences. That it wasn't that a candidate for the god of destruction couldn't inherit the title, but without a new Supreme Kai, it would be futile. The 4th universe, in particular, lacked a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Without one, it could plunge into a state of stagnation for millions of years. Thus, the 4th universe would be rendered utterly obsolete. If the 4th universe fell, the entire multiverse would lose one of its realms. Consequently, even amidst conflicts, gods of destruction must exercise restraint. Furthermore, the Grand Zeno had issued a decree forbidding battles among those of destruction level. The death of a god of destruction directly impacts the cosmic hierarchy, which only the Grand Zeno could delineate. This was also the reason why Kesi had previously intervened to prevent Ling Xian from erasing Katra. Ling Xian finally grasped the gravity of the situation and realized he could not assist Beerus any further. Chapter 45. Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan again. On Earth, 2 months had passed since Bardock, King Vegeta, Ampibert, and Theodore arrived from Namek. Ling Xian had not made another appearance, and thus they remained on Earth. After all, returning to the galactic headquarters by spaceship was exceedingly inconvenient. A single journey would likely consume a year. In the West City wasteland, a tremendous clash reverberated across the terrain. 2 fierce, crimson figures darted through the sky, colliding with one another and producing earth-shattering resonances. Fortunately, both combatants were holding back. Although the ground was pockmarked, the planet itself remained largely unscathed. Kakarot, take this punch. One of the red figures transformed into a dragon, roaring towards Sun Wukong in the sky. Vegeta, come forth. Sun Wukong grinned widely, exhilarated by his duel with Vegeta, his blood surging with excitement. He clenched his fist and charged at Vegeta with a powerful strike. Boom! The air compressed, generating a terrifying sonic boom. The immense force sent Vegeta reeling back hundreds of meters. Sun Wukong staggered back a few paces, feeling a twinge of pain in his fist as the sensation traveled to his nervous system. I never anticipated your resurrection would render you so formidable. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, swiftly darting through the sky, leaving behind countless afterimages. Stop the taunts! Vegeta gritted his teeth, soaring into the air and shattering one of Sun Wukong's illusions with a punch. It was no wonder Vegeta was infuriated. Having resurrected from death, his power had surged to 500,000 battle strength. With a tenfold boost from the Kaioshin, his strength soared to 5 million. Despite this, he still found himself outmatched by Sun Wukong, who had also amplified his power by tenfold. Sun Wukong's baseline strength was 5 million, and with the same enhancement, he wielded 50 million battle strength. This did not imply that Vegeta was entirely outclassed. While 5 million versus 50 million was a daunting gap, there remained a possibility for combat. However, Sun Wukong's fighting style was elusive, each punch and kick executed with an effortless grace that in 2 words, fluidity. There exists a disparity in strength as well as in combat styles, which renders Vegeta somewhat at a loss. How infuriating! Vegeta has once again shattered one of Goku's clones. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washes over him. He whips his head around to find Goku grinning mischievously behind him. When did that happen? Vegeta's pupils constrict sharply. It is not prudent to be distracted in the midst of battle. Goku sweeps his foot out, landing a solid blow to Vegeta's abdomen. The force of the impact sends Vegeta soaring into the sky with a pained scream. Goku, tensed and focused, ascends after him. Boom! A moment's distraction leaves Vegeta in a precarious position, with the sky resonating with the sounds of clashes and Vegeta's cries on the ground. For figures stand still, gazing upwards. King Vegeta exclaims in disbelief, "Bardock, your son is extraordinarily powerful." Bardock, in high spirits, responds with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, Prince Vegeta is no slouch either." Bibbert and Theodore wipe the sweat from their brows, astonished by the sheer terror these 2 warriors embody. Just imagine if either Vegeta or Goku landed a punch on them. A shiver runs down Bibbert and Theodore's spines. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on that thought. Bardock muses, "It seems that we Saiyans gain a significant boost in power upon resurrection from death." King Vegeta reflects, "Not just Vegeta, but also you, Bibbert, and Theodore are similarly affected." Bardock observes the ongoing battle above, nodding in agreement. Indeed, over the past decade, we Saiyans have undergone tremendous transformations. This time, returning from death. Vegeta has surpassed a battle power of 500,000. King Vegeta has reached 1,000,000. Bardock has achieved a power level of 2,000,000, while Bibbert and Theodore have both surpassed 600,000. Bardock inquires, "King Vegeta, shall we engage in a duel as well?" He gazes skyward, feeling a surge of adrenaline. "Fighting with you would be akin to seeking punishment." King Vegeta scoffs, not sharing his son's penchant for suffering. It would be quite the spectacle if both father and son were to be thoroughly trounced by their counterparts. How dull. Bardock takes to the skies, heading back towards West City. He has lost interest in the outcome of Goku and Vegeta's impending clash, certain that it will end in his son's victory. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descends from above. Golden radiance bursts forth, painting the clouds in hues of golden cotton candy. Boom! Vegeta hurtles down like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth shatters beneath him. Bardock, who had intended to leave, halts abruptly and looks skyward. He witnesses a dazzling golden figure descending from the heavens. Golden hair, azure eyes, an overwhelming aura engulfs the surroundings. This sight, King Vegeta, Bibbert, and Theodore are left utterly speechless. Super Saiyan! King Vegeta exclaims, "It is a Super Saiyan!" Theodore and Bibbert grasp King Vegeta's collar and shake him frantically. Look! King Vegeta's head spins from the vigorous shaking. Chapter 46. Kakarot, teach me at this moment. A disheveled figure emerges from the deep crater below. I knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was true, but this is truly infuriating. Vegeta lies on the ground, gazing at the golden figure in the sky, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Why is it that he, the Prince of the Saiyans, must witness a lower-class warrior transform into the fabled Super Saiyan? Bardock swiftly returns to Goku's side, exclaiming, Kakarot, is that form of yours the Super Saiyan?" Bardock stutters, overwhelmed with excitement. King Vegeta and the others also fly over, their eyes filled with yearning as they look at Goku. Hovering in midair, Goku remains unfazed, exuding an air of wickedness. His icy gaze sweeps across the group. Gulp, the onlookers swallow hard, the immense pressure emanating from Goku causing them to take several steps back. What has happened to Goku? Haha, this is what Lewis referred to as a Super Saiyan. I don't know, but you should take a look for yourselves. Goku had been attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan before his clash with Vegeta. After 2 months of relentless effort, he had yet to succeed. However, during today's spar with Vegeta, the moment his thoughts aligned, he inexplicably achieved the transformation. It turns out that, much like in the anime, once Goku transformed for the first time, he could not do so again until after a period of training. As Goku smiles broadly, the malevolent aura surrounding him dissipates, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers, primarily due to Goku's earlier chilling gaze. Yes, King Vegeta exclaims, flying close to Goku, examining him with growing excitement. This is indeed the state. Bardock approaches Goku, eagerly exploring his son's form. Golden hair, azure eyes. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you truly do not deceive. Bardock is ecstatic, unable to fathom that the legendary tale circulating within their clan has manifested in his own son. Just then, Vegeta ascends from the ground, urgently demanding, Kakarot, how strong are you now? Moments ago, he had been struck by a single punch, the overwhelming force nearly sending him to the afterlife, had Goku not eased the blow at the last moment. I feel as though I am at least 10 times stronger than when using the Kaioken X10. Goku scratches his head, grinning foolishly. 10 times stronger than the Kaioken X10. Goodness, the others widen their eyes in astonishment. Kakarot, teach me. Teach me how to transform. Vegeta, unable to suppress his pride any longer, casts aside his dignity and implores Goku. Suddenly, the atmosphere becomes eerily silent. When had Bardock and the others ever witnessed Vegeta display such vulnerability? He is the proud Prince Vegeta, after all, especially King Vegeta, who intimately understands his son's temperament. Now, to witness him grovel in humility for the sake of transforming into a Super Saiyan is nothing short of astonishing. Just as the others are left in stunned disbelief, a voice cuts through the silence. What are you all talking about? Everyone turns abruptly. They behold a man clad in the garb of a god of destruction, cradling a woman beside him. Lewis, you have returned. Sun Wukong, filled with excitement, approached Ling Xian and exclaimed, Look, I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan again. Ling Xian, cradling Tai Si, understood Sun Wukong's meaning. Not bad, he remarked. You've mastered the transformation technique in just 2 months. I must say, Sun Wukong possesses remarkable talent. If it weren't for his system, it would likely take anyone else far longer to achieve Super Saiyan mastery. Upon hearing Ling Xian's words, Bardock pondered for a moment and asked softly, Luis, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Ling Xian had never transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of others, causing Sun Wukong and the others to gaze at him intently. Indeed, with a flourish, Ling Xian's hair instantly turned golden, and he took on an aura akin to Sun Wukong's fierce demeanor. Tai Si, nestled in his arms, brightened at the sight, her eyes sparkling. Your hair color is just like mine. So handsome. You could do it too. Vegeta's mouth hung agape. He knew Ling Xian's power was formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a candidate for the god of destruction. Yet, the existence of Super Saiyan was a legend among the Saiyan race. Never before had there been a Super Saiyan, and now, suddenly, 2 appeared. Fortunately, Ling Xian was a high-ranking warrior and a candidate for god of destruction. So Vegeta could accept that he could transform. But why could Sun Wukong, a lower-ranking warrior, also do so? It was infuriating. Everyone was astonished by Ling Xian's display. Luis, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta implored. Yes, as soon as he spoke, Bardock and the others came to the same realization. Luis, please instruct us on how to transform into Super Saiyans. If they could all attain Super Saiyan status, the Saiyan race would be unmatched in the universe. Vegeta, King Vegeta, and Bardock understood this all too well. Kakarot can teach you. Just seek him out, I don't have that much time, Ling Xian replied, glancing at King Vegeta. You all have been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for quite some time. Your kin are waiting for you, so it's about time you returned. Indeed, they've been on Earth for 2 months now. And considering their journey to Namek, it had been nearly half a year. Then we shall return. As for the Super Saiyan matter, Kakarot will be able to teleport at will. He can find you whenever he is ready. Ling Xian glanced at King Vegeta and said nonchalantly, Frieza is dead, and his subordinates are no longer a threat. I reiterate, I will not concern myself with Saiyan affairs. Whatever becomes of you is none of my business. For I am a candidate for God of Destruction. Ling Xian's tone bore a hint of coldness. Yet to the others, it did not evoke disdain. They had already grasped the context. Ling Xian was a candidate for God of Destruction. The true God of Destruction had initially intended to eradicate the Saiyan race, but out of respect for Ling Xian, the Saiyans had managed to survive that a candidate for God of Destruction must adhere to the true God of Destruction's will. Ling Xian could not intervene excessively in mortal matters. This was not his fault. The notion that the cosmic tyrant Frieza had met his demise at the hands of the Saiyans was almost surreal. King Vegeta lamented, who could have imagined that the legends of our Saiyan race were indeed true? Chapter 47. The Conspiracy of Kitra. Bardock nodded in agreement. We have indeed been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for too long. It is time to return. Very well. I shall escort you back now. Once Kakarot masters teleportation, he will be able to find you, Ling Xian declared as he prepared to take them home. Bardock, undeterred, asked Luis, do we have a chance to transform into Super Saiyans? Bayboat and Theodore perked up their ears. Vegeta and his son leaned in closer. Ling Xian fell silent. The others held their breath, their hearts racing. It was clear they were eager to transform. You should all have a chance. Ling Xian observed the group before, speaking slowly to transform into a Super Saiyan. One must activate a sufficient number of S cells within. Additionally, a certain level of foundational combat power is required. Vegeta was undoubtedly capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. That was beyond question. Both King Vegeta and Bardock had surpassed 1 million in battle power. Bayboat and Theodore also possessed combat powers of 600,000. Overall, their talents were commendable, even if they could not transform immediately. They would certainly be able to do so once their power reached the required threshold. Really? Bardock exclaimed joyfully. King Vegeta clenched his fists, anxiously asking, can we all do it? Yes, everyone can, Ling Xian replied with a smile. Bayboat and Theodore embraced each other, bursting into laughter. Vegeta smirked slightly, casting a proud glance at son Wukong beside him, as if to say, just wait. Once I succeed in transforming, I will give you a good thrashing. Sun Wukong continued to grin widely. Seemingly oblivious, Vegeta's expression darkened. That big fool. All right, I will take you back now. Finally, Ling Xian led King Vegeta and the others back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As for Vegeta, having reconciled with Bulma, Earth had become his new home, so he did not return to the clan in the Divine Realm. After returning King Vegeta and the others, Ling Xian took Tai Si home before heading to the Divine Temple alone. The Supreme Kai observed the lower realm from the edge of the Divine Realm and approached Ling Xian respectfully, saying, greetings, candidate God of Destruction. Beside him, Bobo also offered a greeting. Ling Xian had visited the Divine Realm several times before, but had never encountered the mysterious Bobo until now. Without a doubt, Bobo was exceptionally dark, resembling a piece of black coal. Bobo rubbed his face and asked casually, candidate God of Destruction, do I have something on my face? No, Ling Xian replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Before turning to the Supreme Kai, I would like to borrow your hyperbolic time chamber once more. No problem. I will have Bobo escort you there. The Supreme Kai nodded. He had a lingering curiosity. Ling Xian had previously entered the hyperbolic time chamber and spent over a decade inside. Why was he not trapped there? With the Supreme Kai's puzzled gaze upon him, Ling Xian followed Bobo into the temple. As they walked down the corridor, Ling Xian couldn't help but ask Bobo, do you know the Grand Minister? I do not. Bobo did not look back, continuing to stride forward with unwavering determination in his movements. As if he were speaking the truth, the depths of the ancient well were perfectly encapsulated by Bobo's performance. Ling Xian shook his head, unable to believe that Bobo did not recognize the high priest. Amidst the chaos, he arrived at the entrance of the time chamber and stepped inside. Bobo glanced at Ling Xian's retreating figure, nodded slightly, and subsequently departed from the scene. Inside the time chamber, a vast expanse of white greeted him. A familiar environment. The last time Ling Xian visited this place, he sought to break through to the divine dimension. After years of arduous training, he had come agonizingly close to success, yet ultimately failed to achieve his breakthrough. It was only through the system's sign-in task that he finally ascended to the divine realm. This time, Ling Xian had come to cultivate erasure. His power was still far too feeble. The foes he now faced were not mere low-tier warriors like Frieza, but beings of destruction and even angelic caliber. Especially considering his recent entanglement with that wretched rodent, even Beerus was on high alert around him, causing Ling Xian to fear a potential ambush. Though his immunity granted him a sense of invincibility, he preferred to avoid confrontation. Erasure remained his most formidable trump card. The last time he attempted to wield it, he narrowly escaped with his life, clearly indicating that his strength was insufficient to sustain the execution of such a technique. Even the mere prototype was beyond his capabilities. Ling Xian's purpose for entering the time chamber was to cultivate his power, elevating it to the divine realm to support the execution of erasure. Furthermore, he had another objective for his visit. He sensed that erasure was connected to other fundamental rules. Previously, was had mentioned that erasure was not merely a technique, but a confluence of destruction, creation, time, space, light, darkness, a myriad of principles. The system's sign-in tasks had granted him erasure in one fell swoop, eliminating the need to comprehend various rules before executing it. Now, it seemed he had received a form of reciprocal enlightenment, allowing him to sense other rules through erasure. Ling Xian felt akin to a student who could achieve full marks on an exam without studying the foundational material, subsequently gaining understanding from that perfect score. It was utterly astonishing. Thus, he resolved to first focus on cultivating his power. Once his strength reached its zenith, he would then seek to comprehend the other rules, and upon emerging from his training, he would pursue trouble in other universes. Donning the weighted garments bestowed upon him by Whis, Ling Xian commenced his training. In another realm of the Omni King's universe, the sky was shrouded in a dreary gray, with dark forests and icy lakes creating an oppressive atmosphere. A flash of purple light darted through the black woods, revealing a figure cloaked in black and wearing a mask. By the lakeside stood another figure. "You have arrived," Demigra remarked. "So, how does my proposition strike you? Assisting you in eliminating the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe in exchange for your aid in gathering the Super Dragon Balls certainly seems sincere." Demigra regarded the strangely clad figure before him with a smirk. "However, given your power, it should be a simple task for you to eliminate him. Shall we proceed? Or is it, with Beerus protecting him?" "I cannot intervene." "Beerus!" Demigra furrowed his brow, acknowledging the challenge posed by this formidable opponent. "Speak. What are the terms of this deal?" "Agreed," Demigra replied coldly, "that I will assist you in dispatching the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. And in return, you will help me gather the Super Dragon Balls. Should you dare to renege on this agreement, you will come to regret it. I am a man of my word. Rest assured. Here is the information on the candidate destroyer, along with methods to deal with him. Be cautious not to stumble in your endeavors." With that, the cloaked figure tossed a scroll to Demigra before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a voluptuous woman appeared beside Demigra. Tawa covered her mouth and chuckled. "Demigra, why does Quitella wear such peculiar attire? Does he truly believe no one would recognize him?" "Who knows?" Demigra replied, his expression darkening. Once Tawa finished her teasing, she turned serious. "Can we trust Quitella? He wouldn't dare deceive us. You have a scroll. Remember to execute the plan flawlessly." "Indeed." Chapter 48. Power Breakthrough to the Divine Realm in the 4th Universe. The Realm of the Destroyers. Angel Cornic returned from the 10th Universe, his face a canvas of astonishment. His sister's revelations had left him utterly shaken. The journey back from the 10th Universe had done little to soothe his tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, he spotted Quitella descending from the heavens. "Quitella, where have you been?" "Destroying several planets." Quitella responded nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Cornic nodded, understanding that Quitella's immense humiliation warranted such an outlet. However, he grew serious as he continued. "Quitella, should we not simply let go of the matter regarding the candidate destroyer from the 7th universe? Let it go. Quitella frowned. Did you not go to consult your sister? Did Miss Carr say something? To be subjected to such a disgrace and simply let it slide? Impossible. He had observed Ling Xian up close and had discerned that the erasure he displayed was not the genuine article. Though it bore a resemblance, true erasure was beyond the capability of someone who had yet to attain divine-level power. That brat had likely only grasped the most superficial understanding, and it was that scant understanding that had nearly cost him his life. To exact revenge, he must act before Ling Xian could grow stronger. Moreover, he had devised a strategy and relayed his methods for dealing with Ling Xian to Demigra. Quitella, heed my advice. He is truly not someone you can. Cornic's warning was cut short. Understood, Quitera curled his lips and departed with a flick of his hand. Observing Quitera's retreating figure, Cornic shook his head. According to his elder sister's account, Ling Xian was likely connected to the king of all. The conspiracy between Quitera and Demigra remained a secret to everyone. Ever since the last sparring incident, the gods of destruction from the universe of all had suddenly fallen silent. The other gods of destruction no longer dared to ridicule Universe 7. In fact, they seemed to harbor a certain trepidation towards it. After all, Ling Xian had proclaimed, "If you trouble my Universe 7, be prepared for me to return the favor." Ling Xian's talents were unmistakable, and being targeted by such an individual was indeed a source of unease. The gods of destruction now devoted their days to training their potential successors, lest they be embarrassed when Ling Xian truly arrived. And their heirs could not withstand even a couple of rounds as for Universe 7. Beerus continued his patrols throughout the cosmos, wary of Quitera's potential disruption. However, after 2 months of vigilance, Quitera made not a single move. In light of this, Beerus even made a special trip to Universe 4. When Quitera and Beerus finally crossed paths, it was initially expected to be a clash of titanic proportions. Yet, to Beerus's astonishment, Quitera displayed no trace of anger. On the contrary, he cheerfully invited Beerus to enjoy a meal together. This left Beerus feeling uneasy. When had this old rat become so benevolent? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. After extensive observation, however, Beerus failed to discern any suspicious actions from Quitera. Ultimately, he had no choice but to return to Universe 7 inside the hyperbolic time chamber. 5 years had elapsed. A striking figure was engaged in push-ups. Clad in a cumbersome, weighted training suit, his attire soaked with perspiration, 0.999998. 999999. 1000. Ling Xian gritted his teeth, completing the last push-up before collapsing onto the ground. The strenuous exercise left him utterly fatigued, his body convulsing from exhaustion. Ling Xian endured immense pain, but the fruits of his arduous training were undeniable. With a rumble, the latent power within him surged forth like a torrent, erupting from the depths of his being. After resting for half a day, his weary cells began to recover, alleviating the sharp pain coursing through him. Finally able to move again, Ling Xian felt the burgeoning strength within him. He clenched his fist and let out a mighty shout. With a crash, golden energy swirled around him, radiating outward like a tidal wave. That a flash of golden light illuminated the space. Super Saiyan! The divine power surged, amplifying his strength 50-fold. With a crack, barriers shattered, and his power ascended to the realm of the gods. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled. Ling Xian, akin to an ancient war deity, radiated golden light, exuding an overwhelming aura. Unparalleled strength compressed the void, creating a vacuum around him. Ling Xian exited the Super Saiyan state. Gasping for breath, his power had finally broken through to the first layer of the divine realm. After 5 years of relentless training, he had achieved his goal of elevating his strength to the divine realm. At this moment, if he were to encounter those previous candidates for the role of God of Destruction, he would no longer be at their mercy. In fact, he might even have the qualifications to engage in a contest of strength with the gods of destruction. Ling Xian had originally intended to continue his training, as he had only fulfilled one of his objectives since entering the hyperbolic time chamber. The goal of comprehending other rules of power remained unaddressed. However, a recollection struck him that he had previously mentioned to King Vegeta and the others that he would have Goku teach them how to transform into Super Saiyans, for how Goku would reach the Galactic Patrol. He would first need to master instant transmission. According to the plot development of Dragon Ball, after the explosion of Namek, Goku would learn instant transmission on Yardrat. However, due to his interference, Goku had only managed to transform into a Super Saiyan without mastering instant transmission. This simply wouldn't do. Ling Xian had no choice but to temporarily halt his comprehension of other rules and exit the hyperbolic time chamber. Open! Ling Xian shouted. A powerful sound wave breached the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing him to leap outside. Outside the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles stood beside the heavenly square, observing the two individuals at its center. What are Goku and Vegeta doing? Bubbles asked. Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan. The Supreme Kai replied that a Super Saiyan is that golden-haired form. Just then, a figure emerged from within the temple. The Supreme Kai stepped forward respectfully, saying, Lord Candidate God of Destruction, you have emerged. Ling Xian nodded, glancing at the two in the square, and queried, What are they doing? The Supreme Kai responded. Bubbles said that Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Ling Xian turned to Bubbles, who maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Shaking his head, Ling Xian approached the center of the square. Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires rage. I broke through precisely because I was filled with anger back then. I'm already very angry, but why can't I transform? Kakarot, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Vegeta retorted. Why would I deceive you? Think again about what could provoke your anger and see if you can break through. They continued their exchange. Upon seeing Ling Xian emerge, Goku exclaimed joyfully, Luis, you're back. Goku pulled Vegeta towards Ling Xian and said, Luis, I told him that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires rage, but Vegeta, doesn't he believe me? Vegeta frowned at Ling Xian and asked, Is what Kakarot said true? Indeed, transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitates extreme rage. Extreme rage? I've racked my brain for anything that could anger me, yet I still can't transform. Vegeta expressed his frustration. You're unable to enter a state of extreme rage, Ling Xian mused, then looked at Vegeta with a playful glint in his eyes. Let me give it a try. Cursing might be quite exhilarating, especially when it comes to berating this proud Millennium Second. Are you going to help me reach extreme rage? Then let us give it a shot. Vegeta found himself in an inescapable predicament. Upon hearing these words, Ling Xian's face broke into a joyous smile, as if he had been reminded of something profoundly delightful. You said it. Suddenly, Ling Xian's expression shifted to one of seriousness, startling both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Ling Xian remained silent, and so did Vegeta and Sun Wukong. The heavenly realm fell into an eerie quiet, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ling Xian fixed his gaze upon Vegeta for an extended moment before finally uttering two words, useless. Vegeta was particularly sensitive to these words. In an instant, his chest heaved with indignation. However, he understood that Ling Xian was deliberately provoking him. Mentally prepared, his anger dissipated. Sun Wukong, noticing this, shook his head. Initially, Ling Xian had indeed stirred Vegeta's emotions, but it still fell short of the mark. Vegeta, you are nothing but a waste as Prince of the Saiyans. You cannot even protect your own planet. Where were you when Frieza obliterated your world? You were fleeing from the Frieza force, the proud Saiyan prince, hunted for over a decade, relying on Kakarot just to face Frieza. If you are not a waste, then what are you? Ling Xian's tirade grew increasingly fervent. Relishing the opportunity to berate the perennial second best, a cascade of insults pierced Vegeta's ears, causing his forehead to throb with rage. Shut up, he bellowed. While he could tolerate many things, the suggestion that he relied on Sun Wukong for a chance to confront Frieza was intolerable. Vegeta's eyes turned red, his knuckles cracking ominously. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated Ling Xian's effectiveness. It seemed likely that Vegeta was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, Vegeta's fury began to wane, as he mentally reminded himself that Ling Xian was intentionally provoking him. Observing this, Sun Wukong grew anxious, yearning for Ling Xian to continue. The corners of Ling Xian's mouth curled upward. What was the rush? The real bombshell had yet to be dropped. He confronted Vegeta, shouting, If you are not useless, then what are you? Since arriving on Earth, have you ever surpassed Kakarot? In terms of battle power, Kakarot's strength will always eclipse yours. Kakarot can master the Spirit Bomb. Can you? As a low-class warrior, Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan. Can you? Thunder rumbled. Shame consumed Vegeta entirely, his face flushed crimson, his body trembling. Shut up. I command you to be silent. Ling Xian pointed at Vegeta's chest, declaring, You, a Saiyan prince, cannot even surpass a low-class warrior. You are a waste. But that was not the end. With a smirk, Ling Xian continued, You are nothing but trash, deserving only to be the perennial second best. Vegeta's face turned a deeper shade of red, his ears burning. The humiliation was unbearable. The shame. Thunder roared, unable to contain himself any longer. Vegeta erupted with fury. A tremendous power surged within him, darkening the skies. A white aura began to shimmer with strands of gold. Sun Wukong and Ling Xian leapt aside, Sun Wukong instantly recognizing that Vegeta was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. Ling Xian, you truly provoked Vegeta into transforming. You are remarkable. Just a small feat. Ling Xian chuckled. He understood what mattered to Vegeta. Sun Wukong was his lifelong rival, and he yearned to surpass him, yet had never succeeded. In the anime, this was also the case, hence why he was labeled the perennial second best. Ling Xian directly laid this truth bare. It was no wonder Vegeta could hardly endure it, that if he were in Vegeta's position, his reaction would likely be even more exaggerated. And indeed, berating this perennial second best was immensely satisfying. Thunder roared as wild power erupted, the heavens trembling. Vegeta's hair began to flicker, alternating between gold and black. The frequency quickened. It was happening. With Sun Wukong's exclamation, golden light erupted for Vegeta, flashing brilliantly. The third Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race had finally emerged. With a crash, Vegeta fixated on Ling Xian, and then he vanished in an instant. Ling Xian chuckled. Just transformed, and you think you can fight me? The perennial second best has grown arrogant. Ling Xian too vanished from sight. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, realizing there was more excitement to come. Bang! Bang! The sound of collision echoed through the void, soon followed by Vegeta's anguished cries. Awe! In the next moment, Vegeta reappeared, resembling a defeated dog, crashing to the ground in utter disarray. Vegeta, perhaps you should refrain from provoking me. Ha ha ha! Ling Xian hovered midair, thoroughly amused. Lying on the ground, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was still no match for Ling Xian. However, it was only natural that he couldn't compare to a candidate for the God of Destruction. Yet, after being insulted and then soundly beaten, his anger was palpable. Observing this, Sun Wukong erupted into laughter. For some reason, witnessing Vegeta's defeat brought him immense joy. Thus concluded this farcical episode. At last, Ling Xian broached the subject of teaching Sun Wukong instant transmission. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hastily scrambled to his feet, expressing his eagerness to learn as well. Ling Xian naturally had no objections. Instant transmission was an invaluable technique, whether for evasion or combat. The only question was whether Vegeta could master it. After all, in the anime, Vegeta had never acquired this skill. Ding, a mission was released. Please sign in before Tawa. Reward. Full Power Super Saiyan. Chapter 50. The Catastrophe of Planet Adralot. In the Heavenly Temple. Ling Xian paused momentarily. Sun Wukong inquired, Ling Xian, what troubles you? Vegeta, too, looked at Ling Xian with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, Ling Xian replied, shaking his head. Tawa. The system had just released a sign-in mission requiring him to sign in before Tawa, which caught him by surprise. Nevertheless, the reward was enticing. Full Power Super Saiyan, which differed from the ordinary Super Saiyan. Its energy consumption was significantly lower. Previously, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, pushing his power to the first layer of Divine Realm, that state had drained his stamina immensely. Fortunately, due to his dimensional breakthrough to the divine level, he now possessed divine power within him, which efficiently nourished his body. This allowed him to maintain his Super Saiyan state without excessive strain. However, the consumption was still considerable. While he had no issues facing one opponent, if he were to battle against 10 candidates for the God of Destruction again, although he could retaliate, he would certainly be unable to sustain a prolonged fight. If he were to enter full power state, it would be an entirely different matter. Ling Xian recalled the scene from the anime where Sun Wukong and his son battled against Cell. The energy expenditure was indeed minimal. In such a state, he would undoubtedly be able to frolic in other universes. The reward was enticing. Yet, how to locate Tawa? Let us proceed to Yardrat T this moment. Ling Xian could not devise a solution and could only go with the flow. As he vanished from the celestial realm with the two others in the dark demon realm, the dark forest, Tawa, the candidate god of destruction from Universe 7, has made her appearance to go forth. Yes, the cosmic expanse was breathtaking, featuring a violet planet within the same galaxy as Namek. This planet was none other than Yardrat. From an external viewpoint, Yardrat appeared to be draped in ethereal purple clouds, a sight of unparalleled beauty. In the anime, it was here that Sun Wukong escaped aboard the Jinyu Force's spaceship during the cataclysmic explosion of Namek. Today, Yardrat welcomed 3 unexpected guests as Sun Wukong strolled through the town of Yardrat. He observed the surroundings. "Luis, is this the Yardrat you spoke of?" Vegeta inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. "It is said that Yardrat, much like Namek, is a mysterious planet. Indeed, there exists a secret technique here known as instant transmission, akin to the method I used to bring you here," Ling Xian explained as he walked. "Both of you can transform into Super Saiyans. Once you master this technique, you will be able to teach your kin at the Galactic Patrol headquarters." Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. They had experienced the power of Super Saiyans, and if the entire Saiyan race could transform, they would become the most formidable species in the universe. Especially Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who yearned to witness the day his race achieved such power. "Come, let us seek out the leader here." Soon, Ling Xian led the two to the town center, where they encountered the leader of Yardrat. Supa. Within the abode, Supa bowed respectfully. "Greetings, esteemed candidate god of destruction." Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. The leader of Yardrat was familiar with Ling Xian. Ling Xian cast a glance at the sage Husu, who stood beside Supa. Husu, being the wise one of Yardrat, likely recognized Ling Xuan's status. Without further ado, Ling Xian stated, "Leader Supa, might it be possible for them to learn instant transmission?" Sun Wukong and Vegeta straightened, fixated on Supa. "That is certainly feasible." Supa affirmed with a nod. Husu, however, tugged at Supa's garment, as if signaling something. Supa gazed at Ling Xian, hesitating to speak. "Speak freely. Since you have assisted me, I am obliged to aid you in return," Ling Xian urged, sensing Supa's apprehension and Husu's subtle gestures. Supa, appearing anxious, replied, "I dare not command the esteemed candidate god of destruction, yet this matter pertains to you." "To me?" Ling Xian frowned, glancing at Sun Wukong. If it were connected to anyone, it would be this fellow. For it was he who had fled here in the anime and learned instant transmission. "Esteemed candidate god of destruction, I am the sage of Yardrat." Husu finally spoke up. "I initially foresaw a great disaster befalling Yardrat. But ultimately, a golden-haired warrior would descend from the heavens to save us." Upon hearing this, Ling Xian was somewhat astonished. The sage of Yardrat was as formidable as the elder of Namek, if history remained unchanged. The golden-haired warrior Husu spoke of was undoubtedly Sun Wukong. Husu continued, his tone grave. "However, over 2 months ago, this prophecy suddenly shifted. The disaster vanished, and the golden-haired warrior also disappeared. Isn't it a good thing that your disaster has dissipated?" Vegeta interjected. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "No." Supa interjected. "While the sage's initial prophecy of disaster has indeed vanished, a more terrifying calamity has now been foretold." The atmosphere in the room became tense. Ling Xian contemplated. "So this new disaster is related to me?" "Yes, if not handled properly, not only will Yardrat be in peril, but the entire North Galaxy will suffer." Husu looked at Ling Xian, gravely stating, "Esteemed candidate god of destruction, I foresee that this new catastrophe originates from the dark demon realm. N01 dared to instruct the candidate god of destruction, yet this calamity was far too dire." The new disaster was indeed linked to Ling Xian. Kyushu and Suppa were compelled to risk incurring his wrath to seek his assistance. The Dark Demon Realm. Ling Xuan's pupils constricted sharply, but he quickly recalled the system's signing task, which required him to sign in front of Tawa. With his understanding of the system, it seemed that each signing completed a task that, of course, it must be Tawa. She is coming to stir trouble in Universe 7. Ling Xian rose from his seat, his expression darkening. Luis, what is the matter? Vegeta exclaimed, startled by Ling Xuan's demeanor. This dark demon realm truly formidable? Sun Wukong inquired urgently. The fact that it could cause such alarm in the candidate god of destruction indicated that the situation was indeed serious. Suppa spoke weakly, esteemed candidate god of destruction. This impending disaster. Ling Xian shook his head, then pointed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You two, take them to learn instant transmission. Matters regarding the Dark Demon Realm shall be entrusted to me. It was no wonder Suppa and Kyushu were willing to risk provoking destruction to enlist his aid, even disregarding the connection to him. The emergence of beings from the Dark Demon Realm in the universe warranted his intervention. After all, the Omni King's universe was diametrically opposed to the Dark Demon Realm. Understood. Finally, Ling Xian departed from Yardrat. Chapter 51. 6-star sealing technique. Ling Xian left Yardrat and arrived in a desolate expanse of space nearby. According to the task issued by the system, combined with Kyushu's prophecy, Tawa was sure to seek him out for trouble. This meant that the calamity befalling Yardrat was indeed connected to him. As long as he distanced himself from Yardrat, the planet should remain safe. But why would Tawa come looking for trouble with me? Ling Xian spiraled through the void, surveying the surroundings, yet found no signs of activity. Unable to fathom the situation, he resolved to remain in this barren cosmos. He hoped to avoid inadvertently attracting Tawa to another location, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Time passed slowly. 3 days went by. The desolate starry expanse continued to show no sign of life. How peculiar! Ling Xian furrowed his brow. Typically, the system's signing tasks would be completed within a week. 3 days had passed, yet Tawa had yet to make her appearance. With the task still unfulfilled, Ling Xian found himself compelled to continue awaiting in the desolate expanse of the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of enchanting eyes had been silently observing him, and Ling Xian remained entirely oblivious that, in the shadows, Tawa had been scrutinizing Ling Xian for 3 consecutive days. She perceived his dimensional capabilities to be at a divine level, yet his power had not even reached the realm of the gods. This was Tawa's initial impression of Ling Xian. What Tawa did not realize was that Ling Xian was currently in his normal state. It was only when he transformed into a Super Saiyan that his power would ascend to the divine level. To the naked eye, Ling Xian appeared exceedingly mundane, leaving Tawa in a state of perplexity. According to the journal provided by Katra, the candidate for the God of Destruction from the 7th universe was rather peculiar. Possessing the ability to disregard attacks to confront him, one could only resort to sealing techniques. Was it truly necessary to adopt such a grand approach against a mere candidate for the God of Destruction? Tawa silently scoffed. After observing for so long, the time had come for her to act. Suddenly, she recalled a scene from the dark forest. Remember not to meet your demise in the gutter. Katra had uttered those words before departing. Tawa curled her lip. For reasons unknown, she felt an ominous premonition. Very well, then let us unleash the sealing technique. In the shadows, Tawa extended her right hand, and a staff materialized from the dimensional void. Firmly grasped in her hand, aiming at Ling Xian amidst the barren cosmos, she began to inscribe a spell. Chanting the incantation for the sealing spell. Zing! The primary star domain trembled violently, and Ling Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Here it comes. Above him appeared a woman of alluring form, clad in a red magical robe, exuding an enchanting aura. Ding! Tawa successfully registered her presence, receiving the reward. Full power of Super Saiyan. A warm current surged through Ling Xian's body, and he instantly mastered this state. That moment. A 6-pointed star seal descended from the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming pressure, as if it sought to shatter the very fabric of the universe. Immune, Ling Xian swayed slightly before regaining his composure. Tawa, in the midst of inscribing her sealing spell, jolted in shock. How is this possible? This sealing technique is supposed to immobilize those below the third tier of divine power. As long as one's strength has not surpassed the fourth tier of divine power, they should be incapable of withstanding this sealing technique. No wonder Katra warned against meeting one's demise in the gutter. Tua suddenly comprehended. At that moment, Tua, the sister of Dapula and subordinate of Demigula, found herself at the mercy of Ling Xian's cold smile as he remarked, "Am I correct, Tua?" The ominous feeling in her heart intensified, and she hastened the inscription of the sealing incantation. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xian's scalp prickled with alarm. A sealing technique was underway. He had just gained immunity and was already aware of its vulnerabilities. While he could disregard all forms of harm, he was utterly powerless against sealing, for sealing would not inflict damage upon him. It would merely confine him, rendering his immunity ineffective. "Curse be Tua! Who instructed you?" Ling Xian clenched his fists, and his hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Unlike before, this time his Super Saiyan state appeared remarkably serene, devoid of any trace of rage. This was the full power of Super Saiyan. Although his power increased 50-fold, the physical consumption and burden on his body were significantly reduced. With the divine energy nourishing him from within, it perfectly offset the physical strain brought by the full power of Super Saiyan. This meant that Ling Xian was no longer troubled by physical burdens. He could maintain the full power of Super Saiyan at all times until his energy was completely expended. Ling Xian transformed into a golden beam of light. Soaring upwards, the first tier of divine power erupted across the universe, obliterating the surrounding planets. In the next moment, he materialized before Tua. "You wish to seal me?" Ling Xian fixed his gaze upon Tua. A cold smile gracing his lips. "If you seek death, then allow me to fulfill your wish." Boom! Seizing the moment while Tua's sealing was incomplete, he directed a concentrated orb of purple energy toward her. Destruction! Buzz! The cosmos trembled, and even the Namekians on the other side of the star system felt the terrifying pressure. The inhabitants of Yardrat needed no further elaboration. They all lifted their heads to gaze at the celestial expanse. A calamity was upon them. On Yardrat, Supa and Husu looked up, their faces etched with concern. The purple destructive energy cleaved through the void, instantaneously appearing before Tua in a state of urgency. Tua halted her incantation just as the destructive energy was about to strike her. He, the esteemed candidate for the god of destruction from the seventh universe. So close yet so far. Tua exhaled in relief, bestowing upon Ling Xian a breathtaking smile. "What?" Ling Xian's expression morphed into one of shock. Zing! The six-pointed star seal instantly formed, encapsulating the primary star domain. The destructive energy unleashed by Ling Xian collided with the six-pointed star seal, causing no damage whatsoever. The seal had been established. Even the destructive energy was unable to shatter it. The area spanning thousands of miles was engulfed by the six-pointed star seal, which began a contract toward Ling Xian. Tua produced a jar. Once the six-pointed star seal diminished to the size of a fingernail, she would be able to confine Ling Xian within the jar, achieving his permanent sealing. "Tua, who instructed you to seal me?" Ling Xian regarded the shrinking six-pointed star seal, his expression impassive. "Does it truly matter who guided me?" Outside the six-pointed star seal, Tua gazed at Ling Xian's composed demeanor and covered her mouth, chuckling. "Oh dear Mr. Lewis, how calm you are. Have you perhaps resigned yourself to your fate?" Within the six-pointed star seal, Ling Xian crossed his arms, observing Tua outside. It must be Katra. Having just engaged in a spar with candidates from other universes 3 months prior, he was initially ambushed by Katra, and now he found himself sealed. Who else could possibly conceive of a sealing technique? Considering his enmity with Katra, Ling Xian could think of no one else. Tua tucked her staff away, narrowing her eyes. Whoever it maybe seems less significant now. Are you not resisting? Are you merely awaiting your demise? Awaiting death? Ling Xian displayed a strange smile as he regarded Tua. Should you be erased, I wonder if your master Demigula would seek the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you? Chapter 52. Entering the Dark Demon Realm, the six-pointed star seal inscribed itself against the obsidian backdrop of the cosmic void, centering around Lewis, as the golden six-star ring began to contract. Lewis hovered in the void, arms crossed, an enigmatic smile adorning his face. Erasure. Outside the six-pointed star seal, Tawa frowned, gazing quizzically at Lewis within. She could not comprehend the meaning of erasure. In Tawa's understanding, the mightiest being was her master. Demigod AS for the erasure of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Tawa had neither witnessed nor even heard of it. For reasons unknown, her ominous premonition grew increasingly potent. Buzz! The temperature of the cosmic starry sky has plummeted suddenly. The first layer of power in the realm of divinity begins to accumulate, and Lewis's momentum grows increasingly formidable. The surrounding space trembles. It seems the time for rebellion has arrived, despite the unease in her heart. Tawa remains unconvinced that Lewis can breach her six-star seal technique. This is a sealing technique capable of confining the power of the third layer of the divine realm. How could he, with only the power of the first layer, possibly succeed in sealing it? Suddenly, within the six-star seal, Lewis speaks again. Do you know why Ketla dares not take action personally? Why? Tawa instinctively inquires. Lewis, instead of responding, erupts in a maniacal laughter. Tawa feels a jolt of irritation. Could he be a fool? Lewis fixes his gaze on Tawa, grinning wickedly. That's because he fears for his life. The purpose of his training within the time chamber is precisely to empower himself to execute the erasure. Now that he has cultivated his powers to the first layer of the divine realm, he can finally sustain the execution of erasure without suffering grievous injuries before it even begins. At this moment, the sealing technique holds no power over him any longer, unless a master of priestly caliber intervenes. Lewis now stands on the brink of invincibility, unleashing his power. The golden flames surrounding him ascend towards the heavens. Golden light radiates, akin to a newborn sun, illuminating the pitch-black starry domain as if it were daylight. Ketla fears for his life. Tawa's heart momentarily halts. She senses the aura of death emanating from the power Lewis has unleashed. How could this be? Ketla is a god of destruction who has touched the fifth layer of divine power. Would he truly fear a mere candidate for god of destruction? Has this boy lost his mind? However, the six-star seal technique is utterly worthless. Shatter for me. Erasure. Within the six-star seal, Lewis raises his right hand, and the power within him surges forth like a torrential flood, converging towards his hand. Boom! The endless cosmos trembles, and the golden six-star seal begins to dim. With a forceful sweep, Lewis unleashes a white halo that envelopes the entire six-star seal, reminiscent of Pangu creating the heavens. Wherever it passes, all is annihilated. Tawa's scalp tingles. She no longer believes the six-star seal technique can contain Lewis. Damn it, this boy speaks the truth. Ketla, you have deceived me. Flee. Tawa waves her staff, and a rift in space appears amidst the starry sky. As the white halo touches the six-star seal, Tawa leaps through it. Before departing, Tawa glances back. Her soul trembles. She witnesses the white light collide with the six-star seal, causing the seal to disintegrate instantaneously. And the white light continues to surge forth. Tawa dares not look back any longer, accelerating away from this space. Tawa thinks she was forced to flee. How infuriating. Watching Tawa escape this realm, Lewis is seething with rage. At that moment, Lewis, why have you unleashed erasure again? Weiss arrives on the scene. Lewis, overjoyed, exclaims, Weiss, quickly help me restore my strength. After executing erasure, his internal power has been utterly depleted, leaving him with barely enough energy to speak. Weiss pauses, then waves his staff. A silver light envelopes Lewis, instantly revitalizing him. Weiss, let's go. Take me to the dark demon realm. Lewis grits his teeth. Damn it, to be outmaneuvered by a mere little brat is truly intolerable. What do you intend to do in the dark demon realm? Weiss furrows his brow, aware that the dark demon realm is not a place for ordinary individuals to enter. Moreover, it is teeming with powerful beings, including those of priestly caliber. Should he enter, he might not even manage to return unscathed. That I intend to kill someone. Lewis's fury surges, rendering him unable to remain calm. Weiss observes Lewis quietly. After 3 seconds, he nods. Very well. He wishes to advise Lewis. Yet it is evident that Lewis is blinded by rage and will not heed any counsel. It was better to take him on a stroll through the dark demon realm. After all, with his constitution, none could harm him. Even those below the priestly level would not dare provoke him. Perhaps he may even need this young man as protection later on. After all, erasure is no trifling matter. Let us go. I will take you to explore the Dark Demon Realm. XWNM Weiss and Lewis vanish from their location. In the Dark Demon Realm, Dark Forest, Ketla, Tova has gone to deal with the candidate for God of Destruction from the 7th universe. Where are the Super Dragon Balls you promised? We will discuss that after we seal that brat. Seal? Demigra scoffs. ISNT, he's just a mere candidate for God of Destruction. Does he truly require sealing techniques? Provoked by his derision, Ketla remains unperturbed. Had he not witnessed Lewis's ability to disregard harm, he would never have believed that someone could genuinely be impervious to any injury. Just as Ketla is about to speak, suddenly a rift opens in the air above the dark forest, and Tova emerges, her movements exceedingly clumsy. Shoo. Ketla, you deceived me. Upon returning to the Dark Demon Realm, Tova sees Ketla and storms towards him, her face flushed with anger as she demands, "You said you couldn't act against me while Beerus is present. It's all lies." Faced with Tova's loud accusations, a cold glint flashes in Ketla's eyes. The beings of the Dark Demon Realm are like filthy street rats. How dare they address him so disrespectfully? Demigra notices the look in Ketla's eyes and feels a surge of murderous intent rising within him. However, he turns to Tova, asking in confusion, "What happened?" Lord Demigra, Ketla's claim that he dares not take action personally is a ruse. He is afraid for his life. Afraid for his life? Demigra blinks, about to inquire further, when suddenly a radiant aura appears in the sky above the Dark Demon Realm, the distinct presence of an angel from the universe of the Omni-King. An angel dares to enter the Dark Demon Realm. Demigra reveals a peculiar smile that Ketla's body trembles violently, and he hastily exclaims, "Demigra, I must take my leave. If the angels discover I am in the Dark Demon Realm, it will be disastrous with that." Ketla conceals his presence and swiftly departs the dark forest. Tova gazes at Ketla's retreating figure, her expression filled with urgency. "Lord Demigra, Ketla is deceiving us." What did he deceive us about? Demigra observes the sky, where other powerful beings are already soaring toward the direction of the angel from the Omni-King's universe. That IT is this. Chapter 53. The Great Sorcerer Puting. A rift opens in the sky above the Dark Demon Realm, and two figures emerge from within. Oh, this is the Dark Demon Realm? Lewis surveys his surroundings. The environment of the Dark Demon Realm is exceedingly a glance. It reveals dark clouds and black soil. Occasionally, a strange, eerie wind sweeps by, accompanied by an ominous aura. The entire world appears overwhelmingly oppressive. Yes, Weiss nodded, recalling that it had been quite some time since he last visited this place. Someone is approaching. "Be cautious," he remarked, shaking his head as he realized that it was he who ought to exercise caution. Lewis sensed an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared, resembling a youthful maiden clad in a form-fitting outfit, her emerald hair cascading down as she wielded a staff. The surrounding space trembled with palpable intensity, clearly indicating the immense power of the newcomer. Then, from the distance, 12 more figures surged forth, each exuding formidable strength. Pudding spoke up, "Isn't that Mr. Weiss from the Omni-King's universe? What brings you to the Dark Demon Realm?" The others gathered silently behind Pudding, their presence felt but unvoiced. "Having encountered Miss Pudding before, I accompanied someone here," Weiss replied with an air of calm, all the while mentally preparing for a potential confrontation. Outside the Omni-King's universe, he was free to act as he pleased. Lewis, momentarily taken aback, recalled a powerful sorceress from the Dragon Ball spin-off. Pudding, a grand sorceress from the ancient celestial realm, had once conspired with Giribi and Demigra to betray the heavens and align herself with the Dark Demon Lord. Mechikabura. Pudding then shifted her gaze to Lewis, taking note of his golden hair and brown tail, a being of divine caliber, with power reaching the first tier of the divine realm. "Wait, the aura of destruction. Mr. Weiss, this young man isn't perhaps the candidate destroyer from the 7th universe?" Pudding chuckled, her smile sweet yet unsettling, sending shivers down Lewis's spine. "My word. a grand sorceress from ancient times, and yet she presents herself as a maiden. Indeed, he is a disciple of Lord Beerus, taken under his wing over a decade ago. Quite the prodigy, Pudding and Weiss conversed like old friends at tea that moment. Weiss discreetly transmitted thoughts to Lewis, imparting knowledge about Pudding's background, which largely coincided with what Lewis already knew. However, he had been unaware of the extent of her power. Through Weiss's explanation, he grasped just how formidable this ancient sorceress truly was, as a grand sorceress of the celestial realm. Her strength had always been significant. After her defection to the Dark Demon realm, she had gained the demonic power bestowed upon her by Mechikabura, elevating her abilities to that of an angelic tier. Nevertheless, what did the angelic tier matter? Enough of the pleasantries. Pudding, where is Tawa? Lewis finally inquired. As he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Weiss swallowed hard, astonished by the audacity of the young man. Weiss, you are here seeking Tawa, yet your demeanor is rather impolite. Pudding responded with a charming smile. To arrive at the Dark Demon realm and act so brazenly, one must either be a fool or utterly fearless. Casting a glance at Lewis, she continued with a laugh. You, the candidate destroyer, do not presume that with Weiss's protection, you can act without fear. Weiss felt a tinge of awkwardness. She was indeed correct. Surviving in the Dark Demon realm was no simple feat, let alone safeguarding a candidate destroyer. However, Lewis was no ordinary candidate destroyer. Could you stop smiling? It's quite distasteful, Lewis retorted, frowning at Pudding, that you're not even as attractive as my ties, infuriated by Tawa's earlier antics. Lewis found her incessant laughter grating, as if her angelic powers rendered her invincible. Puffed. Weiss stifled a chuckle, unable to contain himself any longer. This young man has quite the sharp tongue. You seek your own demise. Pudding's fury ignited, her previously gentle demeanor vanishing, revealing the true visage of an irate sorceress. Kill this insolent brat, she commanded, fixing her gaze on Weiss to prevent him from intervening. Yes. The 12 figures swirling around them suddenly unleashed their power. A thunderous hum echoed as dark energies surged skyward, their overwhelming presence bearing down on Lewis. The strength of the fourth tier of the divine realm. Lewis's lips twitched as he realized that their power rivaled that of the destroyers from the Omni King's universe. How presumptuous of them! Weiss, who are they? They're the 12 demon lords of the Dark Demon realm, counterparts to the destroyers of the Omni King's universe. Weiss explained, remaining motionless as if he had no intention of aiding Lewis, which left Pudding puzzled. Was he truly abandoning the boy? With a resounding crash, the 12 demon lords charged at Lewis with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Bang! Lewis was struck, instantly finding himself at a disadvantage. In the Dark Forest, Lord Demigra, the candidate destroyer from the 7th universe, is truly terrifying. He possesses a technique known as erasure. What? Demigra gasped in shock. Erasure. That is a principle only those of priest level are qualified to comprehend. How could that boy possibly master it? Lord Demigra, in the face of erasure, my sealing technique crumbled instantly. Keitra deceived us. She feared for her life, hence her urging us to act. I see. Demigra narrowed his eyes, realizing that Tawa could not have spoken falsely. Thus, the truth lay before him. Keitra, you have gone too far. Amidst his fury, Demigra was engulfed by confusion. Why was it that the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, possessing only the first tier of divine strength, could comprehend erasure? Moreover, the documents provided by Keitra claimed Lewis could disregard any attack to go confront that boy. They could only employ sealing techniques. What nonsense was this? Fear not, for I shall ensure that Keitra reaps what she has sown. Demigra lifted his gaze to the distant sky at tea that moment. A cacophony of colliding energies erupted in the heavens. Come, let us investigate this commotion. Demigra vanished from sight, with Tawa trailing behind, though her heart raced with an inexplicable dread, as if foretelling impending calamity. In the sky, boom, waves of energy surged forth, exploding upon impact with the ground, creating earth-shattering blasts. The terrain lay scarred and ravaged. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the earth and creating a crater 100 meters wide. Cough, cough. Lewis's destroyer attire lay in tatters as he patted his chest, the dust causing him to cough twice. Damn it, once again I've been ganged up on. These demon lords have no manners. Chapter 54. The shock of puting last time, being besieged by 10 candidate destroyers, was already quite enough. But now he found himself assaulted by 12 dark lords from the infernal realm. Lewis felt utterly frustrated. However, while he was vexed, there were others who were even more incredulous. 12 dark figures hovered ominously in the sky. The void around them steeped in an eerie silence, as the demon lords stared in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? This young man is unscathed. Our power is equivalent to that of the 4th tier of the divine realm. In the entire King universe, such strength is already at the level of a destroyer. Why? Why can a mere weakling who hasn't even reached the divine realm survive our collective onslaught? He appears completely unharmed. How can this be? Meanwhile, Vis, who was watching the spectacle from a void, bore a smile. Let me tell you, even if all 12 of you demon lords attacked together, or if Demigula himself were to descend, they would be powerless against Lewis. Vis, what is going on with this young man? Puting glanced at Lewis on the ground and turned to Vis coldly. Vis naturally refrained from divulging Lewis's unique situation, chuckling instead. Miss Puting, perhaps you should disclose the whereabouts of Tova. Otherwise, we may face a significant crisis. Significant crisis. Puting laughed heartily. With just you, an angel of the 2nd tier, how could you possibly instigate chaos in the Dark Realm? The power of angels is divided into 3 tiers. And Vis currently resides at the 2nd tier. However, to think that a mere 2nd-tier angel could instigate turmoil within the Dark Realm is utterly ludicrous. Vis shook his head. Alas, why won't you heed my warnings? Lewis's power has broken through to the 1st tier of the Divine Realm, and he has already demonstrated the ability to wield Erasure. It is evident that Lewis can now sustain the application of Erasure. In his perception, even though Lewis's Erasure is not as potent as that of the King, he still sensed a threatening aura of death emanating from it. If these demon lords force Lewis to use Erasure, they will all perish. Vis let out a bitter smile and once more urged, Miss Puting, perhaps you should let Tova appear, or else. Puting interrupted him sharply, coldly stating, Humph, with all this talk, are you plotting to assist your candidate destroyer? Gripping her staff, she fixed her gaze intently on Vis. Should he make any move, he would face her devastating wrath. Alas, trying to reason with a stubborn fool is a futile endeavor. Vis ceased speaking. Yet he readied himself for battle and for a potential retreat. Without a retreat, he and Lewis might not escape the Dark Realm, especially since even divine-level experts inhabit this infernal domain. Seeing Vis remain still, Puting finally shifted her focus back to Lewis on the ground. Damn it, this is too much. Lewis had already been ambushed by a scheming little demoness, and now he was being ganged up on again. He could no longer endure it. With a roar, golden radiance surged into the heavens. Super Saiyan at full power. His strength ascended to the 1st tier of the divine realm. What the hell? How can this young man's power surpass the divine realm? I told you. How could a candidate destroyer be incapable of reaching the divine realm strength? Enough chatter. Attack him. The dark aura emanating from the 12 demon lords surged violently as they twisted their bodies and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, several blurred shadows appeared around Lewis. Now it's my turn. Lewis surveyed the surrounding demon lords, raised his hand, and unleashed a barrage of shockwaves. Purple energy swept through the void. Breathtakingly beautiful. The demon lords raised their hands to block, yet all the destructive energy struck them as if they were merely being tickled. Smoke and dust filled the air. Where is everyone? As the smoke dissipated, the demon lords were momentarily stunned. The next second, one of the demon lords emitted a pained scream, transforming into a cannonball and hurtling backward. Boom, boom. Mountains crumbled one after another. Damn it. Attack him. The demon lords, enraged and humiliated, surrounded Lewis, launching a flurry of punches, kicks, and energy blasts. The combined assault of 11 demon lords was akin to a tempest, terrifyingly fierce. The demon lord who had been thrown back joined the fray. From the heavens to the earth, the very fabric of space trembled and the ground shattered. The furious force disrupted the magnetic fields of the universe, summoning endless gales that swept around, striking terror into the denizens of the Dark Realm. Bang! In midair, Lewis was struck in the face, his head jolting slightly. Immunity! He sustained no damage whatsoever. Humph! Now you shall taste my fist! Abandoning his defense, Lewis retaliated with a punch aimed at the Demon Lord. The power of the first tier of the Divine Realm surged into the air, producing a sonic boom. The Demon Lord, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain to his face and was sent flying. Simultaneously, the remaining 11 Demon Lords seized the opportunity and unleashed a relentless assault on Lewis from behind. Boom! Boom! Lewis endured an unending barrage of attacks, as if the very sky were about to shatter. The scene utterly horrific. This spectacle fell upon Puting's eyes, and a smirk curled at the corners of her mouth. She doubted this young man could withstand it. Puting withdrew her gaze and turned to Vis. Vis, your candidate destroyer is finished. You should prepare to meet the same fate. Given that Vis had ventured alone into the Dark Realm, such a prime opportunity could not be wasted. Is that so? No sooner had Vis spoken than a silver light flashed at the sight of the bombardment in the sky. Swish, perfect freedom realm. Shadow transposition. Lewis soared out from the explosion zone. His destructive garb vanished, revealing his robust physique. Yet upon closer inspection, Lewis bore not a single scratch. Impossible. Perfect freedom realm. He sustained no damage whatsoever. How could he have achieved this? Puting stood dumbfounded, her eyes wide. How could this be, considering the combined might of 12 Demon Lords? How could this young man emerge unscathed? Moreover, he had even comprehended the perfect freedom realm. Why? Has the world changed? Equally astonished were the 12 Demon Lords, who had sensed something was amiss with Lewis from the outset. They initially believed it was Vis's protective measure for him, only to realize now that they had been gravely mistaken. Humph, I refuse to believe it. Let me test him. Puting vanished from beside Vis, who made no attempt to stop her. However, Vis understood that a significant event was about to unfold, and he hastily waved his staff. Summon! Swish! A silvery beam of light pierced through the dark realm of demons. Puting sensed the movements of Vis behind her, yet she refrained from intervening. After all, the dark realm was her territory. As long as the Supreme King did not take action, it mattered little how many came. Puting approached Lewis, flanked by 12 Demon Kings who gathered behind her. All eyes were fixed on Lewis across from them. I shall repeat myself. Bring Tova out. Lewis stood bare-chested, suspended in the void, having been beaten twice. He found himself at a disadvantage both times. However, compared to the previous group of candidates for the God of Destruction, these 12 Demon Kings were far more formidable. Fortunately, his power had ascended to the first tier of the Divine Realm, and his Super Saiyan form had also reached full power. Due to the nature of the divine dimension, the divine energy within him nourished his body, and the consumption and burden of his Super Saiyan full power were minimal. Thus, he could endure for an extended period and still have a chance to counterattack against the Demon King of the fourth tier of the Divine Realm. Compared to before, he had made significant progress. Chapter 55. Demigula, if you do not let Tova out, you shall face death. A burning fury welled up within Lewis. He had no intention of continuing the fight. He understood that even if he were to employ the perfect freedom state, he could not vanquish the Demon Kings before him. With their immunity, the best he could achieve was a 50-50 chance, until his stamina was entirely depleted. This mirrored the outcome of his previous spar with the candidates for the God of Destruction. It held no significance. The Demon Kings, initially lost in a world of shock at the existence of someone who could disregard damage, were soon amused by Lewis's words. Kid, you're quite bold. You want us to die? Although we have no idea how you managed to ignore damage, you must be mad to think you can bring about our demise. Silence. Puting raised her hand, and the assembled Demon Kings fell silent in an instant. To withstand the attacks of 12 Demon Kings without a scratch, she was determined to see if he could truly ignore damage. Puting fixed her gaze on Lewis, finding this young man exceedingly peculiar. She made her move. Time and space appeared to momentarily freeze.